Naruto. Drifting. The Executioner. Just as Zabuza was only seconds out and Haiden was beginning to twist in with a downward strike at the fallen Haku, with all intent to finish her off with a single blow, Naruto acted. Stepping forward and ahead of a horrified Isaribi, the Jinchuriki threw his right forward in a swinging corkscrew overhand. Hien. Flying Swallow. The second Naruto let his fist fly, the Akatsuki member was suddenly blindsided and intercepted by something invisible and fast-moving. A tunnel of wind, following a straight path through the air, exploded from Naruto's fist and ripped down the bridge towards Haiden, smashing into him at the speed of a bullet. The force behind it sent his body tumbling violently backwards across the bridge inside a twisting vortex, the sound of a gunshot ringing out all around. The gale of wind that was its aftershock rippled past Zabuza and got him to stop, the swordsman looking up in bewilderment before glancing behind him to see where the hell that attack had come from. It just flew past his shoulder before he could even reach Haku or his target. When Haku felt Haiden get knocked back and the winds whip at her own face, the teenager looked to see what had happened. To her left, she saw Naruto over 20 meters away with his fist thrown forward and a triumphant look on his face. To her right, she saw Haiden roll and slide to a stop on all fours, the force of the attack subsiding. Winded, Haiden's head shot upwards. What the fuck was that? Naruto, stepping forward into an orthodox stance, cocked back his left. That was my attack, you bastard. I won't let you lay a finger on her. Twisting in, he unloaded a full power, left straight, eat this. Another bang rang out when he fired off another blast of wind at the currently staggered Haiden. The Akatsuki member growled and got up, preparing to block with his scythe, only to see the tunnel of wind shooting towards him change course, arc around and slam into him from the side, barreling him off his feet again. From there, all hell was brought down upon the stunned mercenary as hit after hit, Naruto chucked twisting blasts of wind at the stubborn antagonist, all of them either following straight paths towards him, or arcing and bending in completely different directions before converging on their target. Seeing the blasts of wind rip down the length of bridge one after the other from the side, a surprised Zabuza watched the blonde-haired kid stick it to their opponent. Glancing between them, the swordsman could only gawk at the raw display of power the kid was showcasing for them. Those are the fastest wind-based attacks I've ever seen. He watched the blonde smash Haiden into the air with an uppercut thrown from a distance before using another blast of wind to hit him from above and slam him back down into the ground. The shots don't follow a linear path either. The direction they travel is dictated by the movement of his punches and come at their target after he tries to dodge. That's incredible. An attack that could circumvent a guard after the target tries to move and still hit an opponent with full force? That was unheard of. It certainly did live up to its name though. Hien or Flying Swallow as it was called. The swallow was a bird well known for its sheer speed and sudden directional changes. The kid must have been inspired to name his attack based off of the animal for those very qualities it possessed. The fact that it was wind-based as well meant that it fit the description almost perfectly. It sure as hell shook their opponent up something fierce. Eventually the series of consecutive shots slammed Haiden into the end barrier of the bridge, where the seemingly invincible man crumpled to the ground. Battered from taking so many blows, as indicated by the untidy condition of his cloak and hair, and supporting himself on his weapon and bleeding from the corners of his lips thanks to his mouth being cut up, the Akatsuki member growled furiously and glared in the direction of the opposition. As agile as he was, he had been unable to dodge any of the attacks that came at him or defend against them successfully. Whenever he tried to move, the blast of wind changed course and hit him the instant afterwards. When he tried to guard with his weapon, the invisible attack would swerve around it and smash him in the chest, limb or head. Not only did each shot come a split second after every punch the kid threw, despite there being 30 meters of distance between them, they were also tracking him. What the hell are these attacks? The Akatsuki member growled. He was absolutely baffled. Oh. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's outpost. Jumping back, Kakuzu lifted his left arm and blocked a slash from the side as Kimimaro came spiraling at him like a top on the air. Effortlessly matching his momentum with his strength, the Akatsuki member ignored the sparks that flew past him as the boy's steel-hard bone blade grazed his diamond-hard skin, before shoving him off and kicking out at him. Reacting instinctively, Kimimaro backflipped away effortlessly, avoiding the blow that would have otherwise sent him barreling down the corridor and bouncing off of walls. Sliding to a stop and assuming a wide stance, the teen glared back up at his opponent, after which he then sprinted forward once more. Jumping off of the surrounding surfaces of the tunnel in his approach, Kimimaro came flying at Kakuzu upside down, who backed away slowly and effortlessly began blocking his hits with his arms when he spun towards him. Grunting, the masked man punched out at Kimimaro when he flew at him with a kick, a loud shockwave ringing out and cracking the rocks around them when their attacks collided in midair. After which Kakuzu threw the boy off and sent him away, pursuing him to intercept before he could make landfall. Just moments away from having his opponent touch ground, the Akatsuki member lunged at the retreating Kimimaro with a punch, only to have the boy spin sideways to avoid and hike off his forward leg. He then kicked off his chest and face, flipping away as the older and much larger opponent chased him, throwing punches with his blackened fists mixed in with kicks. Managing to corner Kimimaro against the wall, Kakuzu chopped across at him with his arm, only to see the boy duck under and leap away. The attacker's arm shattered the stone and filled the entire hall in dust. The cloud separated the pair from one another, with the Kagaya putting as much distance between him and his powerful opponent. When the cloud settled, it revealed a still impassive Kakuzu glaring across at an equally impassive Kimimaro, who was still assumed in a low fighting stance with his bone dagger held firmly in hand. So far, their battle had taken them out of the main lab, where they spent a good portion of their fight demolishing everything in sight, and had now taken them into the main hallways. The labyrinth of a hideout now served as their battleground, with both opponents trying to one-up the other in their taijutsu battle. Unfortunately, things weren't going exactly how either one had planned. Kakuzu grunted indignantly, "Nice taijutsu. Probably the best I've seen in a while." He held up his left hand and flexed it, testing out the muscles before smirking at his foe. "It's such a shame you're working for a snake like Orochimaru. You would have made a great bounty one day. Such a waste." Kimimaro stared blankly at the man. "I don't need praise from a man like you." "No. Of course you don't. After all, you're going to die here today," Kakuzu exclaimed with a smirk. "Not even your steel hard bones will be able to break through my defenses. I had you trumped the moment you decided to engage me." Furrowing his brow, the white-haired boy leaned forward for a run. However, just before he could lift off, he suddenly felt a tug on his leg and tripped over onto his knee. Eyes widening, Kimimaro looked back to see what had happened. When he locked onto his ankle, he blinked in surprise when he saw a hand protruding out of the ground with clusters of gray, moving threads attached to it, with a bundle of it throbbing rhythmically, like there was a heart attached to it. It took the Kagaya a moment to realize who the hand actually belonged to. "What is this? When did he?" Before he could even ask, Kimimaro thought back to when Kakuzu chopped at the wall and clouded the air in dust. He must have detached his limb in the smokescreen and sent it into the ground, where it then waited for him to make his move. But, how was he able to detach his own limb? Before he could figure it out, Kimimaro then remembered he was still in a fight and looked ahead of him just in time to see Kakuzu's fist closing in on his face. He had but a split second to raise both his arms over his face and block the punishing blow that sent him spiraling down the corridor, the impact of which forcing him to lose his bone dagger. He bounced and cartwheeled down the entire hall like a rag doll before his body slammed into the back wall and he vanished into another room behind a cloud of dust and debris. Watching the far barrier cave in under the boy's body, Kakuzu retracted his blackened fist and smirked. That should have shaken him up a little. When the wall of dust settled, Kakuzu saw the form of his opponent step out of the rubble. His foe's body covered in dirt and gravel, the Akatsuki member watched as Kimimaro's broken arms snapped back into place and healed themselves, with any other broken bones snapping loudly as they were replaced by new ones. Upon performing damage control, an unfazed Kimimaro then glared back up with more noticeable fury, as bones began protruding out of different parts of his body. Taking on the appearance of a hedgehog from the number of spikes he was able to produce, the Kagaya locked his best death stare on his adversary, who didn't show a single bit of surprise at his new form. "That's attractive," Kakuzu commented, raising his right arm and revealing the stump under the sleeve. The hand he had detached from it, which was still in the ground, then extended its threads towards it and grabbed onto his forearm, before pulling the limb back to it. The thumping of the heart hidden within the cluster of tendrils was sucked back into the Akatsuki member's body, at the same time the thread sewed his limb back into place. "But then again, it is your bloodline. I do not care for appearances. As long as I am able to defeat Orochimaru-sama's enemies, then that is all I need," Kimimaro replied, before crouching and sprinting down the hallway. Kakuzu watched the boy rush at him without hesitation. In response, the Akatsuki member extended his left hand and, the forearm expanding, fired his hardened fist straight at the approaching boy, who span around it in a graceful dodge before leaping at him with two long bones extending from his hands. Intent on impaling the man, Kimimaro lunged at him, only for Kakuzu's right hand to suddenly shoot up at him from his other arm and grab his ankle again. Just as the Kagaya was only inches from spearing his quarry, the Akatsuki member used his extending limb to yank the boy out of the air, away from him, and fling him back down to the ground. Slamming him onto the cave floor with a loud crack, Kakuzu then let out a loud growl before hurling Kimimaro through the side wall, sending him straight through it and into another room. Withdrawing both his stretched arms, which he was able to do thanks to the properties of his Jiangu abilities, Kakuzu smirked towards the new hole he had created. This hallway really inhibits some of your more impressive moves, and doesn't give you much room to dodge either. Me. I have no problems with it. Sawarabi no Mai. Dance of the Seedling Fern. Before Kakuzu could begin undermining his foe even further, massive pillars of bone jutted straight out of the side wall and straight towards him. An alarmed bounty hunter leapt down the hall and out of the way, the space he was standing in crumbling under rubble and being skewered by the massive cluster of white protrusions. Skidding to a stop, Kakuzu glared up. Nice trick. The wall next to him then exploded outwards as Kimimaro came charging straight at him, still covered in spines with a spear of bone in his left hand. Kakuzu threw his right hand up just in time to block the attack when it slammed into him, a loud clang ringing out as the pair re-engaged. I have more than that hidden up my sleeve, trash, Kimimaro stated, his body trembling as he grappled with the much taller and physically imposing Kakuzu. I don't care how many of them I have to use. I will defeat you. The bounty hunter's brow furrowed, as he pushed back against the Kagaya. A low chuckle escaped his lips. Well then, by all means, show them to me. They then sprang off of each other as round 2 to their battle began. Oh. Back on the bridge? Gripping his scythe tightly through a ringing head, Haydn saw his blonde opponent prepare for another onslaught from the fighting stance he assumed at distance, and let out a yell of anger. You're pissing me off. He wasn't critically wounded. Only annoyed. While those wind attacks or whatever the hell they were would have floored a normal, mortal opponent, all they did to him was smack him around like he was a rag doll. That was just not going to stand with him. Bellowing out like a wild animal, Haydn charged with his scythe held firmly behind him. Ready or not, here I come, fucker. Seeing the enemy dashing towards them from the end of the bridge, Haku sprang to her feet and retreated to Zabuza's position several meters away, throwing Senbon at the berserker while leaping. The swordsman also chucked a barrage of shuriken at the mercenary to provide support for his student, only to see the Akatsuki member smack the projectiles out of the air with his sickle by slashing out in front of him indiscriminately. After knocking away the nuisances, Haydn then made a beeline towards Naruto, who fell back into formation with Zabuza and Haku. The blonde fired off more hien rounds, only to watch Haydn plow right through them. Sure, the ones that hit his body made impact. The man was negating the force of the wind shots with the momentum of his charge, and thanks to his seeming imperviousness to debilitating blows, Naruto realized that he couldn't count on his newly developed technique to hold him off now that he'd decided to go full berserker mode on them rather than dodge like he did at the beginning. His first use of it had been his only advantage. Gritting his teeth, Naruto yanked back the sleeve on his right hand and held it out. Zabuza. He then threw it forward, a series of loud popping sounds ringing out when he launched several pellets from his gauntlet straight at their opponent. The pellets he launched were either cut down by Haydn's scythe or they struck him repeatedly. It seemed like a useless attack that only served to irritate the man even further, until every one of the small wrapped-up balls, including the one sliced in half, exploded and clogged the air with thick layers of smoke all around the assailant. The sudden blasts of fumes filling Haydn's eyes and lungs had the rogue ninja coach to a stop. He cut away at the screen furiously while trying to move forward, only to feel tears welling up when he realized they were laced with irritating powders. Fuck. Damn you brat and your stupid parlor tricks. Haydn cursed, eyes almost clenched completely shut from the burning sensation starting to grate at his exposed flesh. Unable to see, he started chopping away at the smokescreen, only to sense someone over his shoulder and looked back through a squinted gaze in time to see Zabuza emerge from the thick white wall, eyes shut, and spinning his massive sword above his head with one hand. The Kiri shinobi smirked as he swung in with his enormous blade with a fully corked, horizontal slash, an attack Haydn barely managed to block with the pole of his sickle. The Akatsuki member attempted to take the full force of the blow, but that sword and the momentum behind it was just too awesome. Despite guarding, Haydn was blown clean off his feet and sent flying out of the smoke. His soles dug into the concrete when he landed and skidded off to the side, at the same time trailing fumes from his body before glaring up towards the dissipating clouds. Before the smoke could even settle, he saw it suddenly break apart and Zabuza come lunging straight towards him with his sword held over his shoulder. Telegraphing the swing, Haydn responded by spinning his weapon and hurling it in a curved throw at the Jonin, who ducked under it and attempted to slash his target in half. When the scythe hit the ground some ways behind the swordsman, Haydn gave a sharp pull on his cable and, kicking off the ground at the same time, yanked himself towards his own weapon, flying right over Zabuza's slash and causing the swordsman to miss him by a hair. Flipping through the air towards the sickle, Haiden yanked it out of the ground while airborne and expertly hurled it at the nearby Naruto, who jumped out of the way in time to watch it embed the space he was once standing. When Haiden landed and gripped the cable, he was immediately set upon by Haku coming around from behind, hand seal formed with water gathering around her in her run. Misatsu Sui Sho. Flight of the obliterating water, the water gathering in the air formed into thick, solid icicle-like spears. They surrounded Haiden in an arc before converging on him at high speed. Spotting the incoming assault, Haiden ducked and spiraled out of the way of the frozen water bombardment that, instead of ripping him to shreds, tore up the ground and sent chunks of debris flying everywhere. While dodging, Haiden pulled his sickle towards him and, spinning like a top upside down through the air, flung it across at Haku in a counter. The teen flipped over it when it came at her horizontally, watching it pass an inch or so under her, seconds before Haiden landed and pulled it back towards his hand. Catching it, the mercenary turned fast clockwise just in time to see Isaribi rushing at him from down low. She ducked under him toward his right while he was still rotating and attempted to nail him with a spearing blow with her uncovered arm, which had suddenly developed scales and morphed into a large, webbed claw. Alarmed, instead of timing a counter that he wouldn't have been able to manage, Haiden kicked off the ground and flipped right over the girl, allowing her strike to pass right under him. She ultimately missed with her attack. It was then while he was suspended above her that the Akatsuki member swung to cut into the girl while she was directly under him, only to be stopped when he spotted Naruto flying right at him immediately after Isaribi with a side kick. Haiden chose to slash at the boy instead, cutting him clean in half and bringing a grin to his face. His glee disappeared however when the bisected Jinchuriki went up in a puff of white smoke and 3 more Narutos came flying through the cloud. The trio all sent either a punch or a kick at the man, a barrage the Akatsuki had to quickly counter. The combo forced the man to guard with his arm, weapon and knee, before he was sent blasting back by the collective momentum of all 3 copies ramming into him. Sliding to a stop along the concrete, Haiden tilted up to see a platoon of blonde doppelgangers running circles around him, keeping him dead center and converging on his position, before being shortly joined by Zabuza charging through the entourage. The Jonin yelled as he swung out at Haiden, watching the mercenary leap out of the way and counter with his scythe, swinging it at him at the exact same time he dodged. Zabuza ducked under the counter, spun his sword expertly before lashing out in an attempt to slice his opponent in 2. Both experienced shinobi began trading dangerous attacks with each other at close range in the center of Naruto's shadow clone formations, with Haiden continually leaping out of reach to hit with one of his more unorthodox attacks, only to have his opponent close in and keep him from landing those attacks. While his scythe was knocked up, Zabuza came in low with a wild hit, his body spinning towards Haiden. The silver-haired mercenary leapt clean over the following blow and his opponent's shoulder, trailing his scythe behind him that he aimed to decapitate his adversary as he passed. As expected, the blow hit the low-going swordsman through the neck and took his head clean off his shoulders, a sight that filled Haiden with hope that he'd finally managed to kill one of the bastards. But the frozen body of a beheaded Zabuza suddenly transformed into a body of water that hit the ground with a loud splash. "Oh come on!" Haiden shouted, rounding on the Naruto copies that suddenly came rushing in at him. "How many of you fuckers are going to use those cheap-ass clone techniques? Fight like you've got a pair." Twirling his sickle above his head, he then began viciously cutting down the onslaught of shadow clones wave after wave as they came at him randomly. Despite Naruto's best efforts to confuse the man with elaborate formations and having dozens of his copies attack continuously from all sides, the S-rank level rogue ninja mowed through his platoons in droves. He cut them down before they even had a chance to get within a few feet of him, showing that filling up a battlefield with targets wasn't really helping them any. This became apparent after the 50th clone was dispatched by the sickle-wielding maniac, and a whole squad of them was wiped out when they tried to doggy-pile him, but failed. With that fighting style combined with his speed and aggressiveness, he can take on all of my clones attacking him at once, the original Naruto thought amongst his copies running circles around the man, making careful observations as he sent in several more. He tried strategizing and using odd formations to throw the man off, but every attempt he tried the guy would just jump out of the way and cut down his doppelgangers effortlessly. Even mixing and throwing weapons was doing him no good. While all 4 of us attacking him at once can negate his unorthodox maneuvers and shut down his speed, this guy is still ridiculous to fight. Since numbers aren't working at close range and going at him one after another is useless, how about long range? Deciding to get smart, the remaining clones all backed off and began throwing shuriken. The barrage of knives from all sides forced Haiden to back off as he expertly knocked all of the weapons out of the air in a furious retreat. Haku and Isaribi joined the formation of shadow clones in attacking the enemy, with both girls forming whatever hand seals they required before launching their own attacks at the target to join the masses of metal being hurled his way. Sensatsu Suisho. 1,000 flying water needles of death. Haku summoned a wall of water needles from the ground and sent them at the defensive Haiden. Suitun, Teppadama. Water release, gunshot, cheeks puffing, Isaribi fired off consecutively shots of water from her mouth. The combined attacks of the shadow clones firing Hien and throwing shuriken, along with Haku's water needles and Isaribi's liquid bullet shots peppered Haiden mercilessly. After smacking away every attack he could with his scythe, he was soon overwhelmed by the sheer amount of projectiles, which hammered away at his body before blasting him off his feet. He was sent tumbling towards the end of the bridge again. Upon traveling some ways under the shitstorm the kids were putting him under, Haiden then slammed his feet into the concrete to stop from going any further and glared up through a soaked visage, riddled with weaponry. After throwing over 100 rounds at him, the three teens stepped back as Zabuza appeared in front of them. Already flying through a shitload of hand seals, the swordsman smirked when he finished on Bird and willed the chakra of his next technique to life. At this point in time it was impossible to ignore the crashing of waves from the ocean under the bridge. Suitun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The moment he said that, the water from one side of the structure suddenly rose into the sky in the form of an almighty pillar. That pillar twisted and undulated violently before taking the form of a massive, snake-like dragon, which gave a tremendous roar before rocketing down towards the battered Haiden. Spotting the massive attack incoming, the sickle wielder smirked and stood up. So you've got a water dragon? Big whoop. Bring it on, motherfucker. Haiden bellowed, swinging his scythe back before attacking the mythical creature composed of liquid when it came within reach. He cut into the raging torrent sure, but that massive body of water wouldn't stop from just one hit. The massive dragon smashed into the Akatsuki member with concussive force before blasting him over the side of the bridge in the form of a wave. This downpour then crashed into the ocean, slamming whoever it had twisting around inside the mass into the channel. The shockwaves it created from hitting the surface of the strait battered the bridge and sent a cloud of moisture upwards, something that did not go missed by Zabuza, Naruto, and a slightly winded Haku and Isaribi arriving at the guard railings to look down over the side. All of them were getting pretty exhausted from hammering this guy with everything they had. While Zabuza and Naruto were confident they can carry on despite the efforts, Haku and Isaribi were starting to look a little worse for wear. After a minute passed watching the raging waters below die, a frown came to Naruto's face when he felt a familiar presence hit him. "Are you kidding me?" the Jinchuriki asked. "He's still not dead yet? Can this guy even be killed? What the hell?" Zabuza looked up at him. "You can sense him? Where is he?" "Under the water," Isaribi said, jumping on top of the railing and grabbing the gauze around her. At first Zabuza and Haku were puzzled by what she was doing, but when they saw her form grow a bit and green scales appear all over her, they quickly understood why. Their eyes widened when they saw the new girl grow fish-like appendages and develop more amphibious qualities when she assumed her Kaima form, something neither of them expected to see. Her sudden transformation meant the rest of the bandages wrapped around her were ripped away and cast onto the wind. "Don't worry. I've got him." "Be careful, Isaribi," Naruto said, looking over at her with concern. "That guy's relentless. Don't let him get you with his scythe." The girl smiled assuredly at the boy. "Don't worry. He can't hurt me in this form," Isaribi stated, tapping her skin for emphasis. "These scales of mine are as hard as steel and are coated with slippery mucus to prevent scarring. Blades can't pierce it." Despite how cool that sounded, Naruto still felt the need to be cautious. Their opponent was alive and kicking, even after being bombarded by a blitz of attacks and having tons of water dropped on top of him with the force of a tidal wave behind it. No one should have survived that, but battling Haiden was proving to be one massive contradiction for all of them. "Just watch yourself." "Okay," Naruto said. Nodding, the fully transformed Isaribi then dove over the side of the bridge and into the water. A ways out from the bridge, bubbles on the surface of the ocean heralded the resurfacing of Haiden. The Akatsuki coughed and choked as he pulled himself out of the water, retching up the amount of ocean he'd swallowed before spitting out some blood. While he was cleaner now than he was before being thrown over the side, his cloak was torn on the right side and practically ruined, leaving him with only one good half still intact. He didn't care much for his state of dress though. What he was most focused on was the irritating bunch he was stuck fighting. "Damn those bastards. They act like fucking pussies and keep attacking me from a distance where I can't touch them." Even though he couldn't be killed, the amount of attacks he was receiving from the four of them was starting to grind on him. Clenching his fist around the handle of his weapon and standing up to full height on top of the water, Haydn turned to face the bridge about a couple hundred meters away and looked up. Eyes locking onto the figures he could see standing at the side, he raised an eyebrow. Weren't there 4 of THWAH? Before he could mount any sort of defense, the ocean surface in front of him burst upwards and a humanoid-sized creature suddenly lunged at him, fangs and claws bared. The growling creature tackled the man with the force of a torpedo and dragged him straight into the water once more, dropping them over 20 meters down before swimming away. Baring his teeth, Haydn attempted to swipe at the animal with his scythe when it released its hold of him. However, due to the weight and size of his weapon, and thanks to being completely submerged underwater, his movements were as slow as an old man's. As a result, he ended up missing the entity when it swam away, disappearing into the darkness below and leaving the Akatsuki floundering. Searching for the animal, Haydn figured he should probably head back to the surface and attack it from there where he was most effective, only to have his plan cut short when he spotted a shadow coming from behind and turned. He wasn't fast enough to respond to it, however, as he was slammed in the side by what he first thought was a sailfish, and sent spiraling through the water. The damn thing was fucking fast. Blowing bubbles in an inaudible cry of pain, Haydn turned again to try and spot the creature. Seconds later, he was hit again from the side with a blow that cut into him and sent him spinning once again. Winded, the mercenary attempted to lock onto the speedy critter until he was hit from behind a third time, blowing whatever air he had left out of his lungs and leaving him practically dead in the water. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you looked at it, he was pretty incapable of dying. Hell, he wasn't even able to drown. What this basically meant was his waterlogged body was floating there, underwater, being attacked by something he couldn't even keep up with. After being hit a few more times, the light-headed Haydn spun a circle and followed the fast-moving fish as it looped around. When it stopped to float out of reach of him, the man's eyes widened when he realized he'd seen this thing before. Despite having sea creature-like qualities now, Haydn had no doubt in his mind that this thing attacking him in the depths of the channel was that purple-haired brat in bandages. She was wearing the same clothing and had the same body shape and reflective features. Though distorted now thanks to her transformation, Haydn could see that this entity was her. No question. But as staggering as this new piece of information was, the Akatsuki member wasn't going to let this get to him. He had to get out of the ocean before he became actual fish food. Plus he was getting tired of getting the shit kicked out of him underwater. However, before he could start to surface again, Isaribi came at him again and pulled him further under, spinning him, lashing at him with her webbed claws and kicking him. After that she broke off again, pulling away till she was a little deeper. When she caught full sight of the man looking back at her, clearly annoyed at this beating, her cheeks puffed up and she fired a powerful jet of bubbles at him. This jet turned out to be another powerful stream of water that crashed into Haydn and sent him rocketing back to the surface. When he flew out of the ocean, he let out a yell of shock as the blast sent him tumbling across the waves before he skidded to a stop. Spewing out the water in his lungs, the man glared up and took his scythe into a two-handed grip. "All right, you freak. The moment you surface, I'm going to shave the scales off your face." His senses then jolted back to life when he heard the sounds of approaching footsteps and looked behind him to see Zabuza Momochi dashing in his direction. Blade trailing behind him and carving a gash in the water, the swordsman swung Kubikuribocho upwards at his adversary, who ducked clean under the blow. Spinning in a counter, Haydn attempted to slice into his opponent's side, but Zabuza backed up, spinning his sword around to stab. The silver-haired assassin expertly swayed around the motion and returned with his triple-bladed scythe, a loud clang ringing out when their weapons clashed. Throwing Haydn off of him, Zabuza then lunged with a downward strike, only to have the Akatsuki member cartwheel over him and, upon landing directly behind him, slashed at him with his sickle. The swordsman turned just in time to have the staff-like weapon damn near split him in two at the waist. A second after though, the two halves of his body fell into the ocean in the form of water, pissing Haydn off at missing his mark again, only to jump out of the way an instant later to avoid the series of Senbon that came at him out of nowhere. Looking across, he saw Haku appear from an ice mirror floating above the water and throw more Senbon at him. The Akatsuki member batted the first barrage out of the air and blocked the rest with his arm. He growled angrily and ripped the pins from his limb before charging at the ice user, corking his weapon and dragging it across the surface of the ocean much like Zabuza had before. "Die for me." He lunged at her, only to be intercepted by Zabuza himself jumping straight out of the water directly in front of him and slamming his titanic blade into his scythe. The sickle user was pushed back across the waves, a grappling match ensuing between the two powerful shinobi. In order to gain leverage, Zabuza lifted his foot and kicked against the back of his sword. His clever smashed into Heiden's guard and forced him away, with the Kiri ninja lunging with another horizontal slash, only to miss when the agile fighter leapt in a quick retreat. Hurling his cabled weapon at the swordsman, Heiden expressed extreme displeasure when it was knocked out of the air by consecutive water shots from a surfacing Isaribi, who then fired another stream of water at him. Dodging it, the silver-haired killer grumbled. "You know, I'm getting sick and tired of this buddy system you have going on with each other. Why don't you come at me one at a time instead of hiding behind each other like pussies?" He landed safely and glared in frustration. Zabuza strode forward and held his blade up, a smirk crossing his face, "Because we're not stupid enough to take you on alone. Though I can put up a tough fight, you're not an easy opponent to deal with. I think the kids are doing well so far." Damn. It was like they rehearsed this fight. The way Haku, Naruto and Isaribi worked in tandem with one another and dodged this guy was brilliant. Guess dangerous situations really did force you to become more in sync with one another. Heiden grinned back, "That sounds like coward talk. Why don't you show me that you actually have a pair and take me on alone? Come on." Before anyone could say anything back in response to Heiden's taunts, the sound of something fast approaching and a shadow out of the corner of his eye caught the assassin's attention. Eyes widening, the mercenary acrobatically leapt out of the path of a metal beam that suddenly came flying at him from behind. The massive piece of construction equipment speared the water with an almighty splash, surprising the three people on the ocean and Heiden when he landed several meters out of reach of the resulting ripples. God damn it. What the hell is it this time? Eyes shooting up, Heiden locked onto the bridge some distance away. When he did, he saw the blonde-haired kid had produced a whole platoon of shadow clones, all of whom were positioning construction material along the safety railing and, from the looks of it, were taking aim at him. The original Naruto grinned as he conducted firing drills, watching his copies hold the material and machinery steady while several of them stood behind the lined equipment and readied themselves for action. Raising his hand, the Jinchuriki then dropped it, fire. One after the other, his shadow clones slammed their hands into the backs of the beams, bags and pieces of wood they had lined up. Immediately upon each hand making contact, simultaneous jet hand ejection points sent the material blasting towards Heiden, who the collection of doppelgangers could see standing perfectly out in the middle of the water. Due to the fact that Naruto couldn't water walk yet and with the opportunity presented to him to raise hell, he began a devastating bombardment of their enemy. Heiden skillfully started avoiding the rain of bridge supplies coming down on top of him. Dodging left and right acrobatically, the scythe-wielding assailant set his sights on the structure and advanced on it. One after the other he avoided the hail of material, getting closer toward his blonde-haired attacker while at the same time putting distance between himself and the others behind him. Seeing Heiden making his way towards Naruto had everyone react defensively. Zabuza and Isaribi started back to the bridge as well, pursuing Heiden, while Haku produced an ice mirror beside her and sunk into it, after which the pain dissipated on the wind. Avoiding the worst of the deadly storm of construction equipment, including the cement mixer hurled at him, Heiden then leapt straight up towards the causeway. Due to the sheer size of the structure and seeing how high the walkway was positioned above the ocean, the jump the Akatsuki member made was incredible. In the blink of an eye, he was back up on top of the bridge and staring down Naruto's legion of clones menacingly. "Do you think it's funny throwing shit at people?" Heiden asked with a murderous grin. "Well, let's see you try and laugh while I'm playing your lungs like an accordion, you blonde-haired little prick." Twirling his sickle, the man charged at them and the original, who he assumed was positioned at the rear. The shadow clone sprang at him and attempted to counter with a cover of hien shots, but Heiden merely lashed out at his attackers with reckless abandon, cutting through the swath of copies and plowing through the wind attacks like they were nothing. Upon slicing through the platoon, he then cut through the smoke they left hanging behind and lunged at the original, who stepped back with his arms hanging at his sides and primed for close combat. However, just before Heiden could get to him, a cold sensation fell over both when an ice mirror suddenly appeared in the air beside Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Haku flickered in front of the Jinchuriki and blocked the swing thrown by the Akatsuki member with a clang, her Senbon stopping the scythe dead. Avoiding the deadly blades, Haku remained suspended in front of the irate-looking Heiden before spinning and attempting to kick. The man swayed back to avoid, before backflipping across the bridge to put space between himself and the two kids. Heiden frowned when he eventually stopped, watching as Zabuza and Isaribi returned to the fray and formed a row alongside the other two, the latter having reverted back to her human form. "You bastards are trying my patience. I thought that this was going to be an easy fight and you assholes would just roll over for me. But you're giving me a harder time than I expected." He then straightened up and tapped his scythe against his exposed shoulder. After a few thoughtful taps, he then grinned mischievously and slammed the blades into the ground in front of him, particularly that purple-haired runt with the scales. Isaribi blinked when she realized she was being addressed, which had Naruto and Haku glance back at her briefly. Seeing the group momentarily refer to the one in question, the silver-haired Akatsuki member then allowed a more roguish smirk to cross his lips. He wasn't getting anywhere taking hits from these kids at long range. He wanted to change that, and take a little back for himself at the same time. It sucks ass getting your ass beat around underwater. I didn't know a human being could swim like that or hold their breath for that long, Hayden exclaimed, but then lifted his head a bit to essentially look down at his opponents. But you're far from human, aren't you, girl? He saw the teen look up at him in surprise, a sight that spurred him on. You're not even close to one. Hell, I don't even know what to call you. You have slivers and scales all over you like you've got the fucking plague. Looking like that, wrapped up in bandages, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone moved to the other side of the street when you passed them by. I would. You're a freak of nature. Eyes shimmering and body beginning to tremble, Isaribi felt Hayden's words hit her like a blade to the heart. Hearing the revolting taunts himself, Naruto looked at his friend worryingly to see her starting to shake as memories of her past and experiences with the outside world were brought back to her full force, as did Haku and Zabuza. Hayden laughed at the girl's reaction and carried on boldly. This is just too hilarious. You're just a disease-ridden, disgusting monster trying to pass herself off as a normal villager. Even in your human form you still look like a walking abomination. Something like you, a thing that nobody wants to be near or wants anything to do with, shouldn't even exist. Dropping to her knees, Isaribi suddenly had tears running down from her eyes as her hands reached up to cover her face. Naruto immediately rushed over to her and wrapped an arm around her shoulders to comfort her. He could feel how much she was quivering, which angered him beyond belief because Hayden was still throwing insults at her. Don't listen to him, the Jinchuriki whispered, giving Isaribi a warm gaze as the traumatized girl turned his way. He's wrong. Hayden tilted his head with a look of feigned interest. You think she's disgusting too, don't you, Blondie? Gritting his teeth, Naruto snapped at him. Shut your fucking mouth, you bastard. Why? All I'm preaching to you heathens is the truth, the silver-haired man replied with a smug expression on his face as he cut toward Zabuza, a weak missing ninja who can't even fight for himself, and needs to rely on kids and monsters for help. That's just pathetic. You're even worse than the walking freak show. He then looked across at Haku, who had taken immediate offense to the man attacking her master verbally. And your little cum dumpster isn't any better. I'm astonished you haven't thrown her useless piece of ass away yet. I mean, that's all she is to you, right? Just a tool meant to be used up and then thrown away when she isn't able to satisfy you anymore? Tell me I'm wrong? Zabuza's eyes narrowed in blind fury as his hand clenched like a vice around his sword's handle. His other fist, which wasn't wrapped around anything, tightened so much he drew blood. The rest of the kids were looking back at Hayden with varying levels of disgust, outrage, and anger, just like the jonin next to them. Continuing on audaciously, Hayden gave his final assessment on the lot of them. What a riot. All of you losers are so dependent on other people, it's almost laughable. In the end that's all you're really good for. The swordsman was used by his village, his ice-wielding slave is used by him, and the girl who I'm guessing was made into the freak that she is, all of you are just tools with pitiful skills. His grin spread as he looked across at the group arrogantly. All of you were just made to be used. Silence fell following Hayden's rant. As everyone glared across at the Akatsuki member, a still shell-shocked Isaribi suddenly felt Naruto stand up and walk forward. Zabuza and Haku saw the kid march up front, and though they could only see the sides of his face, they could see the anger burning in his eyes. His own fists clenched into fists, the boy seethed, as was the entity inhabiting his body, who'd chosen to remain silent up until this point. After hearing what Hayden had to say, the Kyuubi could only say one thing: return. Kid. Yeah? Tear this guy apart, the fox spoke, his voice level but still carrying enough anger behind it that it was almost palpable. And that's all that needed to be said. Before Hayden could even react, he saw the blonde-haired kid standing 20 meters away from him suddenly disappear in an orange blur, a split second before a small fist impacted against his face and practically caved it in. The force behind it sent the Akatsuki member blasting backwards and tumbling violently down the bridge. When he eventually stopped on all fours, the man looked up in surprise with blood dripping from both his nose and mouth. Huh? The Akatsuki member unintelligently exclaimed, his shocked eyes looking up to see what the hell just hit him. When his attention landed on Naruto standing in the spot he had previously been standing with his fist outstretched, Hayden saw the boy was covered in a poisonous orange aura. It wasn't an ordinary chakra aura either. On second glance, it was chakra that had taken the form of a radiating cloak giving off heat waves and bubbles almost reminiscent of flames, a sight that had the silver-haired man gawking as he'd never seen anything like it before. To accompany the orange glow wrapped around the kid, the blonde also had what looked like ear shapes protruding from the head of the cloak, and two large tails made of the same chakra whipping behind him. After looking the brat over and locking eyes with the boy, Haydn then saw that the youngster's previous blue irises had turned red with black slits. To top it off, his spiky hair had become wilder, and his human features had become more feral and animalistic, including sharper whiskers, fangs in his teeth, and sharpened nails. The sight was fucking terrifying, something that had even Zabuza, Haku, and Isaribi reeling. The swordsman formerly of the Hidden Mist could feel the amount of chakra the boy was emitting as well as the presence he now possessed. The sensation he got from it was almost suffocating. What is this? What the heck's going on? Blinking in astonishment, he then narrowed his eyes further as he tried to remember where exactly he'd seen something like this before. Memories of his services back in Kirigakure eventually culminated in an answer, which had the man recoil in shock. Wait, don't tell me. He'd seen this before in both the previous containers of the 3 and 6-tailed beasts? And Naruto-kun, Isaribi whispered in shock, placing her hands over her mouth in disbelief as her despair brought on by the Akatsuki member's vile tongue dissipated completely. What's happening to him? Looking over, the purple-haired girl could see that both Zabuza and Haku were equally shocked at this development. About a minute after everyone had finished processing the new look Naruto was now sporting, Haydn had also managed to recover enough to finish taking in his opponent's sudden transformation, seconds before his mind cut back to memories of his group and the meetings he'd attended with them. While it took longer than everybody else there for him to fully comprehend the seriousness of his situation, he was eventually able to figure out why this terrifying new sight felt so familiar to him. It occurred to him not too long after he'd started pondering over the little details of it when he began to stand back up. His mind was floundering in astonishment by the time he managed to push himself to his feet. Whoa, hold on. Why you're a Jinchuriki. What the hell? So this was one of those tailed beast containers that his group was after? Son of a bitch. Unfortunately, he had no time to curse his luck out when Naruto suddenly vanished from sight in an orange haze, indicating the path he was traveling. A split second later, Haydn was smashed in the side by something small and fast-moving, blasting him across the bridge in another direction before he was knocked back the way he came and smacked tumbling onto his ass. Again and again Haydn was struck repeatedly by his now even faster adversary, who was now darting around at a speed he just wasn't able to keep up with. Not in his current state. Due to the fact that he hadn't been aware he'd been fighting a Jinchuriki this entire time, the mercenary's mind and body just wasn't ready for the level of speed and ferocity the boy suddenly brought out onto the field. Sure, if he'd known exactly what he was dealing with he would have been more prepared and would have been able to counter his attacks accordingly, but the fact that the kid's transformation was so sudden and that it took so long for him to realize exactly who his opponent was, Haydn just wasn't in the right frame of mind to adequately respond when he was suddenly blasted into the sky by a killer uppercut from his chakra-coated opponent. Dropped on all fours and letting out a growl as he watched his target fly straight up from his last attack, Naruto bellowed out in rage and blurred out of focus again before rocketing after his foe. Appearing several dozen stories above the bridge and above his still climbing adversary, the glowing Naruto linked his hands above his head, which extended into two large chakra arms that mimicked his actions perfectly, before he rammed both his fists down on top of the stunned Haydn. The Akatsuki member plummeted back towards the bridge's walkway at the speed of a bullet, slamming into the ground with such force the blast of debris, rubble and dust that flew into the air looked like a landmine going off. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a crater several meters across in diameter in the center of the bridge with a dazed Haydn sprawled out in the middle of it. His scythe, which had previously been held tightly in his grip, had flown out and was lying a few yards away from him, the cable still linking them together. Dripping blood from his mouth, the wincing man opened his eyes just in time to see Naruto's descending form drop down right on top of him with a killer knee to his stomach. The driving blow caused blood to fly from Haydn's mouth, before he was mercilessly pounded into the ground by the blonde's fists. Zabuza, Haku, and Isaribi could only watch in shock as their enraged companion mercilessly and violently drilled their adversary into the bridge with a continuous string of blows that would have pulverized a hill. They were only grateful that the bridge was so sturdy otherwise, judging from the shockwaves ringing out with every hit, the whole thing would have collapsed into the ocean by now. Eventually, after a minute of pinning the man under him and pretty much burying him with an uncountable number of furious attacks, a still cubified Naruto eventually withdrew and leapt out of the crater. Skidding to a stop not too far from the others, the panting, two-tailed form of the Jinchuriki caught his breath, before standing up to full height and allowing his transformation to subside. The orange chakra that had previously enveloped him bled back into his body and dissipated, his features slowly returning to normal. Panting with sweat pouring from him, Naruto watched and waited to see if the bastard would get up again. So far the guy had been stabbed, clubbed, beaten, body slammed, drowned repeatedly, and battered to the point his bones should have been pulverized, and had gotten up after every single wave unfazed. The Jinchuriki was expecting, knew their enemy was going to get up again if his resilience so far had shown them anything. However, when nothing happened for the next 5 minutes or so, and the blonde was still waiting for a response, Naruto was suddenly startled out of his reverie by a hand being placed upon his shoulder. Looking across, he saw Zabuza staring down at him with a level and collected expression, something the youngster was able to identify in his eyes. "It's over," the masked ninja said, patting him reassuringly. Hearing this and then glancing over to see Haku and Isaribi standing beside him and giving him warm looks, the winded Naruto then returned to focusing on his recovery. Coming down from the shock and high of the moment, the Jinchuriki took in a few deep, needed breaths before straightening up. Together, the four of them cautiously made their way over to the crater. Picking spots around it, the odd squad looked into the center of the huge indent in the ground to see that their opponent had practically been cremated in the assault he had been subjected to. On top of being virtually crushed, in his transformed state Naruto was able to drill him into the cement to the point most of his body was buried, save for his left hand, which was still sticking out of the ground. Kneeling down beside the arm, ignoring the cable beside him, Zabuza pressed his fingers to the wrist and checked for a pulse. After a moment and nothing, the swordsman stood back up and sighed in relief. "He's gone. There's no way he's getting up after that." Nodding, he glanced up at Naruto across from him and smirked, "Nice one, kid. That was a hell of a beat down you gave him." The Jinchuriki returned the compliment with a small smile. "Thanks, but..." He looked back down at the crater and frowned, an expression of dread coming over him when he held his hands up and checked them. From his bloody, bruised knuckles to his palms, he could still feel the sensations of his previous state reverberating through them like vibrations through a piece of metal, and the deed he'd actually done when he'd allowed his anger to run loose. He didn't know how to describe what he felt and what he did. It had simply been overwhelming. "That was the first time? I just lost it. Normally I'm more level-headed than that, but..." The kid bit his bottom lip and made a tight fist. He just kept insulting everyone, mocking everyone, and ridiculing us. I just couldn't stand it." Inside his mind, a familiar voice spoke up. "Sorry about that, kid. Going two tails for the first time must have been a real shock." Due to his own anger, the Kyuubi had pumped way more chakra than he expected into the kid to give him that extra boost to kill his opponent. He didn't know why he did it, he just did. Maybe because the words that Haiden used to insult all of them had been the exact same words that man spoke to him all those years ago before taking control of him. You could say the fox just wanted to get a little back for himself this time, and let off a little steam in the process. In the end, he was satisfied. "Hey! Don't worry about it," Zabuza exclaimed, getting Naruto to look up at him again and see his smirk. "I wanted to tear him apart myself for what he said about me. That bastard had it coming." Blinking, Naruto then looked to the side when he felt a hand rest on his arm and saw Isaribi beaming at him with shimmering eyes. Due to the fact that he practically stepped in to defend her honor and to protect her from the mercenaries' abuse, it wasn't surprising that she was showing him her thanks in this way. Isaribi took his hand and squeezed it, whispering a "thank you" before releasing him. The blonde acknowledged her show of gratitude and looked over at Haku, who also beamed at him. After a momentary silence, Naruto's eyes cut back to the center of the crater. "Well, at least it's over now." Just as the group was beginning to feel at ease, a twitch of the finger from the partially buried hand had Naruto and everyone else suddenly look at it. For a brief instant nothing happened, and the four figured they were probably just hallucinating. However, before either of them could react, the hand suddenly came to life and grabbed the cable, which began reeling in at high speed. Stunned, Zabuza looked at the cable retreating into the ground for but a moment before remembering exactly what it was attached to and spun around. When he turned, he saw the sickle lift off the ground and shoot straight towards him, its blades leveling with his neck to take his head. The swordsman only had a split second to react before he was forced to sway out of the way, two of the three blades slicing across his cheek directly under his eye and drawing blood. "Damn it!" The cable whipped around the surrounding four and knocked into Haku and Isaribi, but when Naruto blocked with his arm it shaved across his hand and drew blood. Caught off guard, the group sprang out of the crater and away when the scythe landed in the open hand. A shocked Naruto, Haku, Isaribi and Zabuza took up positions a good distance from the hole, where the weapon's coils couldn't reach them. The instant they stopped and stared, the crater they had previously been inside blasted upwards in a shower of debris. A moment later, Haydn, having taken the worst beating anyone had ever seen done to a human being before, rose up like a zombie from the concrete with a holler and a laugh. "I was waiting for one of you bastards to slip up. Now I got two," the man roared. Grinning madly at the stunned shinobi, he then sprang into the air and retreated further to the unfinished end of the bridge. It was there he quickly stopped and slid into the blood circle he'd drawn safely out of reach of attack at the beginning of the fight, and positioned himself firmly in its center. Shit. They'd completely forgotten he drew that. What the hell was he doing now? Despite looking a bit grungy with a few cuts and bruises, and having most of his outfit torn up, Haydn was still alive and well. This baffled the four people facing him off, as they honestly thought they'd killed him. The most shocked out of all of them was Zabuza, because he'd actually checked for his pulse and there had been none. From the amount of hits he'd taken from Naruto and watching him practically get flattened under enlarged chakra fists, the guy should have died. How the hell is he still alive? Zabuza asked, wiping away the blood on his cheek. He remembered the cut and swore under his breath. Shit. Now what? Isaribi was horrified. What is he? Is he immortal? Naruto shook his head in disbelief. I honestly don't know. He rubbed the wound on his hand until the Kyuubi's healing ability sealed it, the fox in question also expressing surprise at the development. Bringing his scythe up, Haydn smirked in satisfaction at the blood he could see dripping off of it and the cable. Chuckling, he glanced briefly towards the four meddlesome shinobi he was fighting, watching them back up in response when they thought he was going to attack. However, the move he had planned for them wasn't anything he was going to hurl at random. No. He had something a lot sweeter planned for them. Let's get to the fun part, Haydn exclaimed, licking the red fluid off of the tips of the blades. Haku and everybody else was stunned to see someone actually ingest blood. Though most of them there had seen and drawn blood before in the past, never in their entire careers had they ever thought about drinking blood. The moments they couldn't help it were when the blood came from their own bodies and it was coming from their own mouths. Those times were practically unavoidable. This man, however, was going out of his way to intentionally drink someone else's blood, both the blood on the side's blades and the cable he had attached to it. So basically they were fighting against someone who was not only insane, but was practically unkillable and bloodthirsty, literally. Was he even human? Their belief in that fact was only supported when they saw the man's skin change to black with white markings appearing all over him, giving him the appearance of a skeleton. If they weren't shaken before, they were definitely shaken now when they watched the assailant grin, embed his scythe into the ground next to him, and draw an extendable pike from his cloak. Jujitsu, Shurji Hyaketsu. Curse technique, death controlling possessed blood, Haydn exclaimed, his murderous gaze falling on the group. This is perfect. I can't wait to see how you fuckers react to my next trick. It's a real kicker. Snapping out of it at hearing the man speak, the group immediately got defensive. Not willing to wait around to see what he will do, Zabuza slapped his hands together and began flying through hand seals. Haku, Naruto and Isaribi put space between each other and watched the Jonin finish up. If my last attack didn't work, then I'll crush him with this one, the swordsman shouted, ending on Bird. As soon as he did, water began rising up quickly from both sides of the bridge and came to gather behind him. A ring quickly formed from the massive ocean, which began to spin violently, signaling the incoming of an awesome jutsu. Suetun, Daibakufu no dash. Too slow. Haydn exclaimed, driving the pike he was wielding straight through his own leg, right through a nerve bundle. While everyone was shocked to see their opponent attack himself, out of all of them, Zabuza and Naruto were the most shocked when the pair suddenly felt a searing pain in their legs and they both dropped to the ground. The swordsman didn't even have time to fire his damn jutsu when he dropped, the water that had been gathering behind him falling to the floor and forming a pool over the entire area. Haku and Isaribi looked across at the two boys in bewilderment, where they then unexpectedly saw blood beginning to dribble out of their left leg and into the water on the floor. Gripping his limb, Zabuza glared up at Haydn. What? What just? Gah! Naruto shouted, his hands applying pressure to the wound as he looked down at it in confusion. The hell? It hurts, doesn't it? Haydn cackled, grinding the pike in through his leg and eliciting shouts from his two victims, both of whom clutched their stinging legs even tighter. Getting the desired response from them, the assailant then yanked the pike out and held it up, watching as his own blood dripped from the weapon. The pain, the suffering, the confusion, don't you think it's fantastic? The man then positioned the pike over his stomach and, without a blink of hesitation, shoved it straight through him. How about this? Zabuza and Naruto's eyes widened as bolts of pain shot through them and they keeled over onto their hands and knees, bodies shaking as they kept themselves from falling flat over. "Zabuza-sama!" Haku shouted. "Naruto-kun!" Isaribi also shouted. The two girls rushed to the aid of the shinobi writhing in agony. The ice user wrapped her arms around her teacher and pulled the jonin up, looking him over. "What's wrong? What's happening?" Haku was then stunned into silence when she saw blood dripping out of his shirt and onto the floor from what looked to be a wound in his stomach. How he received it though was beyond her. Looking across, she saw Isaribi was hovering over Naruto and checking his own stomach just as she was her master's. The exact same injury that Zabuza was afflicted with was also on the boy's stomach. But how come? Their opponent was standing way outside of their range and wasn't throwing anything at them. He was just stabbing himself. So what the heck was happening to them? Through pained eyes, Zabuza looked up towards their foe. "It's him." His growl got the others to glance towards Haiden, where they saw him yank the pike out and hold it above his left arm, which he extended. "Son of a bitch, it has to be." Confused, Haku stood to full height and glared at their opponent, analyzing his current position. So far the Akatsuki member had stabbed himself in the leg and stomach, the exact same spots Zabuza and Naruto had just taken damage. Quickly, the ice user examined the situation and took into account everything that had occurred thus far. 1. Their opponent drew a circle of blood at the beginning of the fight. He didn't use it at all throughout most of the battle until he managed to niche Zabuza across the cheek and Naruto across the back of the hand. 2. He moved to the circle the moment he drew blood from his opponents and ingested it. 3. He changed forms and began attacking himself inside the circle, with each wound he was making to himself reflecting back on the swordsman and the Jinchuriki, both of whom he got the blood fr. Haku's eyes widened when she figured out what was going on and rushed forward, drawing Senbon from her robe and throwing them. She needed to get this man to stop attacking himself or get him out of the circle to sever the link. If she could do that, then she could save Zabuza and Naruto. However, the moment her Senbon peppered the silver-haired man in the chest and legs, stopping him from stabbing his arm, not only did he not move, but Zabuza suddenly curled over in agony and gripped the areas afflicted. Naruto responded to the onslaught as well, except he managed to stay upright through a combination of stubbornness and grit. A stunned Haku looked back at her battle-damaged master and friend with wide eyes, her brain processing at light speed why they'd suddenly doubled over before quickly getting her answer. "No," she shouted, looking back at Haiden to see him grinning madly in her direction. "It's not just himself. Even if we attack him inside that circle, then both him and the victims would receive the damage, with the former being the better off out of the two parties." Haiden had proven to all of them that he was resistant to all forms of damage that had the potential to cripple or maim. Not only could he dodge serious injury, but he could also survive the worst punishments imaginable and come out relatively unscathed. This made him like some sort of living, breathing human doll that could take hits to the body and keep on coming, no matter what you tried to him. On its own that was a scary thought. However, he had now subjugated himself to a ritualistic technique that effectively transformed him into a person akin to a voodoo mannequin. Since he could stand through any attack thrown at him, he could stab and attack himself freely inside of his circle without cause for concern. But while he could survive any attacks targeting the vital areas of the body, other people probably could not. Biting back the pain, Naruto growled and forced himself upright. Ignoring the blood coating his front and dripping down his leg, he staggered forward and fired off a Hien round at the Akatsuki member. His attack ripped towards its target with intent to knock him off his feet and out of the circle. Shockingly enough, however, when it slammed into Haiden, not only did it fail to budge him from his spot just as Haku's attack did, but the damage he received came back on both him and Zabuza. The blonde staggered back and spit up blood, while the jonin on his hands and knees ripped away his mask and choked it out. The Jinchuriki growled and snapped back towards their smirking foe. "I can't move him." "How did he?" Eyes widening, he looked towards Haiden's feet. "Shit. He's sticking to the ground with chakra. Now that I know how your attack works, I can use it against you." Haiden laughed uproariously. "Not having fun anymore? Good. Because I'm having a ball over here." Regaling in the group struggles, the man stabbed himself in the arm, before bringing his pike out in front of him and beginning to slash and stab at his midsection deeply and repeatedly. "Take this. And this. And this." Zabuza curled up on the ground holding his bleeding stomach in agony, growling and yelling against every bolt of pain that washed over him before glaring angrily at the man. Naruto dropped to his knee and stopped himself from falling, his shoulders being taken by Isaribi, now starting to panic. Balling his fists, the swordsman slammed them into the ground and attempted to force himself up, But his body was taking so much damage right now it was impossible for him. He could feel his insides caving and his life flickering out with every bolt of pain that went coursing through him. The damage he took and the blood he was losing? Shit, at this rate. You bastard. Haydn smirked when he heard the curse thrown his way, drawing his pike back and holding it above his right pectoral. After a moment of pause, he drove it straight through his lung, causing Zabuza to bend forward and choke up more bodily fluids. Naruto did the same, but instead of falling flat on his face, bit his teeth together through vein red eyes and forced his body up. Letting out a strangled scream, he stumbled forward off of Isaribi, where he was quickly caught by Haku and both turned to glare at their attacker. The Akatsuki member tormenting the two males kept the spear where it was rooted and chuckled, "This is my mercy. Enjoy it while it lasts, dickheads, because it will all be over shortly." Hearing this, Haku looked at the man in alarm. No! She knew what that must have meant and turned towards the others in desperation, feeling Naruto move off of her and stand by himself. Naruto! He's going for the heart. Winded and still taking serious damage, Naruto wiped the blood from his mouth and staggered forward. Despite bleeding heavily through his jacket, he was beyond giving up at this point. This fucker was toying with them. That was something the Jinchuriki was not going to let slide. Like hell he is. Naruto shouted. He had to die. Brat. I can heal the injuries you've already taken to your body, but in your condition you won't survive a direct shot to the heart, the Kyuubi's voice shouted at him from inside. You have to stop him. I know, the blonde yelled back. But how? The distance between them was too great and the guy had them completely at his mercy. If they tried to approach him he would stab himself through the heart and end the fight. They needed a long-range technique, one that could get him out of that goddamn circle. If they used the wrong one they would damage themselves, and Naruto's Hien just wasn't cutting it anymore now that the guy was resisting them. What the hell were they going to do? They were out of options. Feeling he'd left the four in traumatic suspense long enough, Haydn brought his pike out and levitated it above the area where his heart was. Seeing Haku and Isaribi's horrified expressions had his grin widen as he drew back for the final blow. Well kids, we had fun, Haydn exclaimed cockily before giving them a courteous nod. But now, let's share the pain of death together. Just as he was rearing back for a piercing shot through his own chest, he suddenly stopped when he remembered something important. Wait. Shit, weren't we supposed to catch these tailed beast things alive? Yeah. That's right. The leader said that to all of them specifically. They needed to bring the Jinchuriki in alive. Damn, and he was still connected to the kid. What the hell was he going to do now? Before he could think up a solution, all of a sudden a massive pillar of water shot up beside the bridge from the ocean below. The sight of the massive tower distracted Haydn long enough to watch the undulating mass suddenly warp and twist, before taking the shape of a massive dragon. The creature composed entirely of sea water let out a roar as it suspended itself high above the Akatsuki member, who looked at it in surprise before cutting towards his four opponents. There, on the ground, he saw Zabuza had a hand seal formed and was glaring at him through intense eyes. In spite of the pain he was in, he was able to bite through it and muster enough strength to use a jutsu, which he had trained on Haydn and ready to run him down. Clicking his tongue, Haydn pulled the pike away from his heart and held it above his left arm. Fucking smartass. You think you can still act cool in your position? Huh? Well fuck you. He drove the spear through his limb, causing Zabuza's arm to go dead and drop, which effectively dispelled his technique. The giant water dragon hovering above Haydn dropped like a dead weight back towards the ocean, crashing across the bridge and soaking the entire area. Having been standing directly underneath it, the white-haired assailant glared straight ahead of him while feeling the water fall on top of him, after which he then continued to stare while giving the situation a moment of pause, before he pulled the pike out from his arm and smirked. Not so cool now, huh? The Akatsuki member taunted. After all that effort, you fucked up. A harsh laugh came from the exhausted Zabuza as he glared back at the man again through a pained expression. In spite of all of his serious internal injuries, he was still able to chuckle through them and mess with his opponent. What makes you think I fucked up? Puzzled, Haydn looked down at himself. It was then, looking down at his feet, he realized what had happened. Eyes widening, the silver-haired assassin saw that, while the water dragon bullet technique failed in taking him out, when the user lost his hold on it and it dropped to the bridge, it ended up flooding the entire walk space. On top of that, not only did the floor get soaked, but the symbol he'd drawn in blood had been washed away. All he was standing in now was shallow water, which had him panic. No! My ritual! Breathing raggedly, Zabuza clenched his fists and reeled forward with what strength he had left. Now's your chance. Get him! Not needing to be told twice as they had seen the whole thing for themselves, Haku and the grievously wounded Naruto exploded into action and charged straight towards their foe as fast as they could. In spite of his injuries, the Jinchuriki led the charge with everything he had. Haku, we need to take him together while he's stationary. I'll block his first shot and create an opening. Use that to take out his weapon. Right. Side by side, the pair dashed towards the assailant in a blur, intent on defeating him before he had the chance to regain his bearings. Despite him having a clear physical and taijutsu advantage over them, they didn't care what it took to beat him as long as they put him down for good. As to how exactly, they didn't know. They'd tried drowning him, stabbing him, attacking his vital organs and crushing him. What haven't they tried yet to get rid of the son of a bitch? In the middle of their high-speed sprint, Naruto looked up towards the sky. Thinking about it for a moment, he then said to hell with it. Seeing the kids approaching him, crisscrossing along their path to confuse him, Haiden let out a growl and yanked his primary weapon out of the ground, intent on cutting them down as soon as they got within reach. Damn you, you stupid rats. Just die already. Naruto and Haku advanced on the powerful shinobi, both with their respective weapons drawn and corked back. Together, they let out a tremendous war cry as they closed the final distance on the Akatsuki member and moved in for the kill. Haiden struck. Naruto lunged forward and deflected the descending scythe with a mighty upward swing of his kunai, sending the triple-bladed weapon back into the air. While the enemy was staggered, Haku rushed in and threw a hail of Sanban at his body, legs, arm and weapon, smacking it several times and forcing him to let go of it and throw it out of reach. The cable also fell under the assault of lightning-fast ice needles, which slipped into the flexible gaps and broke it at the base of the handle, effectively severing his connection to it. Stumbling backwards from the furious combination, Haiden tried to retreat, but was unable to evade using his acrobatics due to the Sanban buried in his knees. With their opponent effectively grounded, Haku and Naruto switched places for a third time. The blonde swung around his partner and threw his corked right hand forward, plowing it straight into Haiden's chest. Jet hand, motherfucker! Naruto roared in anger, forcing himself past the damage racking his body and the searing pain that came with it. All of a sudden, the ejection point Naruto slammed into Haiden's sternum blasted into life. The gale winds the attack sent started whipping around both of them from the impact point, ripping up the concrete floor, sending dust flying, and cutting everywhere in all directions. It was like a vortex compacted to the size of a fist had opened up on the Akatsuki member's chest, drilling into him with forces 100 times stronger than Naruto's normal attack. The power behind it was so great that Haku, Zabuza and Isaribi had to hold their ground as winds tore across the bridge all the way to the end of it. In the midst of the chaotic storm, Haiden let out a scream of terror while Naruto bellowed at the top of his lungs, his eyes flickering between blue and red, before his body suddenly became shrouded in a potent orange glow. Seconds later, the blonde sent the man flying. Blasting down the bridge like he was fired out of a cannon, the Akatsuki member flew straight through the barricade wall, across the channel, and across the coast moments before his trajectory changed course and he was sent rocketing skywards while gradually gaining altitude. Everyone who had braced themselves under the storm of wind that hit them from Naruto's attack striking Haiden flush in the chest looked up and watched in shock as their foe was sent clear over the horizon in one of the best pitches they'd ever seen. The technique had so much power behind it and was moving so fast, the mercenary actually left a vapor trail as he shot off at an exponential rate. Oh. Meanwhile, across the channel in one of the small ports controlled by Gato, Tayuya could be seen standing atop a ruined building glaring down at the mass of bodies she'd recently laid strewn across the various floors and platforms. Twirling her flute between her fingers, the redhead smirked when she saw Swift fly up from one of the unconscious thugs to land on her shoulder. The bird had helped her in driving the swaths of troops down below crazy, getting them to chase her around the area, which made the young swallow perfect bait for the kunoichi to use her flute music to lull them into a powerful genjutsu. After hypnotizing a majority of the mercenaries, she then proceeded to clobber each and every one of them, being merciful enough to put some of them to sleep with her tunes so she had less of them to fight. That didn't mean their transition from conscious to unconscious was pleasant. Oh no. The genjutsu she'd given all of them had been one nasty piece of work. Definitely something that would require months of therapy. This was clear from the stunned looks on a lot of her comatose foes drooling or frothing at the mouths respectively, and blabbering endlessly about giant monsters eating them and bugs crawling into their bodies. Yeah, you guys are going to be in La La Land for a long time. Enjoy, Tayuya exclaimed, catching her flute in her hand while glancing across at her bird teammate. Pretty cool, huh? When the swallow whistled, the redhead giggled. What can I say? It's what I do best. Just before Tayuya could make any plans on what to do with the dozens of brutes she'd managed to put down, a blast of wind suddenly hit her in the back of the head, followed by the distinct echo of the sound barrier being broken. Caught off guard, the redhead spun around and glanced towards the massive bridge she could see just several hundred meters away. Locking onto it, the kunoichi then watched as a high-speed trail of smoke lifted off from the structure like it was a ramp, before blasting into the sky away from the island. The stunned kunoichi and the bird on her shoulder followed the trail of vapor as it shot over the horizon like a rocket, watching it until it vanished over the line above the treetops before turning to face the island completely. Only one person they knew could use a technique like that. Who else could propel objects at high speed, trailing fumes and defying all the laws of physics? Naruto-kun, Tayuya murmured, frowning deeply and holstering her flute. Swift hopped off of her shoulder to hover beside her. Let's go! The redhead then jumped down from the building and ran for the docks. That thing that blasted off from the bridge was no ordinary object. That was a person. If Naruto was forced to use that much power to send a living being, a person, into the atmosphere, then that wasn't a good thing. Oh! Screaming at the top of his lungs, Hayden was unable to stop himself no matter what he tried as he broke the sound barrier several times, broke through several different cloud formations, before soon entering the altostratus level. Due to the G-forces impacting him, he could barely move properly as he was whipped and spun around like a mannequin in a blender, watching the land of fire beneath him pass him by at an alarming rate. It was unreal. That fucking brat. I swear, when I get off of this thing, I will fucking murder him. Fuck. Jashin will smite you for this, you son of a bitch. Gah. He didn't care anymore whether that kid was a Jinchuriki or not. As soon as he stopped, he was going to hunt him down and kill him. The man cried and swore profusely as he observed any notable feature of land below disappear in an unreadable blur as he passed through more clouds. In his long, 1-hour journey across the continent at whatever ridiculous speed he was moving at, Hayden's body was subjected to the harshest conditions humanly possible. He was ravaged by high winds, starved of oxygen, and at some point, his body got soaked from all the clouds he was pushed through. Due to his consciousness remaining intact, he was able to see and experience everything that came after that, to the point he suddenly passed into an area where he was slowly able to make out the distinct features of white and snowfall. Perplexed when he felt the temperature drop like a stone, Hayden had only a few seconds of more flight time to try and work out where he was exactly, till all of a sudden his view of the world turned blood red, seconds before his vision went black. Due to the fact he had been traveling at such high speed backwards, the mercenary had been unable to see he had wound up in the mountain ranges somewhere in the northern parts of the country, where his body was then, without warning, slammed straight into the side of one of the massive peaks. The blast of rubble, debris and snow outwards on impact was big enough. The fact that he went splat against it like a bug under a fly swatter on a windowsill was another. For however many number of minutes that went by after that, Hayden saw nothing but black. Eventually, his eyes recovered whatever sight he'd lost and blinked open to kiss the sunlight that was able to reach him up there. Once his vision completely cleared up, a grin spread across the silver-haired man's lips as he realized he'd finally stopped. Yeah? Is it over? Huh. Yes. About fucking time. Woo. What a rush. Motherfucker, I don't think anyone has ever moved that fast before. Clearly he had chosen to forget about the fourth Hokage and Raikage, but he couldn't give a shit about them right now. He'd finally landed, and that meant he could get back to killing people again. Shit. I shouldn't have held my ground against that kid's fucking wind attacks. I should have just dodged and fucking cut them all to pieces. This time I'll do it right. Wait, why do I taste blood? A whole lot of blood. Man. He must have hit the ground harder than he thought. And why can't I feel my legs, or my arms, or my hands? Confused, the man looked down to see what was going on and figure out why he couldn't move. It took him a few moments of glaring through the snow for him to discover that not only had he formed a massive crater in the ground where he crashed, but his body had splattered and quartered itself. Hayden's eyes bugged out of his head when, from his head's position at one end of the crater, he saw his arm lying several feet from him, his leg a few feet from that, a pool of blood staining the snow, and his torso lying at the other side of the hole in a crumpled heap. He had no idea where the other parts were. What the? Yep. At the speed he had been traveling at, when he hit the side of the mountain, not only did he hit it at full speed, he also went straight into bedrock. Son of a bitch. What the hell? How the fuck am I going to put myself back together now? Kakuzu. The man screamed out, his voice echoing through the mountains however many thousands of meters up he was. Unfortunately for him, his partner was nowhere even near where he was, which was really bad. Kakuzu you. His voice echoed through the foggy, sub-zero mountain ranges and into the distance, reverberating off of every wall and cliff. This was his big mistake, as once Hayden's disembodied voice died out, the severed head stopped when he heard the sound of rumbling and looked up. When he did, he saw a wall of ice and snow charging straight towards him from the mountain further up the side. When it got close enough for him to see it and the shaking in the ground grew to a level he could easily feel, Hayden's eyes bugged out again when he realized what he had done. Fuck me. His last curse died under the tremendous sound of a rushing storm when the avalanche hit him and swept him away, burying him under tons of ice in the middle of uncharted territory. It would not be too long till the collapsing sheet of snow settled down. When it did, it left a mountainside completely devoid of life, due to the fact that it had not only scattered whatever remains of Hayden there were, but had buried him under hundreds of feet of snow and ice, which was where he would stay forever. It was over for him. Oh. Elsewhere? Having lived close to 100 years now from the days of the first Hokage, you could say that Kakuzu was a man of experience. He'd seen and heard of almost everything major and minor in the world in the numerous decades he had been around, and the amount of knowledge on top of the skills he'd accumulated during that period was irrefutable. You could even go so far as to say that there was nothing out there that he hadn't seen before and that there were very few things that could surprise him. Anything that could, he would refer to as just one of those days, he figured. This just happened to be one of them. At the beginning of this fight with Orochimaru's subordinate, Kakuzu started off confidently. With his claim over the 5 main affinities and the abilities granted to him by his Jiangu, Earth Grudge Fear, threads, he figured he had this one in the bag. Since he'd done battle with several Kagaya in the past and came out on top through the same means he'd enhanced upon in the past 50 years every time, he figured that Kimimaro would just be another pig lined up for slaughter. But then the battle between them started, the two fighters engaged, and things started to go pear-shaped for the bounty hunter real quickly. It wasn't that he was in any kind of danger. Oh no. It was just that the situation to follow started to become troublesome. The Kagaya were well known for their aggressive fighting style and savage battle tactics. For those that had come into possession of their rare Kekkei Genkai Shikatsumiyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, this enhanced their abilities to perform several times over, granting them flexibility, strength, power and speed an ordinary human wouldn't be capable of. The last person Kakuzu fought with these abilities was a really powerful individual, able to encase herself in armor and forge swords of bone. She had an impressive fighting style and decent strength, something Kakuzu was able to circumvent and carve through her. Kimimaro had inherited these exact same abilities, which Kakuzu thought would make for another easy and predictable battle. Unfortunately, the boy had also inherited a lot more than just bloodline ability. He was also ridiculously sharp and his reflexes were absurd. On top of that, he was incredibly talented, able to bust out moves and techniques on the fly like he'd rehearsed it thousands of times in the past. This became apparent when Kakuzu attempted to corner him, and he just slipped away. He wasn't too shabby in the close combat area either. With that bone dagger in his grasp and his hand-to-hand combat skills, he was able to trade blows evenly with the bounty hunter, and even run circles around him for a bit. After getting a decent gauge of his opponent's abilities, Kakuzu started to take him more seriously, as did the youngster. Following a vicious exchange through the underground base, Kimimaro took it up a notch by producing bones from his entire body and went after the man like a spinning top. Using only his Doton, Domu, Earth Release, Earth Spear, encasing certain parts of his body in black, Kakuzu came to blows with the young man again, reducing entire hallways to rubble and collapsing rooms on them. Eventually Kimimaro was forced to activate the cursed seal of Earth on his chest, transforming his entire body to look like a dinosaur. This was where the battle really started to get interesting, and in the ensuing chaos, the entire base was blasted from the cliff and into the ocean. Through use of his fire release technique Katan, Zukaku, fire release, intelligent hard work, Kakuzu ripped the entire facility apart and assaulted his opponent mercilessly. When the structure caved in on itself and was left a smoking, unrecognizable heap, the man leapt out of the aftermath and back out onto open ground. Grungy from unintentionally burying himself, with his cloak dirt-ridden and shredded from his battle with his opponent, most notably the missing sleeve on his right and the tattered hem at the bottom, the masked shinobi glared down at what used to be Orochimaru's research lab. The section of island it resided in was nothing but a crater of large slabs of rubble and debris now, with smoke rising out of it due to the explosions that had occurred inside. This ruined section led all the way down to the beach, where Kakuzu could see clear out across the ocean. After inspecting his handiwork, he grunted and massaged his neck. What a pain. I never expected the runt to transform into a lizard and start leveling the place, Kakuzu thought offhandedly before lowering his arm back down to his side. Next time I'll finish the battle quickly and not waste time. That was just a needless expense of chakra. Turning heel, the man prepared to march out of there, only to stop when he saw the ground several meters in front of him explode upwards and several large bone structures began jutting out of it. Sawarabi no Mai. Dance of the Seedling Fern. Kakuzu watched with interest as dozens more bones penetrated the surface before stopping. Several seconds later, the familiar form of Kimimaro came sliding out of one of the protrusions at the front, currently transformed in a partial level 2 state, with half of his body normal, while the other half of his skin was dark brown and demonic in appearance, with thick bones sticking out from that side of his back like sails. After stepping onto the ground, looking a little roughed up but relatively unharmed, the boy held his transformed right arm up and produced a large quantity of bone from it. The white blades twisted and wrapped around his limb till he'd produced something akin to a drill, which had Kakuzu raise an eyebrow. Tesenka no Mai, Hana, Dance of the Clematis, Flower, Kimimaro said, cocking the massive construct of bone back threateningly while locking his best death glare with the Akatsuki member. You think you can destroy my master's precious facility and just walk away? Yes, Kakuzu shrugged carelessly. Technically it was Kimimaro that started going wild and forced the bounty hunter to start fighting more recklessly. He figured that half of it was partially his fault as well. You are mistaken, Kimimaro replied with a deepening frown. I will not have you intrude on our soil and sully it with your filthy presence. Trash like you must be disposed of accordingly, and I am just the person best suited for the job. He lowered himself into a wide stance, his one yellow eye hardening on the man standing in his sights. Prepare to meet your maker. After hearing Kimimaro's blatant declaration to defeat him, Kakuzu breathed a sigh of annoyance before raising his right hand. When he did, the stitching around his arm unraveled and, in a show of his own freakish capabilities, an immense amount of threads burst out and wrapped around his hand. When they formed a mass of metal like a club, two of his masks appeared at the tip with their chins touching, the fire mask and the wind mask. While the Kagaya flinched at the sudden change in his opponent's limb, to Kakuzu it was just a normal occurrence. Normally I wouldn't use these to such an extent, but you're really trying my patience, boy, Kakuzu replied, his glare darkening as he lowered his morphed arm. I'll be sure to finish you with this next attack. Frowning, Kimimaro crouched and prepared for a lunge. But before either foe could move to engage for a possibly fifth round, a sudden flash of chakra on the wind stopped them dead, and the pair's eyes turned towards the tree line. Looking towards the tops of the trees, the two shinobi saw a vapor trail high up in the sky arcing towards the horizon of the mainland, with the source of it moving at an extremely high speed up into the alto cumulus level. It was unusual to see such a formation in the sky and even stranger that they were able to sense such a phenomenon. Puzzled, Kakuzu squinted to try and gauge what the hell he was looking at, figuring it to be just some strange cloud formation. When his gaze locked onto the fast-moving object way off in the distance, his eyes widened somewhat in surprise when he realized that it was a person. It wasn't just any person either. Who else wore black and would make such a flashy performance to let everyone know that it was him? What's more, it also looked like he was in deep shit, something that had Kakuzu completely forget about his squabble with Kimimaro as well as his hunt and focus on the new issue at hand. Damn it, Haiden, the masked mercenary growled, his brow furrowing irritably. I give you a simple job to do and you screw it up. Now you're really going to die. And he was absolutely serious on that note. The trajectory of his airborne opponent far off in the distance was dangerous. If he ascended any higher than that, then the chances of him returning to Earth in one piece and not scattering across the land was zero. Groaning in exasperation, the man turned back to Kimimaro. We're done here. No. Just you, the Kagaya replied, dashing forward before leaping into the air. The massive bone drill in his right cocked back as he descended upon his foe, all intentions set to impale the man with his strongest attack. However, just before he could get into striking distance of him, Kakuzu pointed his transformed limb straight up at the youngster, and the mouths of the two masks opened. Jiangu, Saishu Shijiki. Earth Grudge Fear, final shot. The flecks of fire and wind that appeared at the mouths of his masks suddenly warped together, before blasting outwards in the form of a raging tornado of flames. A stunned Kimimaro still in mid-descent was engulfed in the enormous blast that filled the air with an attack the size of an actual hurricane. The flames incinerated trees and lit up the sky in a dazzling display of destruction. The person on the receiving end was scorched and tossed about inside the heart of the attack, after which he was then sent hurling out of it trailing smoke. Wherever he landed, Kakuzu was sure that he wouldn't be picking himself up for a while. Cutting off the chakra feed to the attack, Kakuzu retracted his arm and allowed the threads and masks to sink back into him. His limb twisting and shuddering as everything was returned to its rightful places. The bounty hunter then flexed his restored fingers before looking across the smoldering crater the size of an Olympic swimming pool, which he'd formed in the ground from the sheer range of his attack. Even though he aimed the blast upwards, the spread and reach it had was just jaw-dropping. "That takes care of him," Kakuzu muttered, wanting to add a "for now" to the end of that, but was pretty sure he wouldn't be running into him again anytime soon. He was going to be busy grafting skin back onto his body after having all of it melted off. Business settled, the masked man then focused on the vapor trail he could see fading away in the distance. When it vanished, he calculated the exact position the rocket originated from, and started in that direction, moving with purpose. The bridge. Yep. Whatever shit Hayden got himself into must have been way more than he could handle. Naruto. Drifting. Getting back on track. Back on the bridge? On his hands and knees and sweating profusely, Naruto breathed in and out heavily as he attempted to recover from the strongest jet hand technique he'd ever performed. While the normal ones he'd used countless times before in the past had been easy and carried a small amount of energy behind them, the charged one he just executed a few minutes ago was able to send his opponent into temporary supersonic flight. No matter how you looked at it, that was in no way an easy thing to pull off, even for him. The amount of chakra he had to unload to carry his target the distance he intended and across the country at that speed had taken a sizable chunk out of his reserves. He almost went completely orange for a moment. While Naruto had tons of chakra in his tank to burn, not only was this his first time using his unique jutsu on such a scale, he was also still recovering from serious injury. He'd had to move at his fastest speed just to get close to the bastard to execute it. He'd had to avoid his weapon and block him to create an opening, and it had also been the most terrifying thing he'd ever done. The chances of the attack actually being successful with such a small window of opportunity had been roughly 50/50, so it had also been a wild gamble. Hayden could have chosen to run. If he hadn't been so shocked at having his curse ritual cut off and stubborn enough to hold his ground against his attackers, whom he had greatly underestimated, then the whole plan would have fallen to pieces. That man was seriously strong and scary to get up close with. Naruto was only grateful he'd had Haku there to help him out. They'd made one hell of a team. After watching the speck on the horizon that was his opponent vanish and the vapor trail start to disperse, Naruto pushed himself to his feet and slowly made his way back over to the group and the downed Zabuza. While walking, the blonde stumbled upon the triple-bladed scythe wielded by their opponent lying in the pool of water covering the bridge not too far from where he'd been launched. Easily spotting it from the glare of the sun reflecting off of its menacing blades, the Jinchuriki strolled over to its position and looked down at it with momentary interest. Picking it up, Naruto got a feel for the weight of the weapon and inspected it from base to tip. At first he thought about taking this thing for himself as a souvenir of his battle here. However, knowing that it had been held by the worst possible human being he had ever laid eyes on and the very same person that attacked Haku's teacher and him in the most inhuman way possible, he soon found himself unable to look at it any longer. All it reminded him of was that man's wretched grin and cruel eyes. Gripping the handle of it tightly, Naruto looked around once before, cocking it back and taking aim, threw the weapon out over the ocean. As heavy as it was, the blonde was still able to hurl it further than any kunai he'd ever thrown, where he then watched it plunge into the channel and sink to the bottom of the causeway, never to be seen again. Satisfied knowing that all traces of that man were gone, Naruto gave an affirmative nod and the smallest of smiles, before quickly jogging staggeringly over to where Haku and the others were. All exhaustion from his previous attack was wiped clear from him and replaced with boundless energy once more, which carried him, limping, over to his comrades' sides. When he arrived, he found Haku kneeling beside Zabuza alongside Isaribi, with the former desperately trying to fix the man up and cover his wounds. Looking down at the blood the Jonin still had pooling out onto the floor and the amount of damage he'd taken, Naruto knew that out of all of them the missing Nin got hit the worst. Unlike him, Zabuza didn't have the luxury of rapid healing. He was just a man. The sight of his grievous injuries immediately had Naruto set on concerned as he joined the girls in trying to help the Jonin, even though whatever help he could provide would only be patchwork. "Zabuza-sama," Haku exclaimed in a voice filled with worry and fear. "Please hold on. We'll get you to a doctor. Stay with us." With his mask removed completely from his face, everyone could see how dreadful the Jonin now looked. Not only was he bleeding heavily from the mouth, his eyes also had dark rings under them indicating severe exhaustion and he was incredibly pale. If you were to touch him in one spot, you could literally feel the heat leaving the area you were in contact with, indicating how fast he was slipping. His chakra was also absolutely spent, as the last technique he used to wash away Hayden's blood circle was done while he was practically on his last limbs. All of this on top of where he currently was meant that he was, right now, in really serious, dire straits. Desperate to save him, Haku did everything she could for his injuries. She ripped his shirt open to try and plug the ridiculous amount of holes he had punctured in him, and did her best bandaging up the wounds in his arm and leg. However, with his chest and stomach messed up the way they were, the chances of him making it through this were, well. Naruto gritted his teeth and shook his head furiously. He didn't want to think about that. No. Hell no. He had to think positive. Zabuza was going to pull through this for sure. Yeah. He was a tough man. He could definitely get up from this, no problem. They always did. Dropping beside Isaribi, Naruto pulled some bandages of his own out of his pouch as well as a collection of medicinal herbs he always had on him. However, before he could start trying to fix the injured shinobi up, he suddenly felt his hand grabbed by Zabuza's and looked at the man in surprise. When he did, he saw the battered swordsman stare at him momentarily, before the hard warrior's gaze softened and he shook his head in a clear no. Though it took a moment, Naruto got the message and dropped his material in utter shock and defeat. Eyes shimmering, the boy bit his teeth together tightly and looked away, tears beginning to creep their way into view. No, he breathed, no, it's just. Balling his fist, he punched the ground repeatedly in both anger and frustration. It's just not fair. It's just not fair, damn it. After all that planning, and after fighting so hard against such a powerful opponent and winning, it still ended like this. You can't let this beat you. A small chuckle came from Zabuza's lips as he looked up at the distressed boy next to him. Things don't always go exactly as planned, kid. Some days you win, some days you lose, that's just how it is. A smile tugged at his mouth as he continued to stare at the youngster, giving him a more considerate expression as he sized him up one last time. Heh, that was one hell of a show you put on there for us. For Konohagakure's Jinchuriki, you really are something else. Naruto blinked, looking the rogue ninja in the eyes in confusion before gulping nervously. The frustrations he felt dissipated with that moment, leaving him shaken and spent. Really? So he was able to figure it out? Zabuza nodded weakly, but smiled nonetheless. This was your win today. Be proud of that. Before he could say or do anything else, the sound of footsteps from behind drew Naruto's and everybody else's attention towards the end of the bridge. When they turned, they saw a girl around the Jinchuriki's age with wild red hair, a Konoha headband and wearing a khaki battle dress running towards them from the access point in the guard rail. She also had a small swallow fluttering alongside her. When the girl coached to a halt some paces away from the group, Naruto blinked through tear-strung eyes when he recognized who it was. Tayuya-chan? Naruto-kun, wa? The winded Kunoichi was about to speak, but stopped in her tracks when she saw the wounded Zabuza on the floor as well as the other girls kneeling around him. Looking at each of their faces, noting the damages they had taken, the blood collecting on the ground, and taking in their downtrodden expressions, Tayuya quickly read what was going on here and, being the smart girl that she was, ceased talking altogether. She wisely kept her distance from that point on for the sake of the moment. Naruto nodded at her considerate decision and panned back to the others, who were giving the newcomer uncomfortable stares. With a few silent gestures, the Jinchuriki assured them that it was okay, and looked back down at the swordsman in the middle. Assured that the new girl to arrive to the scene meant them no harm, Zabuza gave Naruto an approving smile before, much to everyone's shock, the man sat up. Having not expected him to just right himself due to all the grievous injuries on his body and the wounds around his midsection, Haku and everyone else looked towards the swordsman with mixed feelings of concern, seeing him reach over, pick up his sword, and shakily prop it up beside him for support. Panting, the warrior bit his shark-like teeth together before glaring up through the sweat pouring down his tired face. I bet that attack you just used could be seen for miles. Chances are, the other one is on his way. His eyes then cut to his right, with all of the youngsters around him following his gaze towards the island. When Naruto, Haku, Isaribi and Tayuya glanced out over Wave Country, the group saw a pillar of fire shoot up into the sky on the other side of the highest hill. Judging from the sheer size of the attack and the flash, the group guessed it was somewhere on the far side of the mangroves and inlets, way out of reach of the main village. Nonetheless, to be able to see a fireball the size of a tornado unexpectedly shoot out of the forests was not something to take lightly. It was in fact a major cause for concern. The sound of Zabuza getting onto his knee and pushing his body up drew their attention round to him once more. Even with our numbers, in my condition, we don't stand a chance against Kakuzu. If he comes now, and finds all of us still here, he will kill us. Then, what do we do? Isaribi asked while trembling anxiously. They couldn't fight. Not after the battle they just had. They were exhausted. If Haiden gave them that much trouble and had damn near came close to killing everyone, then they couldn't imagine how powerful this Kakuzu guy was. Knowing that their only option was to run and hide, and aware of his current state, Zabuza steeled himself for the worst. Clenching his fists and biting back the intense pain shooting through him, the man concluded that there was one thing left for him to do, and one thing left that he could do. With the amount of chakra he had in reserve and acknowledging his current condition, he had no doubt in his mind that he would be able to pull it off. He also had a strong incentive to do so as well, which was what inevitably sealed his decision. Kakuzu won't leave this island, not without good reason. His expression darkened considerably as he glared ahead of him. I'll give him that reason, and take him down with me. Everyone looked at the man in horror, but not to the degree as the one who'd known him the longest. No, Haku said loudly, placing her bloody hands on the swordsman's shoulder and getting him to look over at her. Master, you can't die. Not here. Not in this place. What about your dreams? Your ambitions? She shook her head in defiance as she clenched her jaw tightly and ran her hand over his wounds, trying to clean them up. But without any healing jutsu, the damage was beyond her ability to repair. I can't let you die here. I won't. You still have so much to do and so much to accomplish. Haku, you trained me to be your weapon, Zabuza-sama. Haku shouted on, the teen using disinfecting powder from a bag she was carrying before pressing a mass of gauze against his stomach. You trained me to be a perfect shinobi, to be your tool, the very thing meant to help you realize your dream for a better future. You told me to do my best to fulfill your wishes and to not accept failure. If I cannot fulfill the purpose you set for me, then what good am I to you? Securing the bandages and applying pressure, Haku looked on frantically as blood seeped through into it. Isaribi, on the verge of tears herself, reached over and grabbed hold of Naruto's jacket. Also showing sadness yet trying to remain strong, the Jinchuriki clenched his fists as he felt the girl next to him lean into his shoulder and hold onto his sleeve, both watching Haku grip Zabuza's shoulder tightly. Hearing nothing but silence from the Jonin and seeing his serious eyes fix on her own, the ice user bared her teeth in dismay. A few seconds of tears later, she pulled out a Senbon. Taking it into two hands, Haku held it up and positioned it in front of her throat, her action startling Naruto, Tayuya and Isaribi, as the state she assumed only meant one course of action could be taken from there. If I can't save you, Zabuza-sama, and if I cannot fulfill my duties, then I am of no further use to you, Haku exclaimed, closing her eyes. However, before she could do anything irrational beyond that, her wrist was suddenly grabbed and pulled down. Shocked, she looked to see Zabuza staring at her seriously and giving her a look that promised severe reprimanding should she continue on her current path. Despite his life force slipping and his organs failing, the swordsman was still able to act to talk some sense into and pass on his last few words to his apprentice. As this would be the last words he would ever speak to her, and the last time he'd ever see her, he had to make them count. Don't. He shook his head at her, don't. The Jonin then smiled and, reaching up, rested his hand against the side of her face. When he did, he gently brushed the tear that strayed from her eye and beamed. Haku, all these years, you've been hiding your true feelings from me, so that you could become the perfect shinobi, the perfect weapon, for me? Seeing her nod, the assassin chuckled in amusement. I always believed, above everything else, that a shinobi shouldn't have feelings. But it seems I wasn't able to live up to that ideal. We're human before we're shinobi, so no matter how hard we try, we can't kill our own feelings. He gave the kunoichi kneeling beside him a warm look when he saw the girl gaze at him speechlessly, before he then spoke clear enough for everyone around him to hear. For the longest time you and I were always together. To me, you were more than just my weapon. Haku. You were my precious student. Gripping the handle of the giant sword next to him, he lifted it up to her, astonishing the girl further when he pushed it into her hands. My dream is now your dream. Releasing the handle, he watched as his student weighed the massive blade in her delicate fingers, before she turned to look into his eyes once more. In the midst of their grieving, Naruto suddenly felt something cold touch his nose and brushed it. Looking at his hand, he blinked at what he saw before feeling more land on his open palm. Snow? Surprised, he, Tayuya and Isaribi glanced up towards the sky, where they saw that it had not only clouded over but had also begun to shed white flakes. Snow slowly cascaded around them, causing everyone there except Haku to look on in wonder before they panned back to Zabuza, whom they could see had tears coming from his eyes as well. Placing his hand on top of Haku's, which she had wrapped around the handle of his sword, Zabuza spent his last moments with his student as he felt the cold of the sky fall upon them. It was clear to him that Haku was crying for him, so much so that she was causing the heavens themselves to weep, which moved him more than you could even believe. When he felt it right, he gave the girl one last smile before giving her the last words he would ever speak to her. Live, not just for me, but for you. The kunoichi blinked through tears. Zabuza-sama? Live. Haku. With one last squeeze of his hand around hers, the swordsman pushed himself up onto his feet. Wobbling slightly, an action that had Naruto and Haku move in to support him if necessary, the Jonin then gave all the kids around him his trademark glare. Go. Seeing them all hesitate, especially his apprentice, Zabuza frowned deeply. Now. Isaribi and Tayuya quickly did as commanded, beginning to make their way down the bridge, followed closely by Naruto. When the blonde saw Haku was refusing to move and was remaining in place looking defiantly up at her master, the boy walked over and grabbed her arm. Though he tried to pull her along, the girl quietly insisted on staying a little longer, before he too looked back up at the swordsman to see the man's glare resting on them. For a few seconds nothing but silence prevailed, before Zabuza's gaze warmed and he nodded towards the Jinchuriki. Take care of her. Acknowledging his order, Naruto then began dragging Haku along. The girl fought, but she too eventually relented, yet was still unable to stop herself from looking back as the swordsman saw them off. For the next minute or so as they ran, the ice user watched her master's silhouette shrink away into the distance, standing proudly against the sky despite his injuries. Eventually a thin mist settled over the area, his form sinking into it and disappearing completely from their sight. Biting her lip, Haku held back tears and turned, continuing to run alongside Naruto who held her arm tightly. As much as she wanted to stay, as much as she wanted to fight and protect the person most precious to her, she still respected his wishes and followed his orders above everything else. She'd sworn she would do as she was instructed by Zabuza. This meant that she was determined to follow his last order, even if it meant losing him. Once the kids disappeared down the bridge and were safely on the island, the exhausted Zabuza turned around to face the incomplete end of the structure. Looking up to see that the vapor trail from their opponent had finally disappeared, the rogue swordsman gave a low groan when his body shuddered unexpectedly before falling to his knee. Retching and coughing, the man held his hand over his mouth momentarily to try and suppress his sputtering. When he removed his palm to look down at it, he quickly saw the profuse amounts of blood he managed to choke up. Glaring at it distastefully, the Jonin closed his eyes and lowered his head. Pathetic. To think that I, the demon of the hidden mist, could end up in such a sorry state, Zabuza exclaimed almost ironically. A harsh chuckle escaped his lips and a smile returned to his face. Well, if these are going to be my last moments, I might as well go out the same way I came into this world, massacring everyone standing in my way. Oh yes. The demon of the hidden mist was born on the day he butchered and killed over 100 academy students in a single afternoon. Hell, he wasn't even admitted into the academy then and he was still able to slay over 100 of his fellow villagers without breaking a sweat, many of whom had been prospects gunning for the positions of future 7 ninja swordsmen. It was a day many would mark as one of the bloodiest examinations in his village's history and one he would not soon forget. However, as fun as that day had been for him, it was a side of his character he'd refused to show to his apprentice, the side that gave him the strength and will to cut down so many people when he wasn't even adept at using either chakra or proper ninjutsu ability. No. He'd killed every one of them with his bare hands and a kunai, the bare minimum. Now on the brink of death, suffering from serious injury with only a minuscule amount of chakra to spare, this was the perfect time for him to completely cut loose and go back to how he was before. Since he was going to die anyway, he was going to go out swinging. For the next several minutes, Zabuza knelt facing the incomplete side of the bridge in silence, thinking back on all the wrongs and rights he'd done in his life and feeling the snow from the clouds above continue to trickle down to land upon him and the land. While it was true he had so much more he'd wanted to accomplish with himself, he'd still been unable to ignore the sickening feeling in his stomach that his past was eventually going to catch up to him. With all the terrible things he'd done in his career as a shinobi, he wasn't surprised. Though he regretted not being able to accomplish his main goal in life, there was still one thing he'd managed to do with his strengths that he would never regret. Haku. He took her in, gave her a purpose, gave her a life, and saved her from her loneliness. In turn, she helped mend him, gave him company when he needed it most, and gave him a new goal to strive for, and that was to create a better world, not just for his village and himself, but for Haku. While he may not be able to fulfill his promise to her today, the least he could do was give her a chance, and something for her to remember him by. I guess it's too late to turn back now, Zabuza spoke, opening his eyes and grinning up towards the end of the bridge, before projecting his voice loud enough for the individual that had appeared behind him to hear. But given the circumstances I wouldn't want this any other way. Without even having to look over his shoulder, Zabuza knew his opponent had finally arrived. Standing several meters down the bridge, draped in his ruined cloak from his battle with Kimimaro, the masked form of Kakuzu could be seen glaring across at his kneeling target. After days of searching, traversing this island and hunting down the swordsman, the wolf had finally found him. While not in the condition he was expecting to find him, especially after the battle he'd just experienced and what he expected the Jonin to have gone through, the bounty hunter was nonetheless satisfied with his prize. It's a shame. I wish I could have done more. Without a single tell on his face, Kakuzu smirked. Not all legends last forever. A person like you should know that. Like all things in life, shinobi, even the most powerful, age, wither away and die. No matter how hard we try to fight it, nothing physical in this world lasts forever. Everyone eventually passes on. Funny. That's not what I keep hearing about you, Zabuza exclaimed in amusement, fists clenching. So many tales, so many ridiculous stories. I don't even know where to start. The masked Akatsuki member laughed flippantly. There's no such thing as true immortality in this world. I'm just a person playing it close to the line. Humph, too much of a stretch to go all the way? More like it's impossible. There's only one real and immortal ideal worth living for, and that's money. It's the only constant in this reality and it's the reason why I continue to exist. It doesn't curse at you, it doesn't run away, and the best part, it doesn't try to stab you in the back. That's a very hollow point of view, Zabuza replied, another scoff escaping his lips. Is that the conclusion you arrived at when you returned to your home village and they threw you into a cell to rot? Kakuzu's frown deepened. Not the proudest moment of my career, but I got my pound of flesh as compensation in the end. So I heard, Zabuza murmured, finding a little bit of distaste in that story before breathing out a sigh. Well, you're right about one thing. Physically, nothing lasts forever. It's what you leave behind and the memories you've instilled in others that will carry on, and I can assure you that that will never die. As much as I would like to stand here and talk values with you, I've still got a job to do, Kakuzu exclaimed, stepping forward. While you may be reaching the end of your life, your body is still worth something to me. There's a huge bounty hanging over your head and I intend to collect on it. He tilted his head at the hunched-over figure and took note of all the pools of blood surrounding him. Judging from your current state, taking you down won't be too difficult. Even with medical attention you still wouldn't last for very long. An easy 80 million in the bank, plus a little extra from Gato, once your heart stops beating. A series of chuckles came from the swordsman after that. Kakuzu held his ground as he listened to the Jonin laugh, before watching him rise to his feet and turn around. When the swordsman faced the bounty hunter and hardened his stance, not only did he show off the grievous amount of wounds he'd sustained in his fight with Haiden and the amount of blood covering him, he also flashed the man his most terrifying grin. His dilated pupils and irises only seemed to enhance his murderous expression. I'm sorry to disappoint you, old man, but you won't be getting that little extra bonus from Gato, nor that 80 million, Zabuza exclaimed. Not now, not ever. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Grin widening, the now demonic-looking swordsman spoke his next words sharply and loudly. He's gone. I killed him. The hunter's eyes widened. What? If you're planning on breaking a deal with the demon of the hidden mist, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. It's an unspoken rule amongst shinobi, Zabuza laughed, blood dribbling down from his mouth as he held back coughs. The man had it coming, and so did your partner. Expressing surprise at hearing this, Kakuzu stared for a few seconds longer before furrowing his brow and clenching his fists into vices. The tightening of his knuckles echoed out over the bridge as his anger at learning of his client's premature demise finally processed itself through his head, and he lowered his head dangerously towards the wounded swordsman standing in line of his shadow. You could practically hear the hunter's impatience escalate from mild to absolutely enraged. You shouldn't have done that, Kakuzu said with warning. After all his efforts here in this wretched country, he wasn't even going to get paid the full amount for his services. That was an offense that was just not going to stand. Zabuza Momochi, I plan on getting a good deal off of your corpse. I won't be satisfied on just the selling price. I'm going to haggle at the next bounty station until you make up for my losses. Provided you're still alive to do the job and still have a carcass to sell. Zabuza's glare became more manic as he locked gazes with the now infuriated Akatsuki member. In spite of the amounts of killing intent he now had blasting him in the face, the swordsman matched it with his own, as a strange purple aura of chakra like smoke began to lift off of his body. All legends eventually die. Even yours won't last forever, Kakuzu. You said so yourself. If you think that I'm going to come quietly and hand myself over to you on a silver platter, you're sadly mistaken. All of a sudden, the purple wisps of fumes wafting off of his shoulders suddenly exploded from him in a rush of wind. In a stunning show of power, the cloud blasting from his back formed into an enormous mass behind him, which eventually turned and shaped into the face and head of a large demon. With its fangs bared and eyes blazing, the creature let out a terrifying roar that sent gales whipping down the bridge to hit Kakuzu in the face. The masked man stepped back a bit and looked on in surprise. What is that? Chakra that was visible? In his current state and with all those wounds riddling his body, the rogue shouldn't have had any chakra left. What kind of stand was he going to make in his condition? If he used a jutsu now, with such low reserves, he was going to die. Exerting chakra outwards to manifest behind him, Zabuza then held up both his hands and slammed them together into the snake seal. You can forget about claiming that bounty on my head? Because the demon of the hidden mist is going on a one-way trip straight to hell. And I'm taking you there with me, the swordsman bellowed, his chakra shroud increasing several times in size before massive walls of water the height of cliffs shot up out of the ocean on either side of the bridge and into the sky. The sight of the massive parapets of water blocking out the sun had the stunned Kakuzu look up in shock. It took him several seconds of processing, but eventually the man realized what his target was now doing. Oh shit! Suten, Bakusui Shoha. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Voice echoing out from the bridge, Zabuza then willed the massive towers of water to converge on both him and his opponent, the massive waves on either side suddenly plummeting towards the bridge, and slamming into it with enough concussive force to cause the entire island and the coastal area of the mainland to shudder under the shockwaves that followed. Kakuzu was immediately swept up by the tsunamis wrapping around the structure, his cry of agony muffled by the sound of rolling thunder that pulled them straight down into the channel. Zabuza was swept away too, hitting himself flush with his own attack that had both him and his adversary blasting off of the bridge, and sent them both tumbling into the ocean inside a swirling, twisting vortex from hell. It was like he had been sucked right into a maelstrom straight into the ocean as he was ripped apart by the rushing torrents. As he was pulled away by the otherworldly forces he'd called upon to drown his opponent, the demon of the hidden mist smiled and closed his eyes. Haku. I know that this is a lot to ask from someone like me, but I would really like to see you again, in another time, in another place. His smile then turned into a grin as his world faded to black. Until then, have fun, and make it count. And with that, his body was whipped away and sucked into the depths of the ocean, the light of the sun high up in the sky vanishing as he was submerged in darkness. From their spot a kilometer or so away, up on top of a hill overlooking the bridge, Naruto, Haku, Tayuya and Isaribi watched in astonishment as the massive walls of water that crashed on top of the bridge sank back into the channel, leaving behind an utterly soaked, but still standing and intact viaduct. When the waves settled and the space cleared, they saw that the bridge was empty, and that Zabuza and Kakuzu were nowhere to be seen. Tears pouring from her eyes, Haku bit her lip and locked her fingers together, squeezing her hands tightly. After which she then shut her eyes and bowed her head in respect to her precious teacher. Thank you, Zabuza-sama. Oh. Elsewhere on the island? In a certain part of the mangrove forests that dominated the land of waves, a long way out from the main waterfront, Gado's mansion and Orochimaru's now destroyed hideout, a small area of trees had seemingly collapsed on itself. Inside a large, smoldering crater that had formed from a very violent crash landing, a bunch of mangroves and other elements of forestation had caved in and buried whatever it was that had made impact with the hard ground. From the extent of the damages and the smoke still rising into the air, it seemed that whatever may have made landfall in that area was probably dead, as was everything else that once populated that section of wood. However, from the pile of splintered remains, leaves, bushes and rubble, movement could be seen. The collection of broken trees and snapped branches shifted a few times, as whatever it was underneath them started to make its way to the surface. Though the thing buried under how many tons of trees in all good conscience should have been pinned and killed, the being that was in fact buried under all that rubble was not your ordinary living entity. After shifting a few more times under the collapsed forest and trying to shift the weight in an effort to dig itself out, the trunks and logs pressing down on top of it were then blasted away and deposited outside of the center. From the dust and smoke that rose into the open canopy, a silhouette staggered out and into view. Bleeding profusely with most of his clothes torn or burnt away, Kimimaro stumbled into the light. Propping himself up against a still-standing tree at the edge of the clearing he'd created, the Kagaya revealed the amount of damage he'd taken from his opponent's last attack. Not only were most of his clothes left in tatters, but much of his skin had melted off of him, revealing an armor of bone underneath it, from which he had also dislocated many of his limbs. The amount of damage he'd sustained was horrendous. On top of that, it was also taking almost all of his chakra to heal himself from them, which was proving to be a bit of a strain even for his seemingly indestructible body. Gritting his teeth, the frustrated, albino warrior rolled his dislocated shoulder back into place before pushing himself off of the tree. Despite the fact the flesh on his hand had practically melted off or had been burnt black, ever so slowly, new skin started to grow over the injuries and replace the ruined muscles. It was clear he'd messed up badly, as he'd stupidly left himself open for that attack. He paid the price of it with his body and chakra, but he was quick to learn from it. If I ever meet that man again, I swear, I will be sure to kill him, Kimimaro vowed silently to himself, expressing anger at his loss by clenching his messed up fist. Furrowing his brow, the boy ripped off the remains of his top and left it on the ruined ground before slowly beginning to march out of the area. He still had the data from the base he'd come to collect. With this, along with the knowledge of the startling new developments that had taken place on this island, he had way more information to report back to his master than he expected to leave with. Hopefully his punishment for his failure in today's struggle wouldn't be too severe, but Kimimaro was more than prepared for the consequences that awaited him. It was the path that he chose after all, to serve his master and to be of use to him. He was willing to accept the charges of failure. Oh, that afternoon? 1 heart. Yep. Counting all 5 of them, Kakuzu had lost 1 heart in his incredibly brief skirmish with the demon of the hidden mist Zabuza Momochi. That last attack had been one doozy of a water release technique, as it pretty much had taken all of the water in the channel they had been standing over and dumped it right on top of them in one go. He was pretty sure that those waves could have been seen for miles. Thank Kami for his Jiangu ability, otherwise the damage would have been much, much worse. After managing to drag his ass out of the ocean several miles away from the land of waves, a close to waterlogged Kakuzu quickly ran damage control on his body to see how badly he'd been hit. Once he'd assessed all the breaks and removed all the organs that had failed him while he was being tossed around the high-speed riptides, the bounty hunter then walked down the beach for a little ways, climbed further inland and, upon finding an appropriate position, stood and glared out over the coast in the direction of the small island nation he'd left far behind. He could pretty much guess how far he'd been dragged from tasting the air or however the hell he managed to navigate the shinobi nations. Even if he did know his exact location, the Akatsuki member knew it would have just been a waste of effort to go back and see if he could find any remains of his quarry. Hell, he'd even taken it upon himself to search some of the beaches around here to see whether or not Zabuza's corpse would wind up on some random bank or reef or something to make up for his embarrassing mishap. However, based on what he'd assessed of his opponent back on the bridge, remembering the sheer size of the final jutsu he'd used and the distance it had taken them after it hit them with the force it did, there was no possible way he was getting that body even if he spent months out here. It was gone, which was just bad fucking luck. Actually, now that he thought about it, it was bad news for Kakuzu for a number of reasons. Not only had he basically been sent on a 2-day wild goose chase after a swordsman whose body had now been dragged far out to sea, only to stumble upon his cronies and a hideout belonging to the snake Orochimaru, he had also been forced to fight a battle that was just a waste of his time and, in doing so, had been unable to collect much significant intel regarding the matter. To top it all off, not only were the bridge builder's family unaccounted for, but his partner had also been sent packing to Kami knows where and his employer was dead, which meant that after all his trouble, he wasn't even going to get paid for it. He also needed to find a replacement heart from someone with an affinity for fire. This pissed Kakuzu off something fierce. Sure, the lack of cash at the end of the working period was one thing to deal with, he would also have to report to his boss that his teammate, the newly recruited and thought to be unkillable Haiden, was now incapacitated until further notice. If he wasn't scattered across an entire country, in which case he was never coming back. Leader Sama is not going to like this, Kakuzu thought irritably as he marched up the hill towards a tree. Looking at it for a moment, the bounty hunter gave his situation one last moment of thought before, without hesitation, he raised his fist and chopped at the trunk. With a single blow, he smashed the entire thing to pieces. Letting out a low growl as the tree collapsed to the ground, Kakuzu then turned and left the vicinity, surprised that he just didn't go straight through every tree in the direction and haste he moved with. Due to being unable to pick up any traces left of the swordsman, there was also no way he was going to find any appropriate consolation in all of this. Hell, he wasn't going to be finishing any of the assignments he'd been given by his latest client, period. This whole mission had gone to shit, and the only thing the Akatsuki member had to show for it was the bodies he was able to collect in Zabuza's old hideout and a ruined cloak. Without another word on the matter, the seething Kakuzu began making way to his organization's nearest outpost to go make his report. He'd had enough of this shithole. Oh. That night? Outside of Zabuza's new hideout, Naruto stood looking straight up into the sky. Not wanting to disturb Haku after the day they just had, the boy had wisely decided to give the girl some space for her to mourn. After covering his wounds up with ointment and bandages, most of which could be seen wrapped around his waist, leg and arm from where he'd received the most crippling injuries from Haydn in their fight, the boy had then stepped outside into the cool air of the night and planted himself on what he perceived was the front yard. The sight of the starry sky above gave him the distraction he needed from the memories of the battle he and his group had recently fought, one he was sure would resonate for many months to come. While he was standing outside up on top of the hill, he suddenly felt the familiar presence of Tayuya approaching him from behind. Looking over his shoulder momentarily, he saw the kunoichi stop behind him and smile in his direction. It was warm, small and comforting, something he would expect from his person most precious to him. He also noticed that Swift was still sitting on her shoulder, watching him intently. "How are you feeling, shithead?" Tayuya asked. The Jinchuriki shrugged before turning back to the sky, hands slipped into his pockets. "Lousy. I can imagine," the kunoichi replied, taking a few steps closer till she was only inches away from his shoulder. "I heard what you'd been up to from Isaribi and got the rest from Tsunami and Inari." "Gato?" "The villagers are holding on to him," Naruto replied, baring his teeth and clenching his fists momentarily before relaxing. "We decided to let the Land of Wave choose what they're going to do with him and give the people a chance to pass judgment. Hopefully the sentence they give that monster will make his life as miserable as the lives he's destroyed." Giving him a moment to compose himself, the red-haired kunoichi beamed before wrapping her arms around his. She held onto him supportively, a gesture that did not go unfelt by the Jinchuriki, who looked back down at her to see his friend saddle up right alongside him. There she stood, and rested her head against his shoulder. "You've been through a lot these past couple of days, huh?" "Yeah," Naruto murmured, breathing deeply. "Thankfully we managed to get rid of that other asshole on the island. There was no way we could have won a second fight head-on, especially against an opponent like that. Whether he was alive or dead now it didn't matter. He was gone. After seeing what that Haydn guy was capable of, he wouldn't be surprised if that Kakuzu character managed to survive that last attack." Naruto had a feeling he'd be seeing him again later. Tayuya looked down thoughtfully, giving the information she'd learned about these Akatsuki people a moment of consideration. "Who were those bastards, anyway?" "Hopefully people I won't be seeing again for a long time," Naruto replied. Unfortunately, he had a bad sense about him that with his luck, that won't be the case. There was a good chance he would be seeing these people again sometime in his future, especially if what Isaribi said was true about them hunting Jinchuriki. "I'll need every second that I can get to train and get strong enough to fight shinobi of that level." Hearing this had the kunoichi glance at him again, this time with a look of concern. "They're really going to be coming after you then?" "To be honest, I don't want to have to worry about it too much," Naruto stated, closing his eyes momentarily before opening them to face the sky again. "I won't be able to sleep right if I'm constantly looking over my shoulder for these people. But I do know what I have to do, and that is to prepare for the worst." At first Tayuya smiled at the boy's resolve. She figured he would have recovered completely by now and would be back kicking and punching again. He was pretty stubborn, after all. However, as she looked up at his averted gaze, she suddenly saw a tear fall from his eye and recoiled in surprise when she saw his face scrunched up painfully into a clear expression of regret. When he looked back down, he tensed up and did his best to hold back his frustrations. "Naruto. After everything we did, after all the effort we put into it, it still wasn't enough," Naruto said through bared teeth and shook his head. "We planned it out so well and fought so hard, but even after all that, Zabuza still died. He didn't have to die. Nobody had to die. If only I was stronger, if only I could have done more." Before he could finish, Tayuya wrapped her arms around his body and held him closer, resting her head against his. This seemed to calm him down enough to keep him from breaking down, and the Jinchuriki held firm. The kunoichi smiled as she felt Naruto's eyes rest on her and squeezed him reassuringly. "You did your best, Naruto-kun," Tayuya exclaimed, beaming. "You always do." Naruto stared at her for a moment, silence playing out for a few minutes longer before his mind lingered back to what Zabuza had told him before passing on. "Some days you win, some days you lose." What the Jonin meant by that was that no matter how hard he tried, there would still be things that would be far outside of his control, and that he wouldn't be able to save everyone. That was the reality of their world and the world of shinobi. He knew this, and Zabuza had known this more than anybody else, since Naruto had heard everything from Haku on the night before about both their lives up to that point. The Jinchuriki took these words to heart and allowed his lips to turn upward slightly. "I'll become stronger, so this doesn't happen again," Naruto exclaimed before grinning. "That's a promise." "That's the shithead I know," Tayuya giggled, hugging him even tighter. XXX. 2 days later. Standing in front of the newly made memorial, as noted by the small mound of earth and the wooden cross embedded in the ground behind it, a fully recovered Naruto, Haku, Tayuya and Isaribi, along with a somber Tsunami and Inari stood staring down at the space they had erected in memory of one Zabuza Momochi. In the same night following their victory over Haiden, the group of youngsters had taken it upon themselves to create a simple cenotaph for the Jonin who'd finished that fight for them on top of the hill overlooking his last battleground, the incomplete bridge. They held a small, simple ceremony for him in the hour, after which they then stood and paid their respects to the Jonin. Having known him the longest and being the one to have given her all to accomplish his dreams, Haku stood by the grave all through the night, or tried her best to. Naruto stayed with her until she fell asleep, exhausted from her fight with the Akatsuki member, and spent the hours following her crash watching the stars and reflecting on the day that had come and gone. It had been tough on all of them, especially on those who had been directly involved in the battle. Naruto suffered at the person's merciless hands, Isaribi had been beaten down emotionally, and all of them had lost someone dear to them, or someone they had come to respect greatly. In the time he'd spent getting to know the swordsman and seeing his relationship with Haku, Naruto could understand how heavy the loss of the Jonin came to her. This was why he gave her all the breathing space she needed to grieve. As strong as she was, her feelings for Zabuza had been powerful and the boy acknowledged that. After thinking about it for the longest time and wondering what was going to happen afterwards, the Jinchuriki tried to put the matters as far out of his mind as he could and focus on the other things. The rest of his time that night sitting beside Haku and watching her rest was thinking about how his friends were doing at home. Tayuya joined him in the morning, bringing food for the two owls out on the grass, after which both she and the Jinchuriki spent the hours afterwards taking Tsunami and Inari home, and having a platoon of clones fix her ruined house. While they worked, Naruto and Tayuya then spent some time over at Zabuza's old hideout with Isaribi and Haku, the latter of which spent her time packing up all of her personal effects. This eventually led them all here, to the day where Haku would pay her last good wishes to her master with everyone who'd met him. Walking up to the cross, Haku placed a hand on it, where the Kirigakure symbol and the man's name could be seen engraved upon it. Watching it stand under her palm, the Kunoichi gave one last, sad smile and ran her hand over the side momentarily, before turning heel and stepping back over to Naruto, Tayuya and Isaribi. The ice user was dressed in the pink kimono Naruto and Tsunami had met her in, and was also carrying a travel pack with her along with Zabuza's massive sword. Additionally, she had allowed her hair to fly loose, giving her an empowering image as she stood with the sun at her back. The Jinchuriki beamed at the teen when she stopped in front of him. "What will you do now?" Haku smiled warmly. "I'm going to do what Zabuza-sama told me to do." She reached up and placed her hand over her chest. Live. She saw the Jinchuriki's smile widen and expanded on the words she had been passed on from her master. "He said that his dream was now mine, and that I could follow it if I chose to. I think I will adhere to that choice and finish what Zabuza-sama started, by bringing about change to the land of water." "That's a really good dream to follow," Naruto exclaimed, looking over to Isaribi to see the smiling girl nod in agreement. They both then glanced back at Haku, whom they saw was still beaming brightly. "If you need any help, don't hesitate to come find me, okay Haku-chan?" Eyes shimmering at his words, the older girl took a moment to breathe deeply before stepping forward and planting a kiss on his cheek. When she stepped away, she saw the surprised boy gazing back at her. "It's a promise." Blinking, Naruto blushed lightly and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Even though he didn't turn to look, he could still sense the amused expressions on Tayuya and Isaribi's faces and the smiles on Tsunami and Inari, both of whom were waiting in the background. With that said and done, Haku then turned to the girl in bandages positioned comfortably beside the Jinchuriki. When her eyes locked with hers, the older teen bowed respectfully to her. Since meeting her and getting to know her the day beforehand when she was packing to leave, the Kunoichi had come to share a lot with the newcomer and sympathize with her for her past. It helped them to bond and become, what Naruto already was with the girl, friends. She raised her hand to the purple-haired chimera without hesitation. "Look after each other." Seeing her eyes cut briefly to Naruto, Isaribi nodded before walking up and hugging the girl instead. Surprised at first, Haku nevertheless returned it and stepped away from each other once best wishes had been exchanged. They then moved aside and allowed her passage through, the ice user nodding to Tayuya on the way before turning to face Tsunami and Inari, both of whom walked up to her next. "Are you sure you want to leave?" the young boy asked sadly, eyes shimmering. "You don't have to take off so quickly," Tsunami added, really wanting to return the favor to the teen for everything she had done for her family. "You could stay with us for a while. I'm sure that my father would be thrilled to have you. This whole country is grateful for everything all of you have done for us." Haku shook her head. I'm not the person who made this all happen. Though I played a small part in it, I cannot take credit for the victory here. She turned and looked back towards Naruto, Isaribi, and her master's resting place. Fixing on the spiky-haired blonde standing and watching her with a smile, the raven-haired Kunoichi gazed at him for a few more lingering seconds before panning back to the woman speaking with her. All of us have Naruto-kun to thank. Without him, we wouldn't have won that fight, nor would our hearts have changed from what they were. He saved all of us. Tsunami nodded in understanding, holding her hands together while Inari gripped the side of her dress and held back tears. With the amount of fluids that ran down his face, it was hard not to call that crying. Take care of yourself, the woman exclaimed, shaking hands with Haku and receiving a fond smile in return. After exchanging thanks of appreciation and hugging a sobbing Inari goodbye, the Kunoichi, with her eyes set on her next path, moved off of the hill. Going at her own pace, she took a moment to look back at all the friends she'd made in the past few days and the bridge under construction once more and sitting over the rise. Eyes reflecting the sunlight, the happy teen breathed a sigh of relief and left, holding the straps of her bag and, upon adjusting the large sword she was also carrying, disappeared into the woods. When they saw her leave, Tayuya turned to Naruto and smiled. She's really strong, able to keep moving, even after this. The blonde nodded in agreement and turned to stare out over the bridge just as his friends did. When Tsunami and Inari came to join them, the Jinchuriki grinned. I hope I get to see her again. I'll start to miss her if she's gone for too long. Hearing a sniffle, Isaribi looked at him in amusement. You miss her already? Tears dripping down his face, the boy turned away and rubbed it on the back of his sleeve. No. Not at all. Don't be ridiculous. Tayuya shook her head at him and elbowed him in the side. Giggling at his defiance and attempting to hide his real feelings, Isaribi moved over to him and gripped his jacket. When his tear-clear eyes shifted to face her, the purple-haired girl smiled up at him and, with a small glow of red in her cheeks, timidly spoke to him again. Since this is over, do. Gulping, the teen braced herself and looked up at him strongly. Do you think I could come with you, back to your village? Pausing for a bit out of surprise and after processing her question to him, Naruto quickly smiled and nodded back to the diver without hesitation. Sure you can. Upon watching her face light up at his answer, he then turned towards Tayuya to see what she thought of the decision, to which he immediately saw the musician shrug and nod towards him affirmatively. After that, the Jinchuriki panned over to the purple-haired girl, took her hand in his and looked down at it. If you want, maybe my village can help you. I'm not sure how good the doctors are, but perhaps they can undo what those creeps did to your body and make you normal again. Why you think so? Seeing the reassuring glint in his eyes, Isaribi seemed to glow even brighter before hugging his arm tightly, placing her head against his shoulder. Thank you. Grinning, Naruto jumped when he suddenly felt something land on his shoulder and saw his friend Swift sitting there looking at him curiously. Chuckling when he heard her song and the words she spoke to him, the blonde stroked the bird under the chin with the knuckle of his finger before he, Isaribi, Tayuya, Tsunami, and Inari turned toward the bridge. Together, the group watched the sun rise over the horizon and gazed down at the site where the many workers continued construction on the viaduct across the channel. XXX. Over the week. In the days to follow after the battle on the incomplete bridge, a lot of things started to happen that managed to lift the spirits of Naruto, Tayuya and Isaribi respectively. While the first couple of days had been spent with Haku and company healing over the loss of a person close to them, and repairing the damages done to their homes, the changes that came next came by swiftly. After tying and locking Gato up in a well-concealed storage shed in the village to be processed on a later date, when word eventually spread that the magnate had been kidnapped and possibly killed, everyone under his employment started to panic. The staff he left in charge of the various docks and facilities under his banner had no idea what to do, as the command in the Mogul shipping industry was in shambles. Even the mercenaries Gato had hired to enforce his rule on the nation started going ballistic, as they no longer had a commander-in-chief to rally under. Basically, the first couple of days for the gangsters were spent trying to get into contact with the man in charge, looting, and trying to get their shit in order. Most of those that had been at the mansion at the time of Gato's disappearance left without a single word, wanting to get the hell out of Dodge before something bad happened. They were off the island in a heartbeat. The people most loyal to the magnate however managed to escape along with the others, and informed the rest of their comrades about his kidnapping. The news soon trickled down to the villagers who, after being informed by Inari that Gato had been defeated, rallied all of the townspeople left, right and center against the brutes that had been oppressing them. Most of this happened on the third day after the battle on the bridge, in which they all stormed the businesses and docks, and took back their boats. Those that tried to run on the seagoing vessels were sacked by Isaribi or sunk, while Naruto and Tayuya had a ball on the island and shoreline beating the snot out of all the thugs that decided to fight back. When shit started to hit the fan, all of the staff Gato had stationed on the island quickly gathered up whatever belongings they had and fled however they could. Most of them were captured on the days the Wave Country started to rebel, with all those ending up under the heel and pike of the former fishermen being locked up in the local warehouses. Since the prison on the island was so small, they needed to use the former facilities under Gato to house the dozens of captured criminals so that they could be processed in due course. All in all, it had been a damn good day for the week, and not only had the villagers regained their hopes and their homeland, they'd also regained their freedom. After that, more good things started to come about that began to raise the spirits of the island even further. Most of the men who had lost their jobs got them back and were able to start fishing again. With the daimyo's help, he was able to re-establish connections with the mainland and hasten the construction of the bridge by putting all able-bodied civilians into it. Heck, almost the entire village put their full support behind it, and once repairs were made to the damages caused by the shinobi that fought there, work on the incomplete side went on unhindered. While the country was recovering and all the men able to move started to get back to their feet, Naruto, Tayuya and Isaribi did whatever they could to help the villagers out. After fixing up the bridge builder's home and helping Tsunami and Inari move back in, they then went about helping out the orphaned and starving kids out on the streets, as well as the mothers who were barely able to support themselves under Gato's rule. That bastard had taken so much from the people that the entire island was starving, but now that he was beaten and his armies were gone from the land, he was now set to face punishment by the proper authorities for all the crimes he'd committed. To take up their time in the week to follow, Naruto gathered all the kids together to teach them how to fish. The second day after the rebellion of that week was a real blast. With the sun starting to come up over the horizon, almost every single child in the village that had been out on the streets had gathered together on the footpath just beside the canal running between their island village and the mainland across the way. Overcome with curiosity and awe, the children stood back and watched as the blonde-haired boy who'd brought them here had fishing lines in the river and was, one by one, pulling large fish up out of the ocean and laying them out under the dimming light of the day. Grinning in success after pulling up a mid-sized tuna, which had damn near put up a good fight, Naruto wiped his brow and looked down at his kill. Every boy and girl sitting or standing on the side of the road admired his catch for a full minute before looking up to see the boy beaming at them. Today, Tayuya had chosen to help the villagers in fixing up the ruined buildings, deciding to leave the fish catching to her roommate. He didn't need any help in that department, judging from the numbers he'd already managed to pull to shore, so she went about assisting in any other manner she could. "See, that's how you catch the best fish the conventional way," Naruto said before pointing towards the lines he still had cast. Earning nods of understanding all around, he then turned back to the waters, "And I think that my submariners are close to finishing their run too." The moment he said that, the shore at the wharf was quickly disturbed by a couple of shadow clones dragging themselves out of the channel. Soaking wet and looking a bit ragged, they pulled up with them nets filled with sea cucumbers, jellyfish and clams. The squad of doppelgangers was quick to deposit their catch across the cement and racks kindly provided by the original, who nodded his head approvingly as he surveyed the latest batch. "Oh yeah, these will do nicely. Cucumber and jellyfish taste great pickled," Naruto exclaimed. Rolling up his sleeves, he waved the kids standing on the side of the road over. When they came to wait timidly before the line of sea creatures caught by the boy, the Jinchuriki couldn't ignore the sounds of hungry stomachs and the looks to accompany them from the youngsters. "You guys have been living hard out here, huh? I assume you haven't had a decent meal in a long time." He saw them all nod. "Well then you're in luck, because now I'm going to teach you how to make the greatest sea chow in the world, Uzumaki style." The kids looked on excitedly with great intent, leaning forward to watch as the blonde pulled out a butcher's knife from his pouch. Why he had one was a real mystery, but that was the beauty of being the most unpredictable ninja in the world. You could pull crap out of anywhere. Before he could proceed, however, loud splashing from the side was suddenly heard, which drew Naruto and the children's attention back over to the channel. When their eyes landed on the footpath, they saw a cheerful Isaribi clamber out dragging a stretch of line with her. Grinning when she saw Naruto and his catch, she then pulled with all her might her catch out of the water. What followed after her line was 1, 2, 3, 9 tuna the size of sharks and a massive marlin, which she had gone out of her way to snag as well. Gawking, Naruto observed as Isaribi held up her large wall prize proudly and spoke up, "Jealous?" She waved the sports fish from side to side teasingly. The Jinchuriki sulked, "Show off." When Isaribi stuck her tongue out at him, all of the children there looked between them in confusion. After a few moments of perplexed glances, they simply dismissed the pair's brief interaction as something that a couple would do. That simultaneous thought amongst them brought a sneeze from Naruto, who then proceeded along with Isaribi to show the kids how to cook for themselves. If entertaining the children and helping the villagers wasn't enough, for the following days Naruto, Tayuya and Isaribi also assisted on the bridge's construction. The blonde shadow clones were fantastic for the job and helped haul around both the heavy material and the equipment. They did most of the work up top in the most hard-to-reach areas, while Isaribi helped with the undersea work and the support beams. You could say that with their combined support the team helped speed up construction by 70%, or at best 80%. In that week they spent on the island, the three of them stayed at Tsunami's home with her son. In the afternoons, when they were free and buggered from a day's work, they would spend a lot of time with Inari and play games with him. His mother was positively thrilled to have the trio over, not just for everything they had done, but because they were a joy to be around and she hadn't seen her son so happy in a long time. The dinners they had together and their company was wonderful. Tayuya didn't mind hanging out with Isaribi either, taking time to get to know the new girl as well as partaking in some off-hour activities together. However, in the periods Naruto spent hanging around with both girls whenever they were alone, he couldn't help but notice that they got a bit clingy with him. Kind of strange to see both of them acting in the same way, but he let it slide as just one of those things that girls normally did. Tayuya liked playing around with him and Isaribi was probably just living it up at finally having a real friend for the first time. Things turned out really well in the end, and Naruto could feel really good about himself for all the hard work they'd all put into here. It wasn't just a recovery time for the village, but an enlightening and mending experience for all three of them too. However, as the proverb went, all good things eventually came to an end, and for Naruto, the end came a little bit too soon. XXX. At the end of the week, after being waitlisted at Konohagakure for the shinobi support he needed for the C-rank escort service he was asking for and being forced to wait a long time for somebody to be assigned to the job, you could say that Tazuna was more than a little bit concerned for himself as he began his journey back with the group assigned to provide protection for him. The old man had spent all that time up until setting off in the hotel biting his nails and drinking sake, wondering whether his family back home was doing okay. The builders he'd left in charge of the bridge were fine and the people he'd hired were at least going to be competent. Unfortunately for him, his escorts for the assignment didn't turn out to be all he had been hoping for. Due to the price he paid for the C-rank classification of his mission in the order form, what he got were a bunch of kids and their teacher. You could say all of his hopes were riding on them, because while he couldn't pay any higher due to his limited funds, he at least had shinobi to do the job. Tazuna only prayed that they would stay on if they eventually found out about his circumstances back home. However, due to his extra long absence from the island and waiting around for a team to be chosen to accompany him back to the danger zone that was his hometown, you could believe how surprised Tazuna actually was to return and find the entire island nation, well, several thousand times better than it was when he'd left. Standing on the shoreline of the Land of Fire and looking out towards the island, Tazuna saw not only tons of old fishing boats he hadn't seen in action for months out on the water, but that his bridge, the bridge he'd spent the past year building, just a few hours away from completion. Team 8, who had been tasked with protecting him on his way back, were a little bit confused to see how shocked he was, but chose not to say anything when they met up with his friend, who then took him across to the small nation in his boat, in broad daylight no less and with no shows of concern whatsoever. In the brief trip, Tazuna tried asking his fellow villager about what was going on and why the channel was open again, fearing the worst. Instead, his friend laughed and told him to wait until he got to his place to be filled in on the details. When they arrived at the waterfront, they found a bustling village undergoing serious renovations and repairs. People greeted the team pleasantly as the small convoy passed down the main road and the children Tazuna remembered seeing on the streets were running around, cheerful and looking exponentially healthier. Kiba, Hinata, Shino and Kurenai just didn't see what was so wrong with the place and why their client had been under so much stress on their journey over. The place seems to be doing well, Kurenai pointed, smiling across at the architect as he strolled along, looking absolutely bewildered. And your bridge seems to be coming along nicely. From the looks of it, we should be done by the end of the day. Tazuna, shaking his head, rubbed the top of his nose when they spotted his inlet-side home just down the road. Yeah. I'd say so too. What the hell was going on? And secondly, why the hell did his house look like half of it had been torn down and rebuilt? Arriving on the front porch, Tazuna knocked on the door, expecting either his daughter or grandson to greet them. With Team 8 filed up behind him, they waited patiently to be greeted by whoever was waiting for them inside, and when the door finally opened they found themselves confronted by a girl in bandages and purple hair. Blinking in surprise, Tazuna stared down at the newcomer in bewilderment before speaking. Hello? Hello? Isaribi replied, equally surprised as she looked around at the people outside. Can I help you? I'm Tazuna, the bridge builder said slowly, raising his hand in inquiry before pointing at the building. Is my family here? Oh, you're the bridge builder? Isaribi replied brightly, smiling when she saw the architect nod and stepped aside. Right, come in. Tsunami-san. She called into the house as the old man and the team slowly stepped through, everyone giving the strange girl odd looks when she led the way. Your father is back. Grandpa. A child's cheer suddenly echoed out, followed shortly by footsteps coming down the stairs. Turning, Tazuna was quickly tackled in the stomach by a little black and white blur that quickly latched onto him the instant he made contact. Shocked, the old man chuckled and bent over, returning the hug he received from the little child that came down from the upper floor to greet him. Inari. Did you miss me? Teammate watched on quietly as the young child pulled away from the bridge builder to beam at him. With a smile that lit up the room, the boy nodded his head enthusiastically. I missed you heaps, Grandpa. You wouldn't believe what happened to us while you were away. Oh. I think I can guess, Tazuna replied, though he honestly had no clue. He smiled at his beloved grandson and ruffled his hair. You can tell me all about it over lunch. K. Taking off their sandals and setting their bags aside, Teammate then followed Tazuna and Inari into the kitchen, where they found Tsunami in the process of repairing one of the chairs. She greeted her father with a hug and a kiss, at the same time saying hello to the Konoha shinobi he'd brought along with him. As the squad spread out across the dining room and were beginning to settle in, Kiba and Akamaru stopped when they suddenly picked up a familiar scent hanging in the air. Of all the scents mingling in the atmosphere, next to the fried fish, the ocean, the scent of grass, and those belonging to the family, it was a very distinct calling card. Hey, what the Inuzuka blinked, looking around before turning to Shino, where he saw the boy also glance across at him with a flash of his glasses. Do you sense that? Yes, the bug user replied in monotone before looking ahead of him. Hinata noticed her teammates' respective reactions and in turn became concerned, looking between them with her fingers lacked together. This chakra. It seems familiar. Why you ask? Because we know him all too well back in our village. Before either of the boys could ask about the strange reception they were picking up, Tazuna suddenly interrupted them with a yell of shock. What? Gato is gone? How? When? Tsunami giggled at his bewildered expression and the way he seemed to curl over in utter bafflement. Over a week ago, Dad. I figured somebody back in the village would have told you the moment you arrived. Well, everyone was being so damn cryptic and sneaky I couldn't get anything out of them. Even Jichi wouldn't tell me a damn thing, the idiot, the old man grumbled. We may need to fix that, Tsunami giggled, pulling up a chair beside the table and sitting the old man down to collect his senses. I'll tell you all about it, and Ms. Sensei if she would like some tea too. She looked up towards the raven-haired Jonin standing nearby hopefully and with a pleasant air about her. Kurenai smiled and also pulled up a seat, quickly planting herself in it. Sure. I'd love some. Beaming, Tsunami went to collect the kettle from the stove before turning to the three kids still standing and looking around, not really knowing what to do. Taking note of all of their confusion, the cheerful woman gestured them towards the door. If you like, you three can go say hi to your friends. They're out on the dock fishing. Friends? Hinata murmured. Kurenai gladly dismissed her team and allowed them permission to wander about. Even though they were still technically on a mission, there was really nothing around the place that she sensed garnered any need for concern or preparation, so she was perfectly content with allowing them the opportunity to explore. With Isaribi opening the door for them and led the way out, the team wandered out onto the deck, with all intent set on finding out who these people Tsunami said they knew were and whether or not they were actually friends of theirs. Stepping into the sun and surveying the gorgeous scenery of the sparkling lake, the trio was unwittingly beaten to the wharf by Inari and Isaribi running past them, with the former gleefully sitting down beside the blonde-haired boy at the end and the girl stood behind him and his other companion. Seeing the two persons' backs to them, the curious group of teenagers approached, only to stop and look on in surprise when they recognized the mop of yellow hair, orange jacket with the red swirl symbol on the back, and the length of red hair sitting beside him. The laughs were a dead giveaway too. Naruto? Kiba exclaimed, Akamaru letting out a bark of surprise when they recognized who it was. Titayuya-san too? Hinata also chirped. So that's why the house smelled like ramen. The two of them were known village-wide for their love of the food. Turning around when he heard the familiar voice, Naruto grinned when he saw the shocked expressions of Kiba, Shino and Hinata staring back at him. Although with the Aburame it was impossible to tell, from the looks on everybody else's faces you could assume he was just as surprised as the rest of them. Tayuya also acknowledged their presence with a grin and a wave, before returning to fishing alongside Isaribi, who leant over to see how well she was doing. "Hey guys," the Jinchuriki said pleasantly, "how's it going? What are you two doing here?" Shino asked, stepping forward with his usual, passive visage. Hinata, blushing brightly with her fingers locked together, gazed down at the blonde fondly. Everyone in the village has been wondering where you two are." Tayuya grinned as she panned over her shoulder again. "Didn't you guys read the note I left on the door? We're on vacation. Taking leave without giving prior notice to your team leaders or to your village," Shino asked experimentally, giving his words a moment of pause and lowering his gaze once he'd finished processing the question. "I can buy that." Kiba snorted at his faceless comrade. "You don't seem too bothered by this." The bug user turned to the Inuzuka blankly. "Not at all. It's because we know that it's in their nature to wander outside of the village. Especially Naruto's." Shaking his head at the weirdness of his friend, Kiba glared back at their fellow villagers sitting at the end of the wharf and pointed at them. "All right. Talk. What happened, why are you here, and how did you get here?" Still grinning brightly along with Inari, Tayuya, and a cheerful Isaribi, the boy patted the space of the bridge behind him eagerly. He then turned around completely when the three did as silently instructed and handed the fishing rod over to the bridge builder's grandson sitting next to him. "It's one hell of a story. I doubt any of you will believe me, but I'll tell you anyway, just for the fun of it." When Team 8 got comfortable in front of their fellow Konoha shinobi, he then began telling them all about his crazy adventure through the island nation and how he came to be here. It would be a long story, but it was one he had no hesitation in telling. XXX. That night? Elsewhere, many, many miles away from the land of Wave in another part of the large continent that was the foundation of the shinobi nations and hidden inside a large cave, a series of figures had gathered in conference. While a meeting like this would have been considered unsettling if they were ordinary physical silhouettes cloaked in darkness, all of the figures were shimmering and transparent, as in they were projections. The fact that they were all ethereal bodies and there was not a physical soul in sight made this meeting even more disconcerting than it already was. With the most distinct markings on either of them being outlined cloud patterns on their cloaks, it didn't help to ease the tension very much. All 8 figures were arranged into a circle around the entire cave and were looking around at one another intently. Even though they were just holograms, mere projections of their physical selves, the atmosphere was still clouded, heavy and intense. "Hayden is gone," the lone figure in the far corner spoke, his red and green eyes and deep voice immediately identifying him as Kakuzu. The new guy, the tall figure with the sword on his back and round eyes, exclaimed in surprise. "Wasn't he supposed to be?" "I don't know, tough? How can he just be gone?" "I don't know what to tell you, but apparently the opponent he was stuck fighting with was too much for even him to handle." Kakuzu spoke again, his voice monotone and reflecting no signs of pity at the unfortunate event whatsoever. "He got careless, and got beat. Simple as that." The hunched-over figure of the group narrowed his eyes on the masked figure thoughtfully. "Even if he is temporarily incapacitated, I'm sure he'll come back to us sooner or later. Wasn't that why he was teamed up with you, Kakuzu? Because you kept on killing your other teammates that we needed to find someone even you wouldn't be able to put down?" The bounty hunter glared back at the short individual speaking to him. "You really want him back? Well, you're more than welcome to go look for him." Panning around the room, the masked man saw the red eyes of the figure standing beside the sword wielder looking across at him curiously. "Where is Hayden now?" "Somewhere to the north. His opponent sent him packing with a technique that put him into low-level flight and sent him across the entire continent," Kakuzu stated, silencing everyone in the room and getting a share of blinks. "Yeah. I'd like to see one of you guys stick that landing. There's a good chance he's probably in pieces by now. Unless you were aerodynamically shaped and made of metal, surviving a fall at the speed Kakuzu saw he had been moving at without being ripped to shreds would have been impossible." For a full minute, none of the Akatsuki members gathered said a word. Maybe they were overwhelmed by the fact that one of their members, classified S-rank and reputed to be unkillable amongst shinobi, had actually been defeated in battle and put into a situation where he would eventually die for real. It seemed almost like a ridiculous farce. "Who did him in?" the figure with the long bang, ponytail and one eye exclaimed as he looked across at the tall figure that looked like he had insectivorous jaws growing out of his shoulders. "Zetsu. Did you see who it was, The figure with the menacing protrusions shook his head. "No. We weren't anywhere in the area. We were running errands in Suna." Another, deeper voice came from the same individual. "I do not believe that any ordinary shinobi could have defeated Hayden," the voice of the leader spoke up, a figure with spiky hair and strange purple eyes with ripple-like rings moving out from the pupils. "I do not believe that any ordinary shinobi could have sent someone sailing across an entire country either. It had to be somebody with an ability we have yet to see," the voice of a woman spoke. "Somebody powerful." Kakuzu glared across at the duo to have spoken last. I was stuck fighting the Kagaya brat working for Orochimaru, so I wasn't able to see what happened. However, both of us were there on that island hunting down several different targets. One of them was Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. The tall man with the sword chuckled in amusement. Ah, old no-brows. How's he doing? Dead, Kakuzu replied blankly, before fixing his gaze back on the leader. From the damages I managed to examine on the bridge where the battle took place before I got carried off, leads me to believe that Haiden ended up engaging the swordsman, and that Zabuza wasn't fighting alone. He had help. I could have gone back, but there was nothing to gain from another pointless hunt. Especially since Gato was no longer around. No money. No paycheck. Just a waste of effort. The issue of Zabuza Momochi was done and dusted anyway, so whatever men he still had left working with him were of no concern to him or the organization and were long gone by now. So, Haiden was taken down by several foes. Not one, the hunched figure spoke again, grunting indignantly at the end. Even though he was able to pull his own weight in the end, he was still too conceited about his inability to die. The man with the ripple pattern in his eyes narrowed his gaze as he glared around at all members present once more. We can discuss this matter further on a later date. For now, we have a lot more work that needs to be done. There is a little problem arising in and around the nations of shinobi disappearing without a trace, most notably rogue ninja possessing powerful Kekkei Genkai. I advise all of you to be on the lookout for the perpetrators responsible, as they may be after something that could jeopardize the whole operation we've spent years setting up. I've been hearing a lot about these mysterious disappearances lately, the tall one with the sword exclaimed, glancing across at his red-eyed partner. Do you think it has something to do with him? No. It's not, the hunched figure spoke again with a hard gaze. Orochimaru is still held up in the smaller countries tending to his little soup kitchens. He hasn't made any big moves against the hidden villages, nor has he ordered any kidnappings. If the bastard didn't keep switching locations they would have had him by now, but the snake had bases set up all over the continent and the operative he had incised within the Sanin's ranks could only give him so much during their meetings. Plus he wasn't around Orochimaru that often, since the man had him running other missions elsewhere. The intel he'd provided however regarding the snake's experiments had been helpful in determining what the man's true intentions were. Clearly, someone else is playing their own dangerous game of cat and mouse in the shadows. This might be a little bit troublesome for us, the red-eyed member of the group spoke. The leader nodded his head in understanding before glancing back at his other subordinates. We will tend to it personally if the issue becomes of greater concern for us. At this time, it is not. For all we know they are a small band of missing nin and nothing more, and we cannot commit any more manpower to another wild goose chase. Plus there is no profit in it for us, Kakuzu added. His last mission would have been more profitable had Gato not decided to go and get himself killed. The fact that there hadn't been anything in it for the Akatsuki member anymore kept him from returning to that island and wasting more of his time chasing up any of his other assignments. It was time he had planned to make more money, find a replacement heart and let off some steam. An unfortunate band of wandering mercenaries served that last purpose. Keep an eye over your shoulders. We will continue preparations for the ceremonies, and in the meantime find some new recruits to replace the members we have lost. Just when we manage to get someone to replace the snake, we lose him 2 months later, the man with the ponytail exclaimed exhaustedly. Kakuzu, the leader continued, glancing over at the masked figure to see him cut over intently, we'll review the information you managed to gather on Orochimaru and follow up on any notable leads we can find. However, we must first assign you a new colleague, someone who fits your character and will be able to tolerate your short temper. The bounty hunter grunted. I doubt you'll be able to find another nutcase like Haiden to fill his position anytime soon. How many Jashin worshippers are there in the world? Remaining quiet for a moment, the leader then turned to another member of their group. Zetsu, I need you to run an errand for me to Ishigekure. The man with the Venus flytrap enveloping his head blinked. Oh, do you mean? Yes, I'm sure he does. Extend an invitation out to Mizora. We can at least ask if she's interested in joining, the leader exclaimed, getting a nod of understanding from the runner before turning back to the rest of the group. Seeing the eyes of all members of the organization rested on him, he glared back firmly. The day where we'll finally be able to realize our dreams for a new world is drawing nearer. Let's keep a clear head from now on and get back on track. XXX. 2 days later. It had been pretty easygoing in the time following the whole Gato expedition on the bridge, but nobody was complaining. A couple of days after arriving, it was time for Team 8 to finally leave. While the youngsters on the squad had initially been surprised at Naruto and Tayuya's presence there, the one who had been the most upset over their appearance was Kurenai. She scolded the pair for going out on their own without their teammates or their team leaders to a place that had supposedly been under extreme lockdown, and said that they'd be having a little talk with the Hokage when they got back to Konoha. While this didn't bode well for either of them, the pair was at least content that they'd managed to do some good in their lives before facing the gallows, or whatever punishment awaited them on their return to the village. Packing up everything that they had brought with them, weapons and all, the genin squad and their extra company gathered at the island entrance of the new bridge. There, they were seen off by Tazuna, his daughter, best friend, grandson, and all the people of the small nation who'd managed to catch wind of their departure. From their point of view, it was like everyone in the whole area of the waterfront had gathered to see them off, and they had. "Thanks to you guys we managed to complete the bridge," Tazuna exclaimed before a small frown appeared on his face. It was hard for all of them not to notice the growing expression of grief and upset on Inari. "But this is super sad. It's a shame you can't stay here any longer," Tsunami spoke up, earning nods of agreement from the villagers who'd at least spent some time in the team's presence. Those who had come to learn of Naruto and Tayuya and their kind nature were particularly upset, as they had grown quite fond of their adventurous spirit, mischief, and how they came to play the role left behind by Kaiza, even if it was a small part. "Are you sure you have to go back so soon?" "I'm afraid so," Kurenai replied with a small smile. "We fulfilled our contract and have to report back before the final date. Of course, we also have to work out what to do with these two, since both of them decided to scamper off on their own, even if one of the incidents was purely accidental." She said this while resting a hand on Naruto's shoulder, getting looks of dread from both him and Tayuya, and a giggle of amusement from an accompanying Isaribi. "It's time that we return to our duties as shinobi of Konohagakure." Shino could agree to this wholeheartedly, whereas Kiba and Hinata were more interested in the cloud of misery hovering over the Jinchuriki's head. Managing to shake it off, Naruto grinned brightly at the townspeople. "Don't worry. We'll come by to visit sometime." The swallow perched on his shoulder chirped, flapping her wings to show off her enthusiasm. He saw smiles brim on everyone's faces, especially the children and the grandson of Tazuna trying desperately to hold back tears. Obviously Inari was taking Naruto's departure the hardest. Ever since their victory on the bridge, the boy had tried to spend as much time as possible with the blonde-haired wanderer he'd come to view as a hero and older brother figure. Upon learning of his leaving the day earlier, he wouldn't let Naruto out of his sight and, by morning, had tried in vain to hold back tears. Even now he was struggling to stop the waterworks, much to the amusement of everyone there. He had just one of the cutest faces possible as he squirmed and writhed trying to suppress it all. "You'd better come back to visit," Inari said while trembling, looking up at Naruto as best as he could. "I'll miss you." This seemed to get a rather profound response from the Jinchuriki, who started trembling himself as he forced a grin. "Inari, you're sad, right? It's okay for you to cry." Inari looked back defiantly before yelling, "I'm not going to cry. Why do you think I would do that? You're going to cry too, aren't you, Naruto?" "Nope," the blonde turned before giving a wave over his shoulder. The bird ignored his sudden gesture by hopping onto the other side he didn't wave with and pecked at him. After wincing, Naruto started down the bridge as fast as his legs would carry him, watched by a perturbed Kiba and a curious Hinata. "See ya." Inari was shocked at how the blonde just brushed him off like that. However, after everything that had happened to them and after all their goodbyes, including this one, the youngster just couldn't find it in him to yell or chase after the genin. However, it was clear that he was going to miss him deeply from the way he jerked forward sadly. And instead of pursuing, he just settled for crying and sniffling. The river came in full force as Tazuna proceeded to rub his grandson's head comfortingly. Much to Naruto's relief, the village behind him didn't see the tears starting to come from his eyes as he moved away. With his back turned and most of him pretty much ahead of the group, he too allowed his emotions to brim and spill over, coming out with such intensity that streams came from both his eyes and his nose. Unfortunately though, the entirety of the group, Isaribi included, could see him as clear as day, and all of them looked at him in amusement while Kiba made facial comparisons between his rival and the equally tear-strung Inari behind them. Kurenai chuckled and shook her head. "Oh, good grief. Geez. What a stubborn guy," Kiba thought with a sweat drop. Swift chirped out a laugh, nuzzling her companion's cheek as he sobbed freely. The entire group waved as they parted from the shore of the village. Side by side, the seven of them moved down the newly constructed bridge, taking their time to look back at the people they were parting ways with and the amount of effort put into the causeway they were now treading. It was the bridge built through the blood and sweat of those that had been willing to stand against Gato, and the young shinobi now returning to their homeland with the team were the ones who went to war against him. Though it was brief, it ended for the best, and the soul once taken from the dying land was returned to its people. It was this thought that filled Tezuna's heart and mind as he watched the youngster who carried most of that burden fade from sight. That boy made allies out of enemies, changed the hearts of those around him, and reached out to the rest of the villagers when they were in need, the old man exclaimed with a sniff of his own, rubbing his finger under his nose. His act in turn allowed Inari to find strength and change the hearts of everybody else for the better, bringing the people together to find the thing that they thought they'd lost. Naruto created a bridge of courage and determination, which then led to hope and salvation. A strong man like that only comes around once every 100 years. He certainly is strong, that one, Tsunami exclaimed, looking down at Inari to see him wiping his eyes with the back of his arm. Naruto-kun saved us, all of us. Bridge, eh? Tezuna's friend Jichi standing beside him also murmured, before suddenly perking on the matter. Oh yeah. That's right. We have to name this bridge too, don't we? Yes. Of course we do, Tezuna chuckled, rubbing his head embarrassingly. I was so distracted with everything else going on I almost forgot. But I think I already have the perfect name to give this bridge. Really? His daughter responded in surprise, the villagers behind them looking towards the architect and head of the project with intent. What did you have in mind? The drunk chuckled as he placed his hands on his hips. Just a couple of days ago I learned from an old work friend that a great landmark similar to this one, in a country somewhere to the far west that was once occupied by Gato, was named after a very important person that just happened to be passing by. He said that this person came to this country and, without hesitation or asking for anything in return, saved the entire nation and its people from the tyrant's wrath. They named the structure that they dedicated to this person after his name, to thank him for everything he had done for them. What did they name it? A random villager asked. Tezuna's grin widened. They named their new monument the Naruto Uzumaki Big Bridge. After saying that, he heard the sounds of jaws dropping and eyes bugging out in a satisfying verse, his words even causing Inari to gaze up at him in surprise. The old man stood proudly with his chest puffed out and fists placed firmly upon his hips. I think we should follow their example, and call this the Great Naruto Bridge. Recovering quickly, Tsunami giggled and nodded her head in agreement. That's a splendid name. Naruto-kun's spirit is so great he's having bridges named after him. How about that? Heh. Are you sure that will be alright? Jichi asked through chuckles. The liberated bridge builder nodded affirmatively and breathed in deeply. Of course. I want to name it that because I hope this bridge will never crumble, and will one day become a super famous bridge, whose name will be known throughout the world. XXX. The next day? The third's fingers wrapped in an impatient manner along the surface of his desk as his eyes cut between the two guilty-looking teenagers standing before him with their heads down, along with their company of Kurenai's group and their tag-along. Judging from the stoic look on his face and the glint in his eyes, you could tell he was thinking things through quite thoroughly. Amongst the pile of headaches he'd had to churn through over the past week and a bit, which consisted of a lot of paperwork grinding and signing, Hiruzen Sarutobi also learned recently that, for the second time in 2 years, his village's Jinchuriki and resident troublemaker had just up and vanished without a trace. Sure, the news of this unanticipated and second disappearance only arrived to him about 4 days ago when Team 7's Jonin captain and his teammates came into his office inquiring about their third member's whereabouts. Naruto had in fact been labeled as missing as far back as 2 weeks ago, days before the first official inquisition. The elder only found this out through word of mouth, which had all been started by Tayuya returning home about a fortnight ago and finding her friend just gone. Not only that, but 2 days later the Kunoichi herself had also up and disappeared, which gave Hiruzen an even bigger headache to contend with when her teammates eventually came asking about her too. It wasn't that he was irritated at the children, he was exhausted from the workload. This was because as soon as he heard that Naruto and Tayuya had gone off somewhere, he organized search parties for them, mostly through use of their respective teams. However, about several days later, much to everyone's surprise, they finally returned to the village with Kurenai's team. An interesting development if anyone was keeping score. After hearing what both of them and Kurenai's team had to say, Hiruzen breathed a heavy sigh and shook his head. Are you making this some kind of a habit, Naruto-kun? Knocking yourself out chasing birds and winding up in the back of a carriage that drags you all the way to another country? The Jinchuriki, not really sure how to answer that question, grinned sheepishly. I swear I'm not doing this on purpose, Hokage Jiji. Part of me would like to believe that. But another part of me says otherwise, Hiruzen replied good-naturedly. He then looked across at Kurenai to see the Jonin and her team standing patiently in front of her. So, I can assume from the story that you four completed your mission successfully? The raven-haired woman nodded, of course, Hokage-sama. It was all smooth sailing, thanks in part to young Naruto-kun and his little misguided adventure. She cut down to the kids to see the blonde hunchover in a visible wince when he felt her eyes on him. No dramas or anything disconcerting to report. Well, as long as the mission was completed and you all made it back safe and sound, then good job, Hiruzen replied. He then nodded to each of them in acknowledgement. Team 8 has officially completed their second C-rank mission. Well done. You all deserve a good rest. He pulled his pipe out from his robe and began filling it. After stamping out their scroll and rolling it up, he then gestured to the group filed up before him. You're all dismissed for the day. Naruto, Tayuya, and Isaribi. He glanced towards the purple-haired girl also with them, who lowered her head when she was directly addressed. Please stay. I still need to speak with you. The young members of Squad 8 and their Jonin captain all bowed in response. After saluting the village leader, they slowly filed out of the room, with Hinata giving Naruto a warm smile and Kiba patting him on the shoulder, silently passing on his luck before vacating the premises. Once the door to the office closed, the three teens still in the presence of the Hokage turned back to him to see him light his pipe and breathe out a cloud of smoke. After setting up his little soul soother, the man focused all of his attention on those who remained. He had Chunin guards stationed outside in case any problems aroused here, however this was only procedure. There was nothing he needed to be really concerned about here. He knew the two kids he was speaking with well and had nothing to fear from the new girl. Now that we're alone, we can talk more in detail about what happened, the third exclaimed, glancing over to Tayuya to see the kunoichi stand further at attention. I understand what must have transpired over in that country and the events leading up to it, as you delivered the entire tale in brief from start to finish. But I'd still like to reflect more on some of the highlights of your ordeal. After finding out what must have happened to Naruto-kun, you decided to go out in search of him? Yes. Hokage-sama. Tayuya nodded firmly before her eyes panned to the elder and focused completely on him. I know it's unorthodox to leave without being given consent and asking for it, but you were worried about him, your friend and comrade, the Hokage finished, nodding when his eyes met hers. And I know full well that Naruto-kun would have done the exact same thing for me too. She turned to the Jinchuriki in question, who beamed at her before both of them turned back around. I have no excuses for leaving Konohagakure. It was my call, and I'm willing to accept the penalties for my actions. Hiruzen raised a hand to stop her. Later. You left the village without authorization and without informing anyone else of your intentions, but it was all for a good cause. And I can understand that Naruto-kun's absence was all due to circumstances that were beyond our knowledge and control. However, what I would really like to know is some of the things that took place over there in the Land of Wave. He turned to Isaribi and gestured to her. First, your friend here. You said that you met her on the island? Yes, Naruto replied affirmatively without hesitation. She was living alone on the outskirts, way out of reach of the main village. You also mentioned that she was experimented on, but you never specified by whom, the Hokage exclaimed, lacing his fingers together and giving his undivided attention to the purple-haired girl. Tell me, child, in whose custody were you in before Naruto-kun found you? Isaribi, nervous as ever, closed her eyes fearfully. I was under the care of Amachi, a medical man and researcher working for the Sannin Orochimaru. This immediately had the third raise an eyebrow. Really? It was clear that he was surprised, but he did not allow this to affect his train of thought. Getting a nod from the diver in return, Hiruzen continued on without missing a beat. He was a former comrade of ours that turned rogue and left our ranks to pursue his dream of becoming a powerful shinobi. His ambitions once encompassed the civilians of our village and I thought he would perhaps have a change of heart if I allowed him to go free, but now I see his darkness has involved the innocent outside of Konohagakure. He closed his eyes and bowed to the girl. I'm sorry. It's okay, Isaribi murmured, sniffing. She felt Naruto rest a hand on her shoulder, which gave her some small measure of comfort. I can't blame you for what happened to me. You have every right to, Hiruzen stated firmly. Orochimaru was my student, my responsibility. Because I decided to let him go, his evil managed to spread from our village to the rest of the world. Breathing a sigh when he felt eyes on him again, the elder rubbed his brow and inhaled on his pipe, before releasing another plume of smoke into the air. The best I can do now is try to make amends for my mistake. You can ask me for anything you wish. Naruto, sucking up, stepped forward with his arm still around the timid Isaribi. I promised Isaribi-chan that I would help her. She had nowhere else to go and no one to turn to, so I brought her with us. Do you think she can live here in the village, Aji-san? Hiruzen nodded. I don't see why not. This earned a smile from the Jinchuriki, on which the old man led off from. She will need to be put past Inoichi first before I can write up on any of the paperwork. She may know something else important regarding Orochimaru and his work, perhaps even his whereabouts. He turned to the child in question again. Is that okay with you, Isaribi-san? I promise nothing bad will happen to you. The purple-haired girl nodded quickly. Igriagis. Very good. Happy at this response, Naruto pressed on. She also wants to be made normal again, Gigi. The blonde exclaimed, nudging Isaribi and getting her to tug on the bandages on her face. When she showed the elder her skin underneath, the man acknowledged her problem with a gentle gaze. Will the doctors here be able to help her? She still wants to keep her abilities, she just wants to look like an ordinary girl again so she can fit in. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the elder proceeded on unimpeded. I'll see what I can do. He nodded toward the newcomer, who visibly brightened at the man's answer. Don't worry, child. Our village has some of the best medical staff in the nation. I'm sure we'll be able to help you. Heart soaring, Isaribi clasped her hands together tightly while her eyes shimmered with tears of joy. Thank you so much. When she hugged Naruto around the arm and got warm looks from everyone present in the room, she then faded back into the line, while the Jinchuriki and Tayuya took the spotlight again. They fell under Hiruzen's gaze once more, who continued to puff on his pipe while retracing his steps on the tale they were still discussing. If I recall correctly, you then went after Gato, but then came across a problem. Naruto's expression steeled. Yes, 2 men wearing black cloaks with red cloud symbols on them. Both of them were really strong. He gestured to Isaribi. One infiltrated her hideout and fought with the people there. Another one went after the bridge builder Tazuna's family. I saved them and he chased us. Afterwards I ran into Zabuza Momochi and his student, and we teamed up to fight him. The Jinchuriki saddened at this part. One of them didn't make it. Hiruzen nodded in understanding, having heard this part. Who were those 2? Members of a group called Akatsuki, Nuke-nin and Mercenaries for Hire. One of them was named Kakuzu, and the one that our group fought was Haiden, Naruto stated straight out, not even bothering to lead into it. I don't know what happened to Kakuzu, but I'm sure we killed Haiden. It took an entire team to take him down, and even though we had a Jonin and a Chunin level shinobi with us, this guy just kept on coming. We didn't even put any real damage on him. How come? Hiruzen asked. With his fighting style he was able to avoid most of our attacks. We had to swarm him and continuously take him from all sides to keep him defensive. But even when we did hit him, he kept fighting at a pace like he had no damage whatsoever, Naruto stated, gritting his teeth as he remembered the details of that battle. He survived having his throat cut open, stabbed, his vitals punctured, kunai and shuriken to the body, crushed, drowned, and beaten, and even after all of that he still didn't go down. Not only that, but he had this really scary technique where he took someone's blood, drank it, and whatever damage he took or inflicted to his own body, bounced back on the person who he stole blood from. Honestly, the third hadn't heard of that one before. Even after all his years of being a shinobi and seeing so much of the world, to hear that somebody could take on the most brutal punishments imaginable and walk through them like they were nothing, was just completely far-fetched. While it was true he'd heard of high endurance before, what Naruto just told him about their opponent was something else entirely. However, from his years out on the field and sitting behind a desk, the wisest and most respected elder in the village had come to accept that the only thing you could really expect from this world were surprises, because no matter how much experience you got, even if you knew everything from the books, you could still be caught off guard. He stabbed himself repeatedly, and nearly killed Zabuza, Naruto said with a frown. He got me too, but I can survive attacks like that. The Jinchuriki then rubbed his stomach, where he remembered taking all of those phantom blows from his enemy. Zabuza then gave us an opening by taking out his ritual circle and I sent that freak packing. Where? The other side of the country, Naruto said, pointing up towards the sky, even though there was a roof over their heads. I needed to put him where he couldn't hurt anyone anymore, so I taught him how to fly. I saw it myself, Tayuya said, holding up her hand and getting the Hokage's attention. I was stuck on the other side of the channel dealing with Gato's men posted at the docks, but I saw what happened to the guy. There's no way we'll be seeing him anytime soon. A stubborn opponent, huh? Yeah. After that, Zabuza told us to leave him so that he could deal with the other one when he showed up. He took him down into the ocean with a massive water release attack and sacrificed himself to save us. I'm not sure whether Kakuzu managed to survive or not, but if he's anything like his partner, he may have survived. But Zabuza. Naruto hesitated, not needing to say anything further for the Hokage to understand what had taken place after that. He'd already been told this. Hiruzen nodded, putting his hands together again and giving the small group a more considerate stare. I can only imagine how much you've been through. No genin should have experienced the pain and challenges you've had to endure. Add it to our resumes, Naruto replied, shrugging his shoulders. Actually, I think I will, Hiruzen exclaimed, surprising both the Jinchuriki and his roommate when the elder pulled out a new scroll from his desk, rolled it open, and began writing in it. Though you two were there off the books and got involved in something you probably shouldn't have, you still saw your roles through to the end and succeeded in liberating an entire nation. From what you've told me, what you two just performed was equivalent to an A-rank mission. This is clearly an accomplishment I simply cannot let slide. After scribbling what he needed to across the paper, the elder beamed once more. I'm putting this on your permanent records, A-rank mission to Wave Country, completed. This brought a round of smiles to the group of youngsters standing in the office, with Naruto and Tayuya pushing their forearms against the other in congratulations. Once the brief celebrations and high-fives were over and done with, the genin turned back to the third and faced him once more. Despite your success, you two will still face repercussions for leaving the village without giving prior notice, the old Sarutobi stated, taking whatever wind they had out of their sails and leaving them deflated. The sight of their paling expressions afterwards had the old man chuckle. Now don't give me that. Due to the extreme circumstances and seriousness of your absence, your actions will require some form of penalty. While leaving the village through the main gates wasn't a crime, it all depended on what you were leaving the village for and how long you were gone. In his youth Jiraiya strolled in and out of the village on a daily basis and would not be seen for weeks, and many other shinobi came and went as they pleased, even genin. After everything that had happened to Naruto and Tayuya, not to mention after all the ruckus they'd caused around the village itself, he still needed to lay down the law as their role model and leader of the shinobi forces. Yes. Hokage-sama, both Naruto and Tayuya groaned with rain clouds over their heads and Isaribi looking across at her friends anxiously. D-rank mission, 1 week babysitting the daimyo cousin's son without pay. Good luck with that, Hiruzen replied, ripping off a slip of scroll and holding it out in front of him. A reasonable punishment. You need to make up for lost hours, after all. Looks of dread came across the pair's faces, both of which made Isaribi giggle at how silly the two of them appeared together. In spite of this unceremonious upset, it was still the way of the shinobi. Even if you followed your own path, people still needed to abide by the rules established by the world. It was how general order was kept. Not only did they have to pay the Hokage back for giving him such a headache, but the duo also had to apologize to their teams for being away for so long. That was also something they weren't looking forward to. By the way, Hiruzen exclaimed, looking across at the two youngsters curiously. What happened to Gato? Blinking, Naruto, Tayuya and Isaribi smiled deviously at each other after processing the elder's next question. Oh. Later that night? Back in Wave, things weren't going so well for the billionaire shipping magnate. In his confinement to a filthy little jail cell that had served as his domain for the past few days, Gato had quickly found himself on the receiving end of a lot of ill will, care and conduct. This mostly came from the people tasked with guarding him and looking out for his condition in the form of spittle, verbal abuse and rough handling of all kinds, in which he found his experience locked away in that building eerily similar to how cattle were hoarded around at local farms and mills. It was an almost ironic image, considering his few days here were turning out to be a glaring reflection of the many years he'd treated countless others who were beneath him. Like animals. He didn't let this thought get to him though. It was depressing enough that he was wedged in this jam in the first place, but also something he was constantly and incessantly reminded of. Anyway, after what felt like months of being locked away in a cold, dark place, without prior notice or word, early that morning the man was woken up and dragged against his will over to the daimyo's home for what he assumed to be an interrogation of sorts administered by the authorities. When he arrived there expecting a massive reception, he quickly found himself thrown into a small court that had been set up with all the village elders and those of political significance gathered before him for the scheduled hearing. The trial consisted of the usual spiel. They read him his rights as a human being, they read him his charges, and then began passing out his sentence without even giving him a chance to defend himself. This wasn't any ordinary court session the boss was used to with the cliché judge, jury, and executioner. There was just a judge, the people, and there was no sign of the executioner, yet. The systems were different in every country wherever he went and, what with everything that had gone on here in Wave, this was what Gato quickly deduced to be their system. The system the people of this country could set up in time to hold him, anyway. After passing him through the hammer of the daimyo and flashing through the paperwork before any words of protest could be given, while at the same time keeping the knowledge of his holding here safely inside the country itself so that no more trouble came knocking looking for the man, Gato was then escorted back to the prison by the nation's feudal lord guards. It was a grungy old place, something you would expect for a small country, a wooden building with thick walls, floor, and 2 levels with isolation wards confined to certain parts of the structure. Gato was put into a special cell at the end of the hall, being a priority prisoner and currently the land's most important guest. Only wearing a beaten-up, button shirt, pants and shoes, the small business owner was pushed into the cell and slowly had his cuffs removed. The soldier who put him there frowned as he watched the miserable weasel step back while rubbing the sores and burns he'd gotten from the wooden shackles with iron fittings. After shutting the gate on him and turning the key, the armor-clad guard then turned his glare on the unsightly figure and looked him over with a disgusted scowl. "All criminals get what's coming to them, Gato," the soldier stated while surveying the man through the square spaces of the gate. "No one can run forever. Eventually, all of that shit you pull comes back to bite you. It hurts, doesn't it?" Gato said nothing. He only glared back at the man defiantly with whatever confidence he had left. The guard's frown deepened before he knocked against the wooden bars. "You took a lot from these people, not just their money, but their right to live. If the world is as fair as it is, I hope that they take every last bit of Rio away from you." With that said and done, the man turned heel and walked away, slamming the iron door shut at the end of the hall. Growling through his teeth, Gato turned to face his room that would be his place of residence for however much longer this country was going to hold him. It was a depressing place. Wooden walls, gate, floor, ceiling, with a tiny window well above the ground with iron bars, a flat bed with a blanket, toilet, sink, and only 2 candles outside his cell lighting the room, leaving the rest of it in total darkness. At least they were kind enough to leave him the sheet. Really, that was the only positive he could get from all of this. After all of his hard work, after all the trials and tribulations he had to go through, the people he had to talk to, the people he had to work over and the lies he had to sell, this was where he was inevitably led to, a cold, dingy cell with terrible, damn near rotten conditions. There was nothing good about this place. Sure, his main concerns should have been focused on the charges he had been confronted with and his sentences. He was in for extortion, money laundering, bill padding, human trafficking, drug dealing, drug manufacturing, multiple counts of murder, and other notable crimes against humanity. And what did he get for all this? Execution. And the crowning ceremony was tomorrow. Guess the guard was right about taking every last Rio away from him. Damn, these sewage rats. Gato cursed, kicking at his cell bar and uselessly injuring his toe. Hobbling back and hissing in pain, the unbecoming gentleman grabbed his shirt and buttoned up his collar. "I should have killed every single one of them when I had the chance. Damn that bridge and damn that blonde-haired demon brat that terrorized him for years." That kid, the source of all of his nightmares, had finally got to him. It made him sick to his stomach. However, before the former billionaire business owner could start wallowing around in his misery and start compiling his mentally assorted memoirs, the sound of chuckling suddenly had the man freeze up. While the echo that bounced off of the walls was chilling enough, the fact that it came to him in such volume told him that the laugh had come from the very same cell he was in. Cutting towards the corner, Gato almost let out a shriek of terror when he saw a tall shadow standing just outside of the beams of moonlight coming down from the window above. Laughing at seeing the prisoner press his back up against the cell gate and breathe heavily at being startled, the individual decided to finally step into full view so as to not leave his identity to question. Adorned in his blue shirt with pants, white vest, strange gloves, headband with no village symbol on it, with long orange spiky hair, sharp eyes and a mole directly under his right completing his facade, the visitor made his presence known with a breathy sigh and a grin. The intruder threw his arms out in an attempt to calm his audience, but in reality was just saying surprise, moneybags. "You hanging well?" Seeing Gato's startled blink then reminded him of the events that had transpired as of late and the man made a gesture of realization. "Oh, wait. No. That's tomorrow. Sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself." Gato gulped and pushed himself off of the wooden bars. "Ayashidate?" He adjusted his broken glasses as he fixed on the man strolling across the light. "WW, what the hell are you doing here?" The man in question chuckled and kicked at the ground. "I just dropped by to see the sights." "What? Did you think I was here for you?" The rogue ninja then flashed a mischievous smirk at the magnate and thumbed over his shoulder. "Hey, did you know they just opened up a new bridge? Oh man. That's a real beauty. I'm thinking of having my picture taken on it." The short man glared back at the intruder as he broke a few sweats. "Wonderful." He stepped forward to the shinobi posturing around his cell. "But, tell me, what the fuck are you really doing here?" Ishidate raised an eyebrow at the short person's inflection in speech patterns and beamed condescendingly. Processing his rough question, he then shrugged absently. "I'm working." Clicking his fingers, the man circled around as Gato kept his distance from him. Today I'm running an errand on behalf of my employer to see how his little investments are doing. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about, Moneybags. Gato stopped so that both of them were facing each other down. He was well aware of whom he was speaking with, which was why he was keeping so hard up against the wall. Whereas the man he was addressing stood in the middle of the chamber like he owned the place. The magnate's fingers tightened against the woodwork as he looked the man over, as if searching for a weapon. Yeah. I know who you're talking about. He then bit his teeth together and snapped back at the arrogant prick. My business with him concluded months ago. I gave him everything he needed. Weapons, manpower, machinery, materials, ships. We signed off on everything and that was the end of it. You could tell his impatience was growing. He was trying to adjust to the fact that he was going to be executed tomorrow. Yes, of course. Don't worry. All of the goods you sold to him are working well. Top-notch stuff. We're not asking for any refunds or anything, but, it's not like you'll be taking any returns anytime soon, will you? The wandering ninja gestured to the weasel before placing a hand on his hip. No. I'm just here to settle one last piece of unfinished business. What? Gato asked impatiently. My boss was a little bit concerned that all those billions you've made over the years, Ishidate continued in reading while waving flippantly, all of those properties you'd bought and all of your beloved industry would just get flushed down the toilet or consolidated between the other corporations looking to pick at the stinking carcass of your ruined empire. Since he's invested so much into your research, development and manufacturing of weapons and alike, he just went ahead to make sure that if you did somehow manage to make it out of this shit you've landed yourself in, you wouldn't have anything left to come home to. This had Gato freeze up and gaze across at the man in confusion. What are you saying? Ishidate grinned and marched forward, bending over and pulling on the bewildered man's cheek. The stone fingers of his gauntlet pinched the magnate hard, leaving a red mark. What I'm saying, Moneybags, is that all of your precious billions are now safely in the hands of your company's biggest shareholder. He then shrugged and leaned back to full height. Basically, when your staff across the pond found out about your little situation, you know, the whole being kidnapped and killed business, they decided to cut you off, salvage whatever they could and sold your company to the highest bidder. Naturally, it fell into the hands of the first man with the biggest pockets to come along, and my boss was very interested in picking up where you left off. That's impossible, Gato exclaimed, his eyes widening as his mind was thrown into despair and shock. You can't, come on. It's not like you were going to weasel your way out of this pickle, so why fight it, Ishidate exclaimed, ruffling his hair playfully. Look, it's all a bit technical but, the important thing is that your company's future is secure. A satisfied grin crossing his face when he saw Gato begin to slip down the wall, the shinobi allowed the boss to bask in his misery for about a minute or so, before his grin widened considerably and he lifted his right hand up in front of him. Well, that just about wraps everything up. My message was delivered and this little appointment went off without a hitch. I just have one last thing left to do. Gato looked up, giving the man a clear view of his current expression that deteriorated further into terror when he saw Ishidate pull back the sleeve over his stone gauntlet, which suddenly lit up. The purple veins spread along it like fissures and the orange eye on the back flared into life, filling the room with a haunting, devilish glow. And no. The boss wanted his takeover to be absolute with no loose ends attached. He also didn't want any names nor numbers being divulged at any of your trials should you feel the need to squeal in your final assessments leading up to your execution tomorrow, Ishidate exclaimed while grinning. You didn't squawk today, but we're not going to be taking any more chances. The magnate shook his head desperately. No. Please. Goodbye, Mr. Gato. No. Gato's cry of fear echoed throughout the entire building, his arms shooting up to shield himself but were too late to respond when Ishidate placed his glowing hand atop his head and his body suddenly turned to stone. From the top down, the petrification effect spread like wildfire before completely encasing him in a substance similar to limestone. Once the freezing process was over and the man had stopped twitching, the shinobi who delivered the killing blow relinquished his hold and admired his handiwork from a couple feet back. What a nice expression, Ishidate exclaimed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Very realistic. I was hoping for more of an overcome with pain one, but I guess you can't modify a carving. He'd frozen Gato in the middle of a terrified scream with tears coming from his eyes while he was pressed up against the wall trying to fend off his attacker. Oh well. C'est la vie. Rubbing the back of his head and assured that he had done the world a good service, Ishidate then strode towards the wall he originated from and vanished in a puff of smoke. The moment he vacated the cell and the prison itself, he didn't leave a single trace of his presence behind. Gato had been scheduled for execution tomorrow. He simply moved it ahead a day earlier. Naruto. Drifting. Another day, another dollar. The next day? Pushing open the door to his apartment and stepping into the corridor beyond, Naruto breathed in deeply and stretched his arms wide open. Ah, it's good to be back. Following the boy in shortly afterwards, Tayuya also marched into the hall and kicked off her sandals, joining them with his at the foot of the step. Sometimes I wonder how shit ever gets done around this village if basic paperwork takes that long. I mean, how long does it take to write up civilian documentation? Since this was a shinobi village, procedure was incredibly important. But really, how many outsiders did Konohagakure accept that paperwork would take so long to be handed down to the lower level of the administration building to be processed through the appropriate channel? Honestly, that had to be the most boring department ever, considering the number of new civilians the village received from outside. At best, was at least one 4-person family every couple of weeks. Apparently a whole day and night, Naruto answered with a shrug, turning around and smiling towards the door. When Tayuya moved out of the way, he saw Isaribi poke her head into view and look down the hall. The boy grinned when he saw her timid expression cut towards him and gestured her inside. "Come on, Isaribi-chan." Gulping, the girl did as instructed and wandered over the threshold. "Hey, are you sure? I don't want to intrude or anything." "Hey, you let me into your place. It's only fair that I open my door to you," Naruto exclaimed, stepping aside and showing her the entire stretch of his apartment from their current position. Technically he'd broken into her place, but that wasn't the point. He was a good host who'd offered Isaribi a place to stay in a village she'd never set foot in, and he was going to live up to that offering even if it killed him. Acknowledging his open arms, Isaribi did as the other two teenagers did and followed them in, making sure to slip off her sandals at the step. Hopping after their shadows, she was given a thorough, guided tour of their lovely home. She was first shown the bathroom, the most important room of the house of course, followed by the living room and then kitchen, also two very important chambers. Everything had been left as it was when Tayuya was last here and nothing was moved out of place, which was a good thing because it meant no extra cleaning needed to be done. The place was as clean as a teenager's home could be, so they had no excuses for any unattended goods that were lying around. Eventually the tour led the group to the bedroom, where Isaribi was introduced to the pillow and mattress fort that was their sleeping space. The girl blinked in bewilderment at the untamed and untidy room that was Naruto and Tayuya's den, with the former immediately staggering in and flopping down on top of the pile of massive, squishy pillows lying in the center of the chamber. "Oh Kami, finally. I've missed my bear cave," Naruto sighed, closing his eyes. Isaribi stared at the boy as he lay atop his disorganized mass of headrests. "Is this really how you guys sleep? It's no daimyo's quarters, but it beats passing out in an ordinary bed," Tayuya exclaimed from the entrance, watching as the purple-haired girl's eyes turned to her. "Just drop your shit wherever and crash on whatever space you want. You must be stuffed." Still baffled by this young pair's living situation, Isaribi then considered her own state of self and smiled slightly. "Actually, I am a little bit tired." "Cool," the redhead chirped, pointing towards the closet and the desk in the room one after the other. "Clothing goes in there and that's Naruto's trophy desk displaying his many accomplishments and souvenirs. I'm going to grab some breakfast." Thumbing over her shoulder, Tayuya saluted and turned heel. Just before she could leave however, she leaned back and waved at the girl through the doorway. "Welcome to your new home. You're going to love it here." "Yes. Thank you," Isaribi nodded, smiling as Tayuya left before looking about the domicile curiously. Stepping over the groaning Jinchuriki as he sunk into his familiar stack of pillows, the new girl stopped in front of his desk of many things. Aside from the books and documents strewn about, he also had a buttload of photographs and trinkets from his many past adventures. She could see chaos and fun times of all sorts depicted in the frameless images, with those that did have frames being some of his most cherished memories. There were a lot of pictures with both him and Tayuya, the two of them dressed in formal robes, indicating that they had been to a couple of festivals together. The pair appeared really happy in the images, which made Isaribi uncomfortably tight on the inside. Strange. There was also some other stuff lying around. Besides the katana in the black scabbard, there was also a kunai with a weird protrusion on it, a red clover preserved in a glass cube, a burnt ceiling tag, a pair of rusty trench knives, a piece of stone tablet with weird markings on it and a headband that had been snapped in half. If this didn't raise a few questions as to what the boy had gotten up to over his many years in the village, then the pairs of women's lingerie certainly did. Blushing brightly at the sight of the underwear, Isaribi turned around to see a sheepishly grinning Naruto staring back at her. "Yeah, that was from the time 3 Kunoichi snuck into my home and tried to kill me. Fun story that one. I'll tell you more about it later." "Okay. Was this going to be a PG-rated story? She hoped it was. Naruto jumped to his feet and scratched his head. Well, this is our place of residence. I'm sorry if it's a little small. I'm thinking of actually getting an extension on it. Nobody lives in the flat next door on account of me being a Jinchuriki, so I was thinking. Oh, it's okay, Isaribi spoke up, cutting him off and smiling brightly. She rubbed her arm where her bandages were as she presented a very anxious reflection of herself. I think it's really nice. It's just, you didn't have to ask me to come stay with you. No problem. Naruto cut in while waving his hand dismissively. It's great having people over. It definitely beats living on your own. Why yeah, that's true, Isaribi replied, smiling warmly at the boy as she swayed on the spot. Again, thank you. Beaming and looking positively elevated from his new guest's expression of gratitude, Naruto then gave the girl a thumbs up before stepping over to the door. Well, I think it's about time I go find Kakashi-sensei and my team and go apologize to them for all the trouble I've caused. Just as he was about to march down the corridor and out of sight of the room, the boy was suddenly jerked to a stop when he felt something grab his arm. Surprised, he turned around to find Isaribi right behind him, her hand gripping his wrist and her body positioned inside of the room, preventing him from leaving too quickly. Looking the girl over to see what was wrong, Naruto quickly noticed that his new apartment resident was gazing at her feet with a nervous face and red in her cheeks. What's wrong, Isaribi-chan? And Naruto-kun? I just... Starting off nervous, the girl stammered slightly before panning up to face him again. Seeing his kind eyes fixed upon her, Isaribi gazed into them for a few moments before giving the boy a smile. It's nothing. She let him go, deciding to hold back on what she wanted to say to him. Still not set, seeing as how she just took his wrist so suddenly and still appeared a bit restless after releasing it, the genin nevertheless gave her a smile in return and nodded. With all that said and done, the Jinchuriki then moved down the hall and made haste for the front door, leaving the purple-haired girl alone in the shared bedroom to set her bag down wherever she wanted and to become accustomed to her new quarters. Unbeknownst to both of them, however, Tayuya had been leaning against the kitchen wall listening in. After hearing the small words thrown between the pair and picking up the stutter from Isaribi, the redhead smiled assuredly to herself before turning back to her previous task of making herself a sandwich. XXX. 1 week and a bit later. Sasuke grumbled lowly to himself as he finished laying the sheet of rice paper over the newly constructed frame of one of the many shoji doors he and his teammates were helping to put together. Giving the final product a long, hard stare and assessing its end quality, the Uchiha then breathed a weary sigh and moved on to his next product, choosing to blank out everything that he was doing and immerse himself into some more pleasant thoughts rather than this mood-killing task. Following Naruto and Tayuya's little punishment after their little vanishing act from the village, things went back to business as usual for all the teams. Everybody made up, stories were told and schedules were reset. Of course, to commemorate the safe return of their teammate and to pick things up properly from where they'd left off, Kakashi decided to finally reward his squad for all their hard with a well-deserved C-rank mission. The low-key assignment the team was given involved them helping a monk in a neighboring temple to fix the sliding walls of his structure and to take care of the building in his absence. There were a lot of artifacts of value inside the structure, and part of their job also involved them protecting the material from any would-be thieves and bandits who weren't afraid to encroach upon Kami's domain for a quick buck. While it seemed like a tedious mission for some and a pointless task for others, it was still the group's first C-rank mission ever, one that gave them something to do with their time and tested their patience as a squad. Along with Kakashi, who was sitting idly by filing the wooden sticks for the doors and gluing them together, everyone was contributing to the job in some way. Sakura was busy laying out the framework and making sure all the measurements were correct, whereas Naruto was hammering the wooden pillars together, being the deceptively creative architect that he was. Since he had to rebuild and fix his apartment from blowing it up all the time, he'd gotten pretty good at stuff like this. He screwed up his first one and had to start over much to his chagrin, but he was soon on track again and making real use of his skills. He also had clones up and about putting up the finished sliding doors on the other side of the room where the walkway was, making sure everything was in place and ensuring the things didn't fall out. They even had glass doors they were helping to fit back in, and with the head monk away on a week-long mission of his own, this left them plenty of time to whittle in peace. I still can't believe it, Sakura giggled, shaking her head as she looked across at Naruto to see him look up at her. You have a bridge named after you. A bridge. The Hokage had shown the entire team a paper of the post-Gato crisis that had befallen Wave Country on their most recent trip to the administration building, the same country Naruto had been unintentionally shanghaied to in the time he'd been missing. While at first his friends were unable to comprehend the story when he'd told them himself and shrugged it off as mere folly, when the third regaled them with the details of the name given to the new structure across the channel in person, it left two of the members of the team absolutely baffled. So, all of those stories you told us of your adventures outside the village, they weren't a lie? Naruto grinned back at the pinkette and shook his head. Nope. It's all true. He then drew circles with his finger in the air in front of him. I'm going to add them to my memoirs when I finally take up the big job at the end of my career. Rolling her eyes at his smirk, Sakura continued to work on her doors. That makes two then, doesn't it? Remembering the Jinchuriki's previous stories, the girl glanced up at him briefly to check his expression before looking back down. 2 countries you've saved, one 2.5 years ago and another just a couple of weeks ago, all from the same person. That's just incredible? Awe-inspiring? Heroic? I was going to say outrageous, but sure. Let's go with incredible. Naruto chuckled as he then gave the girl a hopeful look. Does this mean you're finally going to start seeing me as an awesome ninja? Giving his inquiry a moment of thought, Sakura smirked slyly at her friend and pointed at him. I always thought you were a good ninja, Naruto. But just because you saved 2 countries and defeated an S-class ninja doesn't mean I'm suddenly going to start falling head over heels for you. She then gazed fondly in her other teammate's direction. My heart will always be for Sasuke-kun. The Uchiha, hearing the girl's blatant proclamation of love for him, grunted indignantly and chose to ignore them. Even though he too had been just as surprised as Sakura at the whole Naruto saving an entire country story, his pride kept him from getting all praiseworthy for his lifelong rival. Since his main focus was trying to become strong enough to defeat that man, there were only so many pats on the back he could give before he started hitting the guy for real. Naruto was Naruto to him. Just the prank-pulling, class-dodging, ramen-eating delinquent who was not afraid to pick a fight. Right now though, the Uchiha was more focused on getting this mission done than worrying about his teammates' heroism. Though he wasn't sure about the other 2, who seemed to be enjoying this job quite a bit, this was still monotonous, mind-numbing work. This went doubly for the genius, since he'd been unlucky enough to be stuck with the papers. Getting glue on his hand again, the genius tried brushing it against the floor but unwittingly ended up getting sheets caught on his hand and lifted it to show he'd accidentally picked up one of the reserve papers for the shogi. Acknowledging the problem, Sasuke groaned in frustration, why are we stuck doing this? Is this the village's idea of a joke? Oh, come on, Sasuke-kun. I think this is great, Sakura chirped positively, standing up and checking out the piece she'd finished. She nodded her head approvingly once she saw all the framework was finally in place. Yeah. I haven't had this much fun in ages. Plus, fixing these panels is good work and easy pay, so what are you complaining about? You may be happy about this, but I'm not, Sasuke shot back before he glared at the paper stuck to his palm and ripped it off. This was seriously strong adhesive. He estimated it would be about a week till he would be able to get rid of all the crap sticking to him. I need to get back into training so that I can become stronger. I don't want to get caught off guard on the field again like what happened on our last mission. We need to work more on our techniques and our skills if we're going to end up facing something like that again. So he was still worrying over them nearly losing a teammate on that last clusterfuck? Points for consideration if nothing else. Sakura looked across at the brooding teen with a suddenly more disheartened expression as she thought back to that ordeal as well. She'd gotten directly involved in that conflict herself and, due to a lack of experience and confidence, had also received quite a beating from it. Because she'd done so poorly in that fight and had been unable to do anything as she watched one of her teammates nearly get killed by a Jonin, the kunoichi realized immediately after that she needed to take her work as a kunoichi more seriously and, hence, had began rethinking how she approached her training. As a result, she was working even harder than ever with her team to develop her skills and, in a surprising turn of events, she'd even cut her hair. It got in the way. Simple as that. After everything that had happened to the team and seeing the results of that particular trial, she wasn't surprised Sasuke wanted to train even harder to be able to handily dispatch foes of that caliber in the future. It was the ambition of a genius, or so she figured. The boy may not have looked the part from his handsome and glaringly cool appeal in the beginning, but the Uchiha was surprisingly obsessive and incredibly competitive for his character. Sakura could understand this well if nothing else about him, since she'd been in competition with Ino for years for the raven-haired teen's affections. It was depressing and annoying to know that, even with all her currying up, she hadn't made any progress into winning him over whatsoever. The only one who ever really noticed her changes was Naruto. He was sweet and kind to her sure, but he was for all intents and purposes the absolute wrong target. She didn't mind his honest and down-to-earth confident boosts though. They always, often came at the times she needed them most. After a moment of watching the genius clean off his hands in the pan provided before going back to his work, Kakashi smiled from where he was sitting and nodded over to the pair. "Cheer up, Sasuke-kun." He saw the boy look back at him in an immediate response. "There'll be plenty of time later for you to work on your ninjutsu skills and fighting abilities, so don't worry too much about them. Let's just concentrate on getting some more experience on missions into your resumes and focus on practicing the physical aspects of your training afterwards." They'd had a decent string of D-rank missions involving stuff around the village and had finally settled into some harder work outside on a C-rank mission. That wasn't a bad thing, and not surprising why the Jonin said that. Sasuke blinked at his sensei momentarily before looking back down at the stuff he was working on. He sighed resolutely at the tone of voice Kakashi used to address him and went back to spreading sheets. I mean, how could he say no to that? Fine. The Uchiha mumbled. No one here is expecting you to become powerful overnight. You're still young and you've got an incredibly long career ahead of you, all of you. Sure, the progress of strength and development varies from person to person, but a lot of these things still take time. Just try not to make it your entire life, otherwise you'll miss out on a lot of the other things that are important, Kakashi exclaimed, shaving more wood off of the stick he was holding before gesturing over to Naruto in the middle of the open room and his clones now wiping the windows of the glass sliding doors down. Take a look at that guy over there. He's just as interested in improving his skills as both of you are, yet he's perfectly fine with the way things are in his life. He loves hanging out with you and he loves the work. He's basically killing two birds with one stone. What? The dobe? Sasuke asked, looking up at the kid to see him scratching his head as he hammered some more nails in. That guy was born abnormal. Of course he'd find stuff like this exciting. Apparently he said this loud enough for the blonde to hear him, upon which the Jinchuriki turned around with a sour glare and gave him the middle finger. PFT, whatever. We're both in the same boat anyway. Hey, at least I'm getting better at doing things like this on these types of missions, Naruto said, pointing at himself and then at his clone on the other side of the open room, cleaning a glass door set in its place. The proof is right there. I would have dropped that thing hours ago if I was Dash. Crash. The sound of shattering glass interrupted him from his rant as the blonde and his team looked over at the startled clone in question, which was now looking down at the ground where the shoji door had fallen and broken on impact. After looking at the shards littering the deck for a few seconds, the copy then looked back up at the team staring in his direction and grinned sheepishly. He then quickly and wordlessly pulled up the cloth he had been using in his task and continued wiping the air as if a glass door was still standing in front of him. Sakura snorted before beginning to laugh uproariously, whereas Kakashi breathed out a sigh of exhaustion as the original Naruto leaned over on his spot on the ground with a raincloud hanging over his head. I'll get a broom, Sasuke murmured, standing up and walking over to the other end of the building. As he passed the original he smirked down at his now despondent state. What was that about doing better? Shut up, Teme. Naruto barked. Oh. Meanwhile, back at Naruto's apartment, left to her own tools and devices, Isaribi sat quietly in the kitchen looking around at all the walls and ceilings around her quietly and absent-mindedly. Being new to the village and new to the apartment block, the girl had, for the better part of her stay in this place so far, found it rather difficult to get a hold of some stuff to do with her free time, mostly out of uncertainty. In her few days adjusting to the ups and downs of the place, the girl had taken on some mild cleaning and cooking chores to fill in some of the gaps. Nothing big, but enough to kill the crushing silence she often felt while waiting for the other two people of the establishment to return. The purple-haired girl always looked forward to seeing either of her two roommates step in through the front door, as they always returned with something new for her to do and always gave her some much-needed company. However, with Naruto away on an extended mission and Tayuya out for most of the morning today, this meant Isaribi had to contend with being on her own for a little while with not much to do. But as eventless as the alone period was, it certainly gave the girl plenty of time to think on some other, important things she had stewing about, such as the possibility of taking on more duties here at the apartment and rearranging some of the furniture. Seeing as how she was a new resident and all, she had to occupy herself with something constructive. She wanted to be of use to both Naruto and Tayuya for taking care of her, and also wanted to help pay them back. While figuring these problems out and coming up with a list of solutions, including possible employment to help pay for material goods, Isaribi had slowly become interested in a couple of the daily reading magazines Tayuya had left stacked up on the table nearby and took a peek at the top one. Flipping it open and slowly skimming through the pages, the diver then landed on a double-page spread of a gorgeous young woman in her 20s with long brown hair wearing a very revealing, flowery kimono with a red, green and yellow color design. The pink blend it was printed on added more color to the material as the woman lay across the 2 pages in an alluring pose, surrounded by sheets, with her mature, sharp eyes fixed on the camera with a seductive look in her eyes. Isaribi traced the model's slender legs, waist, the dip in her toned midsection and her sizable chest with her thumb, feeling a slight twinge of jealousy in her perfect human form. The purple-haired girl sighed and looked at the name of the person. Mizora Amaya. Perfect skin. Curves to die for. Sapphire blue eyes. Isaribi couldn't help but feel a crushing sensation of envy fall over her as she looked the figure from head to toe again as the motionless person lay advertising the latest style of casual robes or, herself, to the public, whatever the article was for. Oh, isn't that the famous model? The new resident nearly jumped out of her skin and spun around in her chair, Isaribi's eyes landing on the window behind her to see Tayuya clambering over the open sill and looking a little bit worn. Smiling when she saw the alarmed diver looking back at her, the red head beamed before dropping to the hard floor and dusting her front down. Ms. Ora. Yeah. I've seen her picture in several places. Inopiggy is obsessed with her dieting articles. If I remember correctly, she's supposed to be the most beautiful woman in the world, second only to Tsunade of the Sannin, the red head exclaimed, placing her hand on her shoulder and rolling it. Any girl would kill to have her body and looks. They're killer. Calming down, Isaribi turned back to the magazine and looked at the open details. When her eyes fell on the woman's measurements, another spark of jealousy struck her. B98, W58, H88? A sigh escaped her lips as Tayuya also peeked around her head at the photograph. Some women just have it all made for them. Tayuya smirked when she figured out why Isaribi was so downtrodden and nudged her in the arm. Hey, don't get so down. With enough work and a couple more years, I'll bet you'll be able to out-photo shoot that woman hands down. Blinking, the diver looked up at the kunoichi as she strolled past in surprise. Really? The musician gave a nod of confidence. If you want to make it your mission to become the world's hottest babe, then pamper yourself up. Just, try not to overdo it. A lot of makeup and too much dieting can actually do more harm to you than good. She then poked herself in the cheek with a smirk. I'm more of an all-natural kind of girl. I never touch the stuff, so I'm not sure whether my advice is really good or not, just trust your instincts. Stretching out, the musician then exited into the corridor. Well, I had a good day and I got paid. I'm gonna grab my basket and head down to the hot springs for a nice soak. Feel free to come along if you want. Watching Tayuya disappear and sitting silently for a moment, Isaribi looked between both herself and the gorgeous woman on the magazine spread. Picking at her blue robe thoughtfully, the diver took a few seconds to consider her own appearance and looks before figuring she might get a better idea on improving her image sticking with the red head for some quality girl time. So, picking herself up out of the chair, Isaribi scampered off to go fetch her own washing basket. A dip in the hot springs would probably do her some good. It was a damn sight better than stewing here in the apartment. XXX. 2 weeks later. Things shifted paces quickly for Team 7 after their first successful C-rank mission. They eventually moved off of monotonous work and into things that were more diverse and allowed them to be more active during their assignments. Instead of walking dogs, finding cats, picking up dog crap, helping to move stuff and fixing fences, they started doing more sundry activities that involved farming, out-of-village delivery services and cooperation. One of the next missions on the list eventually saw Team 7 joining up with a couple of the other teams on a Group C-ranked level assignment to help with a mass harvest. Hopefully it would remain as one that wouldn't suddenly spiral into some drastic, over-the-top B-rank conflict like it did on Squad Kakashi's courier mission. The farmers who had previously been assigned to work the day were off in another field to help with the gathering there, so this left the teams in the wheat and berry fields on the west side. Scythes and cutters in hand with baskets on their backs, the entirety of Team 7 lined up under the supervision of their sensei and began cutting swaths through the overgrown grass to fill their carriers. Since they were dealing with an entire hillside, this job guaranteed a full day of hard labor. At first it started off easy with the empty baskets, Sasuke and Sakura quickly finding a rhythm and sticking to it, until the weight of their baggage started to steadily increase the more field they sliced down and the more bunches they were able to gather. They actually started creating bundles with the massive amount of bales they got through, and had to stop for a break every so often. The only person really getting into the swing of this was Naruto, who was exerting boundless energy as always. The boy just attacked the grass with vigor behind each of his swings and went ahead of his team, until Kakashi stepped in to gently instruct him to slow down and allow the others to keep pace with him for an even shaving of the crop. Go easy on the grass, Naruto. It's not an opponent. Focus on cutting it right rather than cutting it quickly, that way the wheat will be able to grow properly for the next harvest. The blonde, his goggles pulled up and his jacket wrapped around his waist, grinned and saluted affirmatively, "Yes sir." He then went back to work, going at a more labored pace but making sure to cut every handful carefully with each swing. In the next field across from theirs, Team 9 was also hard at work with Gunma standing nearby counting baskets while looking on as Keed, Tayuya, and Shiho continued picking berries out of the bushes in the rows they were assigned. With gloves and aprons pulled over them, the trio made excellent use of their dispersal to tackle one tree at a time, pausing for the occasional check of their stock before going back to it with even more intent than before. Of course, there were one or two pauses involved in the squad's momentum when Keed would suddenly stop in mid-action to delight in the subtle aroma of the berries and to roll the ones he managed to pick between his fingers in awe. The guy was just weird that way. Ah, such lavish fruits. What marvelous texture and seamless perfection. To think that such a small ball of nectar would house the very seeds of love and the building blocks of life, Keed exclaimed in a very posh tone of voice while he sniffed the items in his hands, the roundedness, the taste of subtle shell, the energy being nursed within, and the love that went into helping this berry grow. This truly is a gift given to us from heaven herself. Tayuya looked up at him from her bush and stared at him oddly. "Dude, what the hell have you been smoking?" Keed smiled and pointed at the fruit in his hand. "Just the fragrance of nature, Tayuya-san." The girl shook her head while Shiho, over on her side, stood up from her patch and wiped her brow, which had been stained from sweat drawn forth from the sun. "Well, could you serenade with nature a little bit quieter, please? You're kind of distracting me." The musician reached back down to grab another berry, but then paused and pointed between the two in front of her. "Hang on, which one was ripe again? The energy, no, the subtle or, wait, fuck. Shut the hell up, Keed." Shiho giggled at Tayuya getting frustrated at her task while Gunma chuckled in amusement, rolling the sunban between his lips around. "It's the blue ones, Tayuya. Any of the bigger ones will do," the team leader exclaimed. The kunoichi nodded and quickly went back to her task, a blush on her face. That was humiliating. After seeing his squad return to their duties, Gunma looked across at Kakashi's group, where he could see the genius Sasuke sitting on the wall with his shirt off and drinking a bottle of water, Sakura swooning over him with a warm glow on her face and Naruto bundling up more wheat from his carrier beside them. The man with the needle in his mouth smirked at the pleasant atmosphere and, after gazing over the wall for a moment, met Kakashi's eye looking back over at him from his stack of goods. Both men nodded to each other in greeting, signaling that things were going well on their ends before turning to direct their respective groups. Over in the orange groves, Team 10 was busy climbing ladders and picking fruits of their own. Wearing similar baskets on their shoulders, the youngsters gathered the oranges in great heaps before taking them over to the cart and dropping them in. The mass amounts they'd already accumulated were incredible, and it was safe to say they were holding their end up just fine. Asuma smiled from his seat on the wagon as he watched Ino drop her latest batch in before looking up at the top of Choji's ladder, where he saw the boy peel back an orange and start eating it. While this had the Jonin shake his head at his student's irresistible appetite, the blonde-haired girl climbing back up her ladder spotted him and pointed in his direction. "Oi! Don't eat the oranges, Choji. We're supposed to be counting those." The boy looked back at her momentarily and then back down at the fruit. After several glances, he got tears in his eyes and gazed at his teammate all puppy dog-like. "But Ino. No buts. We can eat later," Ino shouted, shaking her head and continuing to climb her ladder. "Geez. You guys can be so annoying sometimes. Always messing around and don't you go falling asleep on us again, Shikamaru. Get up, you lazy bum." Seeing the boy lying underneath his tree had the girl's hair stand on end at how irritating her companions were being right now. It was like they were leaving her to do all the work for them while they were just goofing off, which she had long since become accustomed to. Still, that didn't mean their actions didn't get her hair to bristle at times, and her exclamations were more than enough to put them back in their places, with the Nara letting out a tired yawn and standing back up. Man, how troublesome. At least things weren't as problem-filled over at Team 8's end. With Kurenai standing up on her wagon with clipboard in hand, the woman watched her team intently move up and down the ladders positioned under the nearby trees, gathering apples and dumping them in the back for processing. Unlike their counterparts, it was a lot more easygoing with her team as Kiba was spearheading the group in terms of energy, and Shino and Hinata were right behind him. The Hyuga of course found her job very enjoyable, and was pleasantly humming a gentle tone to herself as she plucked apples out of the tree. She even went out of her way to lay them neatly in her basket before going down to deposit them so that they didn't bruise. Shino meanwhile looked as though he was operating on autopilot, always moving around like he was locked in the same loop of action as he had been from the beginning, which Kurenai had no problems with. This meant he did his work without a complaint or fuss. The woman could see that she had a very diligent team under her wing, which brought a big smile to her face. While he was pulling apples from the branch he was currently focused on, Kiba got quite a start when he pulled an apple down with a stick insect on it and Akamaru barked in alarm. The boy yelped in shock at the sheer size of it and shook his hand rapidly. Gah! Get away, you! It flew off before quickly landing on a nearby Shino, who was now glaring across at his teammate. Kiba quickly glared back. What? Please refrain from disturbing the residents, Kiba. Hey! He was the one trying to sneak a bite, the Inuzuka replied while pointing at the insect resting on Shino's shoulder. Bugs shouldn't be in here to begin with. All of this stock is for the villagers. Even the smallest of creatures in this world need to eat, Shino replied, allowing the bug to crawl onto his finger where it then sat. Why I say this you ask? Because everyone in the world requires sustenance to allow their bodies to grow. That's not the point. This is a crop meant for growing food for people. If bugs get into them, they'll either spoil the food or people will end up devouring them. What do you think will happen if a poor, unfortunate worm ends up inside one of these apples and is eaten by a person? What do you think will happen then? Kiba asked with a smug grin forming on his face as he dropped his arm to rest on the ladder. It's not going to end well for the bug or the person, is it? Shino remained silent for a moment before allowing his head to lower. Though his expression remained unreadable, you could tell from his action that he was clearly stressing over the issue. Upon giving the stick insect on his finger a brief moment of consideration, he then allowed it to fly free and formed a hand seal. You have a point. I shall fix that. He then held out his hand. Hijitsu, Mushios. Secret technique, insect gathering. All of a sudden, the air suddenly became filled with thousands upon thousands of bugs flying out from their hiding places in the trees to gather around Shino on his command. The mass amounts of critters literally clogged the air in what could have easily been mistaken for a cloud of smoke, with the flock quickly converging and swarming in to envelop Kiba and Hinata, both of whom looked up in shock at the forest worth of insects coming towards them. Their shrieks of terror quickly echoed across the farmlands. Gah! Stop! What are you doing, you idiot? Shino Kun. Ekeek. Teamwork. What a concept. XXX. 1 week later. It was early morning, and Naruto and Tayuya were still sleeping off from several long days of back-to-back missions and training. Their exhaustion from the days beforehand was clearly evident, as neither of them was bothered in the slightest by the bright sun rising over the hills and peeking through the drapes, or the sounds of the villagers bustling outside. Hell, the only signs of life either of them gave in this moment of tranquility were Naruto scrunching his nose up slightly and Tayuya murmuring and brushing away at her cheek like a kitten. Other than those movements, the pair continued to doze uninterrupted wherever they were lying. However, after another half an hour into the morning and as time continued to tick by, Naruto slowly began to stir from his slumber from an odd feeling that had suddenly overcome him. Blinking away the spots from the sunlight blasting him in the face, the drowsy teen looked up thoughtfully as he attempted to figure out what this sensation was. Why does my chest feel heavy all of a sudden? Confused, he looked down, and quickly discovered the source of the problem. Lying on top of him, sharing the same mattress he was using, not only did he see Tayuya fast asleep in her usual oversized t-shirt and underwear with her wild hair all over the place, but he also saw Isaribi sleeping in her underwear with a night robe over that. Both girls were lying on either side of him on top of his chest, both of them gripping a part of his white shirt and were, in a few words, sleeping in peace. Blinking in surprise, Naruto looked from one girl to the other and rested his head back, staring blankly at his ceiling. Is this a dream? Yeah, it has to be. No way were both girls sleeping on top of him? That was absurd. However, after several moments of relaxed breathing, pinching himself in the cheek to wake himself up and looking back down to see if they were still there, the boy then realized that this was no dream at all. Nope. This was real. Both Tayuya and Isaribi were sleeping with him on the same mattress in the middle of the room surrounded by pillows. Bewildered at the scenario, Naruto slowly came to terms with the fact that he was indeed lying with both girls and, after considering things for a second time more carefully, shrugged off his current scenario. As strange as it was, at least they were sleeping pleasantly and weren't making a fuss over anything. Smiling gently, he traced Tayuya's cheek and brushed the hair out of her face with his finger and did the same to the equally serene Isaribi. After which he laid his head back and dozed off again. Unknown to him, both girls suddenly opened their eyes and looked towards him. Smiling sweetly, they looked across at one another to see the other girl lying next to them. Upon sizing the other one up and getting a feel for the mood, they chose not to argue over the spots they'd secured and went back to sleeping as well. Neither of them had the energy to fight over who got to snuggle up with Naruto-kun and neither of them really cared. Things were great the way they were. XXX. 3 weeks later. Sakura was scratching her head in puzzlement as she looked across the floor of books she had laid out in front of her. While she read and ran her fingers over the variety of texts and instructions provided for her, she also spared a moment to make herself a little more comfortable as she sat under the familiar tree on the edge of the third training ground, the site of Squad 7's current exercise session. Her entire team had been taken out here by their instructor that morning to get some heavily desired training in, and while Sakura had taken a break from the physical workouts to get in touch with some of the jutsu she'd been practicing since returning from their last mission, Kakashi was having some more one-on-one time with Sasuke to improve some of his more unused combinations. As you would expect from that, the Uchiha was taking quite a beating trying to fend off his physically superior foe but, just like Naruto, he was stubbornly holding firm against every assault that came his way. These two currently inhabited a different corner of the field. The Kunoichi on the other hand was stranded on her end trying to get down all the theoretical aspects of the new jutsu she wanted to concoct, while at the same time trying to come up with some creative ways of executing it that didn't require too much effort. As for Naruto, the boy was out in the open field practicing combinations with his new Hien technique, getting his clones to attack him from all sides to help him in practicing to take multiple opponents down. He definitely looked like he was having a ball by the way he was decimating his doppelgangers one after the other. They attacked him from all sides as he maneuvered around, taking them down with blasts of wind up high until one smart bugger tried to go low, which ended up getting swiftly pummeled into submission, upon which it then dispelled. It was pretty routine right now as far as Team 7 was concerned, leaving each member plenty of space to get their specialty techniques down pat and their physical conditioning up to speed. After skimming over the scroll provided for her, Sakura smiled at finally reaching its end and gave a firm nod before jumping to her feet. Stretching her arms and fingers out, she then formed a tight hand seal and focused her energy. Okay. Let's give this a try. With chakra quickly gathering around her chest, the girl then inhaled and took aim at the airspace in front of her. Moment of truth. Dokujiri. Poison mist, the Kunoichi thought before exhaling with her mouth wide open, expelling a thick, purple cloud of poisonous fumes from her lungs like flames gushing out of a vent. The cloud that emerged from the pinkette instantly spread across the field and filled the air with a deadly, seemingly unbreakable wall of fumes. When she finished streaming the attack, feeding it with her specially mixed chakra, the Kunoichi grinned triumphantly at her success. But her smile quickly faded when she suddenly saw the cloud get caught on the wind and blow in Naruto's general direction. The boy sparring with his clones spotted the plume of dangerous gas drifting towards him before his clones did. Understandably, Naruto freaked the fuck out at the sight of the purple mist drifting in his direction and upon disengaging from his numerous opponents, leapt straight into the air while his copies turned around just in time to get a face full of poison cloud. Gaha! The toxic gas enveloped the bunch of doppelgangers within seconds before passing over the lake, where it eventually dispelled. Distracted from their sparring, Kakashi and Sasuke looked across to see what all the fuss was about, where they quickly spotted a panicking Sakura rushing over to a team of twitching Naruto shadow clones laying all across the field. Oh no! Naruto! Are you alright? I'm so sorry, the girl shouted spastically while looking down at each of the paralyzed copies sprawled out on the grass. They had froth coming out of their mouths and owlish expressions in play. Yeah. They were definitely not alright. The Kunoichi quickly pulled a vial of blue liquid out from her pocket. Here. I've got an antidote. Where's the real one? Geez, Sakura-chan. The girl jumped with a start and turned around at the sound of the familiar voice to see the blonde she had been worrying about standing on top of the middle training post nearby, wiping sweat from his brow. A little warning next time before you decide to use a jutsu like that close by. I nearly got wiped out by it. Sakura stared momentarily before blushing and rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. Alright. Sorry. After apologizing, she looked over her shoulder to see the now disabled clones dispel one after another as unconsciousness overtook them, leaving the original with quite an experience when the collective memories bounced off of him simultaneously. The Jinchuriki shivered involuntarily. Damn. That's some real nasty stuff, Naruto exclaimed while dropping down from the stump he was perched upon. What the heck did you put into that cloud? My clones all went numb for a second before they all passed out. His teammate turned to face him when he stopped in front of her. I incorporated a toxic lily into the formula I was able to work out from the scrolls I found in the archive library. They've got some pretty cool stuff in them, especially that last one. The mist I just used causes instant paralysis by attacking the body's nervous system before knocking the victim out cold. It's not meant to kill people, just to stun them long enough so that they can be taken out when they're asleep, Sakura explained with a smile, showing the blonde the vial she was carrying before putting it away. I've got an antidote in case anyone gets hit by it, so don't worry about rolling over and dying in case you breathe in some of the stuff. Naruto gave her a deadpan look. Getting gassed and falling over from it isn't really something I should not be worrying about. In fact, it's something I want to actively avoid happening to me at all costs. Sakura grinned at him, but it's got some kick to it, doesn't it? The blonde grinned nervously at her from the shadow that suddenly crossed her devious gaze. Man, maybe I shouldn't have shown you all of those poisonous plants when I offered to help you out with your training. You're getting into some really scary stuff. His teammate stuck her tongue out. Well, boo. Learning this stuff is fun, and I really want to become strong enough so that I can fight alongside you guys properly next time rather than just stand somewhere in the background doing nothing. I felt really useless on our last mission watching you nearly get killed. I don't want something like that happening again where I couldn't do anything to save you or help Sasuke-kun. It was this new determination to do better that brought a smile to Naruto's face. The boy was really moved by what she had to say and respected her resolve to become stronger so that she could fight with the rest of her team, rather than come off as a burden with unrefined skills. While he didn't think his teammate was useless, since he didn't want to think so poorly of other people, he still believed there was always room for improvement. Sakura saw that too and acknowledged it openly. This was a big change from what her original viewpoint was at the beginning, where she shied away from anything difficult and didn't take her training as seriously. Now, Naruto could see Sakura was changing. She'd even cut her hair so that it was above her shoulders. That was a really interesting change, since the Jinchuriki always believed Sakura was really fond of her hair. However, the girl had learned that all it did was hang behind her uselessly and get in the way while she was fighting, and that was not a bad route of thinking to take. She was growing. Ah, don't say that, Sakura-chan, Naruto beamed at her, deciding to pick up where she left off. You do plenty of stuff for the team. Appreciating his vote of confidence in her, the kunoichi jabbed him gratefully in the arm with a warm smile. You're sweet. Upon seeing him grin, she then smirked mischievously and leaned forward. Still, I also want to stop you and Sasuke-kun from getting into those stupid fights of yours, so you'd better watch yourselves otherwise I'll drug your lunches with something really humiliating. While the kunoichi went on about how she was finally learning some exciting new moves that she'll be able to use out in the field and Naruto shivered at how scary she was coming off from training herself in such deadly arts, Kakashi gave a pleasant eye smile. From his spot, the Jonin could see and hear his team's enthusiasm as clear as day and how his squad's kunoichi was marching toward an area she could specialize and take pride in. Sasuke also looked on curiously across from his teacher, beaten and kneeling on the ground exhaustedly, but nevertheless allowing a smirk to form on his face when he too managed to catch on to the words being thrown between his companions. This whole team thing was really coming along smoothly and a lot of changes had already taken place since their close encounter with those three assassins on their last mission. Not only were they starting to get more serious about their responsibilities as a shinobi, but their eyes were open to how tough the world out there really was. Speaking of which, when Kakashi looked around to see if Sasuke was ready to go another round, he blinked in surprise when he saw the genius look back up through his hand and, while wiping sweat from his face, flashed the man his eyes. However, instead of seeing the usual black as night irises he was normally used to spotting, the Jonin found himself staring into a pair of red eyes with two tomos spinning in them. As if responding to the powerful foe standing before him as well as to the excitement hanging in the air, Sasuke was able to draw out his biggest trump card, which had been stuck up his sleeve up until now. Well, the Uchiha exclaimed with a grin, come on then. There's no way I'm going to let them go ahead and take all the glory for themselves. You've still got me to worry about, sensei. Blinking in surprise, Kakashi then gave another eye smile after getting a good look at the two tomos sitting in both of the eyes of his student. It looks like I can finally start teaching you something new, Sasuke-kun. This day just got a little more interesting. XXX. The next day? Oh, so tall, dark and emo finally got his Sharingan? Tayuya asked in surprise after seeing Naruto pay for their ice cream and turn back to them. Yep, Naruto exclaimed, holding his chosen flavor up and grinning. He was getting his ass kicked by Kakashi-sensei for the 100th time and it activated on its own. Can you believe that? Maybe he was so determined to get stronger and to beat his teacher he willed his bloodline ability to come out, Tayuya suggested with a shrug, smiling as she looped her arm around Naruto's when he finally joined her. Together with their desserts in hand, the pair then began making their way down the road on for their next destination through the busy streets of Konoha. I can't blame him. Anyone with powerful enough ambition will definitely want to climb the ladder as fast as they can. Besides, he was bound to activate his Sharingan sooner or later if his reputation as a genius holds any merit. Yeah. Team is really set on becoming a powerful shinobi. But his reasons for becoming strong are completely different to you and I, Naruto exclaimed, gesturing to her. I think you know what I'm talking about. Revenge, right? Tayuya answered, against the asshole who killed his clan. Yep. I mean, I can understand why he would want to get strong to do that, because I've felt the same things he's felt, hatred, loathing, anger, vengeance. It's so easy. So quick. At one point I just wanted to hurt everyone who hated me, bullied me, and made me an outcast for all those years, even make them pay. It scared me that I was actually thinking stuff like that, and it still scares me to think about it, which is why I know I will never cross that line, Naruto stated, seeing the red head smile across at him. The kunoichi bumped her head against his shoulder. I've been in the same place too. Don't forget that. How can I? Naruto chuckled, remembering the stories Tayuya had told him. But, everyone has a different reason to become the best they can be, whether good or bad. Do you become a shinobi of justice, upholding your codes of honor and fighting for the good of, well, good? Do you take all the bloodshed on your own shoulders as a dark lone wolf and become the hero that your village deserves? Or do you simply walk around being an arrogant prick in your dark ensemble of clothing like the world's most generic douchebag? Tayuya paused on that last one for a moment before giving Naruto an amused smirk. Did you just call Sasuke a pansy? Naruto nodded proudly. Yes, I did. Are you worried about him? Tayuya asked. About what? The Sharingan is said to be one of the strongest Kekkai Genkai in the world. It grants the user enhanced reflexes, increases their accuracy and range several times over without the need for hard training, see chakra, allows them to copy jutsu right down to the last seal and execute them without practice, and gives the user a much wider range in both ninjutsu and genjutsu, Tayuya continued, listing the array of abilities the famed Uchiha eyes gave their wielders. She then blinked when she went over what she just said and looked blankly across at her boyfriend. I call hacks on that, by the way. Naruto chuckled. So it makes your eyesight better? Big whoop. It takes more than a good pair of eyes to be a ninja. The blonde pointed across at the kunoichi. You can beat any Sharingan user with both arms and pupils tied behind your back. Just keep them shut and fight smart. Tayuya giggled and rolled her eyes. Well, to stop them casting genjutsu on me, yeah. But there are only 2 Uchiha left out there in the world to worry about, plus your teacher Kakashi. He's got a Sharingan too. Of course. What do you think we've been training even harder for? Naruto replied, pointing between them. The skills you and I are working on right now will make all doujutsu obsolete. Your genjutsu surpasses any other I've ever seen and you can execute them without anybody knowing. Hell, you can slap a doujutsu user in the face and they wouldn't even know they're stuck in a genjutsu. I'm guessing you're still sore about me slapping you those dozens of times when you were training to break my techniques? Tayuya exclaimed through a shit-eating smile. You and I both know that you were enjoying that why too much, Naruto replied while pointing accusingly at his girlfriend as they dodged traffic. I demand a hand recount. When Tayuya cheekily responded by leaning up and kissing him on the cheek, the boy paused momentarily and grinned. Apology accepted. No problem, Tayuya replied happily, leaning over and taking a nibble of his ice cream. Enjoying the taste of chocolate, the girl beamed when she glanced up at the boy to see his surprised expression staring back at her, only to have it morph into a warm glow. She then held up her treat. Here. Playing on instinct, Naruto immediately took her up on her offer and leaned in to take a bite out of her ice cream. He ignored the brain freeze that came with it as he savored the flavor before swallowing. Raspberry, not bad. As they continued walking along, arms linked together and enjoying their ice cream desserts, Naruto suddenly stopped when he felt something off on the wind hitting the back of his neck and turned around. His sudden stoppage also had Tayuya cart to a halt beside him, the kunoichi glancing over their shoulders to see exactly what had interrupted their walk. What's up? You sense something? Yeah. Naruto murmured, eyes panning the streets and ignoring the common folk walking around, a prickly feeling on the back of my neck. It's faint, but I think somebody is following us. Strange. He'd been getting that feeling an awful lot lately, only it was much stronger and a lot more palpable compared to a few months back. Nowadays he had a lot more clarity when scanning his surroundings, so it was a lot easier for him to pick out particular individuals in a crowd. It was also funny because he swore he'd felt this familiar aura before. After several minutes of looking around and nothing, Naruto frowned and turned back around, along with Tayuya who was still a little wary. Must have been my imagination. Shrugging it off, the pair continued on walking, engrossing themselves in conversation once more while at the same time completely unaware of the shadow hiding in the alleyway several meters back. As they strolled on down the road, the familiar face of Hinata Hyuga peered around the corner and, still concealing much of herself, stared with a fond smile after the pair, particularly the blonde-haired one. Naruto-kun. The shadow went on unnoticed as Naruto and Tayuya proceeded on with their date. The pair found a lot of enjoyment in the other's company as they ventured through the local park before deciding to head on over to the cinemas. There was a new movie starring Yuki Fujikaze out, a fantasy story about a female warrior who meets a band of explorers searching for a long-lost treasure, in which they then enlist her to join them on their quest, one that spirals into a battle between good and evil. It had an interesting premise to it, and from the trailers they'd seen, it seemed like the perfect highlight for their date today. As they stood in line outside the booth talking about one of the other movies they'd seen the star actress in, the pair were then caught by surprise when they suddenly saw Team 10 walk out of the cinema. When the two groups spotted each other, they stopped. "Oh, hi guys," Naruto exclaimed cheerfully, completely oblivious to the fact that Tayuya was still attached to his arm. Staring at the intertwined pair momentarily, Shikamaru opened up with his usual, lazy greeting. "Hey, what are you two lovebirds doing?" Choji asked curiously, looking at them curiously. "Getting into more trouble?" A little bit confused at the sight of Tayuya's arms wrapped around Naruto's, the pale-haired Yamanaka of the team fixed her attention squarely on the teens in inquiry. "Are you guys waiting for someone together? Why are you holding each other's arms like that?" Surely they weren't going into the movies on their own, as in, by themselves, as a couple. That would imply they were on? Looking at one another, Naruto and Tayuya took a moment to ponder on it for a moment before they stared blankly back at the three and shrugged. "We're on a date," the Jinchuriki said. Seeing a movie together, Tayuya grinned, hugging the blonde's arm a little bit tighter. "Nothing big. Something simple." Silence prevailed as Team 10 stared at their two fellow genin. From the looks on their faces, the pair could see Ino's jaw had dropped into a gawking stare, and Choji and Shikamaru were also visibly brushing that fine line between deadpanned and stunned. However, after several moments of nothing but the drone of the villagers around them dominating the airspace, Asuma's group was eventually able to process what the pair had said to them and soon responded however they thought was within reason for the time. Shikamaru went back to looking bored again and shrugged. "Cool." Choji beamed brightly at the pair and nodded to each of them. "Hope you guys have fun." "You two are on a date?" Ino exclaimed loudly, startling some of the nearby villagers at the volume in her voice. "So, you guys are like, boyfriend and girlfriend now?" It was inconceivable. Like many of the other girls from their year level, she just couldn't fathom the idea of Naruto ever having a girlfriend or going on a date with any girl. It just wasn't him. It didn't seem like him. That, or she just didn't see the appeal behind him. "Well, yeah," Tayuya replied, giving the blonde-haired Kunoichi an odd look. "What else would we be? Co-workers? Acquaintances? We live in the same apartment. Everyone knows that." Seeing Ino was still in a state of shock and hearing a bunch of incoherent words start to come out of her mouth, Shikamaru rolled his eyes and gestured Choji to help her. The Akimichi did as instructed and, wrapping an arm around the stammering girl, slowly began pulling her away from the cinema and down the road. After watching his stumped comrade escorted out of the vicinity, the Nara turned back to the pair standing in line and acknowledged them both respectively. "As troublesome as I think this whole thing is, I'd still like to say good going to both of you." "Thanks Shikamaru," Naruto replied, even though his friend had passed on his best wishes to them in the most ass way possible. Scratching the back of his head, Shikamaru then turned heel and followed after his other teammates, at the same time waving over his shoulder. "Enjoy the movie." With their brief encounter with one of the other squads over, Naruto and Tayuya proceeded into the theater without a fuss. After purchasing their tickets, the Jinchuriki then led them through the lobby, bought them some snacks from the bar, and then proceeded over to the cinema to find their seats. Getting comfortable in the middle row, the two kicked their feet up on the seats in front of them and waited before the big screen for the movie to start. The first half hour into the movie after that proceeded on in peace and intrigue. The pair watched as the star actress Yuki immersed herself into her role as the main character, and pulled them and the rest of the audience into her world. While they were watching, Tayuya decided to get a little bit cheeky and started to toss popcorn at Naruto. Taking her up on that challenge, the boy began trying to catch them in his mouth, and ended up with a good score in the end before doing the same with her. Eventually the restlessness between them settled into quiet time again and, laying her head against the Jinchuriki's shoulder and leaning back with him, Tayuya once more engrossed herself into the film and her time with Naruto. Unfortunately the enjoyment of that moment was not to last, when suddenly they heard hushed whispering in the row directly behind them, which had Naruto and Tayuya frown distastefully when they caught wind of the stuff being said. "Not here. There are other people around." "Hey, you did it to me and I didn't complain." "That's because you let me do it to you, you tease." The woman then gave a slight squeak and playfully slapped the man she was with in the chest. Behave yourself. Their lecherous giggles filled the air, causing tick marks to form on both Naruto and Tayuya. When the hushed commotion continued for another minute or so, with the contents of what the two children behind them were throwing at each other started to get a little bit more adult, the two teens decided they'd had enough and turned around to give them a piece of their mind. Could you two please keep it down, Tayuya hissed. We're trying to watch the MO-. Naruto was about to lead off, until both teens stopped when they saw who it was they were addressing. It was funny how small the world was, and it was also equally funny if not funnier to see two sets of startled deer expressions on two different pairs. What were the chances of Naruto and Tayuya turning around and finding themselves sharing the same cinema with Asuma and Kurenai, the latter of which was saddled up close to the bearded Jonin, with the former having his arm draped over her shoulders and his other hand? Well, let's just say there were more appropriate places to put your hand on your partner in public. Tayuya blinked. Hi. Kurenai-sensei. Asuma-sensei, Naruto finished with a courteous nod. Frozen for a moment, the two team leaders nodded back. Naruto, Asuma exclaimed. Tayuya, Kurenai followed up. For a minute after that the two groups said nothing. Upon processing the situation a little bit more thoroughly and realizing who exactly was sitting in the row in front of them, Kurenai then remembered her current state of appearance and looked down. After which she then looked back up at Asuma to see him still staring blankly at the teenagers. Hand. Right, the other Jonin exclaimed, removing his hand from where it was and leaning back in his seat. The two adults cleared their throats and went back to watching the movie like adults. The two kids also returned to watching the film, blinking away the shock that they were not only in the presence of two of the other squad instructors, but they had also just watched one of them get to second base with the other, with the first base having probably been somewhere in the middle of that. It was awkward for a while, but after a reasonable amount of time had passed the young couple decided to suppress what they had just witnessed and return to enjoying their date. Still, who knew that Asuma and Kurenai were actually a couple? XXX. 2 weeks later. Help! I'm trapped! God damn it, Naruto! Again? Sakura shouted as she stormed towards the source of the noise. This is the third time this week. Why do you suck at life so much? Not at life. Just everything involving rudimentary instruction. Now get me out of here, the panicking boy yelled back. All right. Hold your horses, the kunoichi replied, rolling up her metaphorical sleeves before trying to pull the door that had shut on him open. Today's mission involved Team 7 helping a grocer outside of the hidden village with transporting his stocks and protecting his convoy from bandits, and had requested a strong team of genin to help with his shipments. Unfortunately, before any of the heavy lifting of the goods could even begin they needed to get the stuff out of storage, but that could only be possible if the door was open. The door had been open before. Yes. It was a simple process, grab and lift. It was one of those old, heavy gates with iron bolts that went up and down, and was designed to withstand a direct impact from a large transport. However, while the youngsters managed to jar it and bring the cart around to start loading it up, Naruto had somehow knocked the fixture out of place, rolling a barrel across the floor and locked himself inside. Now he was trapped, in the dark, surrounded by total oblivion and boxes of sealed, exotic fruits. If this wasn't a C-ranked mission they would have had something to laugh about, but time was pressing and they needed to get moving. What the hell? Sakura growled, trying to lift the damn gate as it refused to budge. We opened this easily just a few minutes ago, what's going on? Sasuke approached her from the cart with his hands on his hips and an eyebrow arced. After hitching the wagon to the ox and waiting several minutes for his teammates to begin loading, he then decided to come around to see what the problem was. What's taking you guys so long? The door shut by itself and now it's stuck, the kunoichi grunted, yanking on the handle while not trying to throw her back. Naruto's trapped inside and there's no way out of there. Damn it. Give me a hand here, would you? Shaking off the frustration she spoke toward him with, the Uchiha approached and helped try to pull the barricade open, only to get the same response from the inanimate gate as Sakura did. Surprised, the raven-haired genin tried again and again with both hands in time with the kunoichi, falling into bewilderment when he found his actions yielded zero results. What the heck? What's wrong with this thing? That's what I'd like to know. Hey! What are you guys doing out there? Naruto shouted from inside, at the same time knocking on the barrier. Come on! Stop fooling around. Get me out of here. We're trying, dope. Sasuke shouted back, nudging the kunoichi and nodding to her when she looked at him. On 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3, the genius growled before both of them put everything they had in it. After several moments and nothing, the pair released their grips from the handle and blew on the blisters that had formed from the effort. Shit. Shaking his hands out, Sasuke then glared at the door again. I hate it when stuff like this happens. Why does this only happen to you, you idiot? I don't know. Don't ask me. As the kids tried figuring out the problem with the gate and Naruto kept hilariously screaming hysterics from inside at being cooped up in the dark, their sensei sitting on top of the carrier several meters away sighed and shook his head at their antics. He returned to his familiar orange book and began flipping through the pages once again. They'll figure it out. This is a C-rank mission. How hard can it be? And the door didn't budge for 10 minutes. Yep. Welcome to the trials and tribulations of the world of Shinobi. XXX. For weeks later, just as the sky from the night before was beginning to light up in wake of the approaching sun, Naruto was suddenly woken from his sleep by the most terrifying sound he'd ever heard in his entire life. Naruto Kun. You must join us for a most youthful training session with me and my team. It will be glorious. The ninja in question suddenly sat, bolt upright from his bed with a start. His blanket partially covering his naked torso, Naruto gazed groggily through the dull atmosphere of his room towards the nearest wall and blinked himself out of his stupor. He then looked in the direction of where he presumably believed the entrance to his apartment was as the noise from outside continued filtering in. Jesus! Keep it down, Lee, a harsh hiss came from the other familiar voice of Tenten, obviously in response to her teammates' more than grandiose yelling. You'll wake everyone up. It's 4 o'clock in the morning and you're being so noisy. Show some consideration towards his neighbors, Niji's voice also spoke up. But Niji-kun, what if Naruto-kun cannot hear the exuberance of my spirited knocking? What if he is in a deep and unyouthful sleep, and is unable to wake up for several more hours and misses us completely? Well, then, that means he's just very, very tired, Tenten replied quickly, sounding like she had her hands placed on her hips as she rebuked her teammate. Honestly, if anyone is able to sleep through your exclamations they must be either dead or in a drug-induced coma. Naruto Kun. God damn it, Lee. If you don't calm down right now I will have Niji jukin you. Tenten shouted at him again. Upon hearing more shouting from outside, Naruto looked down over the side of his bed to see Tayuya crawl out from under a pile of pillows and blankets. After dropping onto the futons lying on the bedroom ground, the girl blinked as she glared towards the door of their room. Naruto, what the hell is that? It sounded like someone screaming in agony, minus the agony. On the other side of the room from one of the open closets with pillows, blankets and sheets spewing out of it, a nesting Isaribi came out looking just as groggy. She had recently made a den for herself on her part of the room and would often sleep there if not on the center mattress with Naruto. Blinking away the sand in her eyes, the girl also looked towards the bedroom door oddly. Yeah, what is that? Naruto groaned as he slowly rolled out of bed, pulling up his briefs that had slipped a bit when he did, my alarm clock, apparently. Well then, tell it to shut the fuck up, I'm trying to sleep, Tayuya grumbled, her voice muffled by her pillow when she dropped her head back down on top of it. She was sleeping in a room that was covered in futons, blankets and hundreds of pillows, so there was no way she was getting up. The state of her frazzled hair also said she was in no mood for visitors. I have an appointment with the doctors today. Tell them to come back later, Isaribi murmured, grabbing another blanket and rolling her body up inside of it. Naruto groaned as he stumbled his way to his front door, making sure to watch his path as he stepped into the corridor and unbolted the locks. He then swung it open to meet the cool morning air and shivered, paying it little mind when he came face to face with all three members of Team Guy. At first he saw their expressions blink with surprise at seeing him open the door, moments later until their eyes ventured downwards and looked at his current state of dress. Tenten blushed brightly. Lee wasn't at all fazed by the blonde's appearance, mostly due to his own complex, and Niji looked away while rolling his eyes. Oh, good lord, the glass-eyed teen groaned. Naruto blinked as he glanced at each of their faces. What are you guys doing here? Lee, seizing up a little, gave the blonde a firm gaze and saluted, YOSH. Naruto-kun. We have come to ask you if you would like to join us on the training fields today. Training fields? Why yes, Tenten squeaked, finally deciding to speak up after getting a good eyeballing of the boy's underwear-clad form. She cleared her throat before choosing to look him in the eyes, but was unable to get rid of the red in her face in the process. Lee is dead set on sparring with you and, since Guy-sensei is away at an important meeting with the rest of the Jonin captains today, we decided to come around to your place to see if you were available. It didn't take long to find you, Niji informed, looking across at the teen after composing himself. We just asked around and all of the shopkeepers pointed us in this direction. You live quite close to the outskirts, Naruto-kun. It's very convenient. Lee also pointed with a smile. Now you can come with us to the training areas for a good morning workout to reinvigorate your flames of youth. That's if he wants to, Lee, Tenten said back, giving her teammate a firm gaze to settle his booming vocal chorus before turning to the Jinchuriki again. Leaning back when she saw Naruto beam towards them with a livelier expression, the girl gave a nervous smile. So? Are you interested? After looking between them several times, Naruto grinned and gave an enthusiastic nod. Sure. I'd love to hang out with you guys. Kakashi-sensei is also off for the day, so I've got plenty of free time on me. Are you guys heading down there right now? Yep, Tenten said with a smile. Great. Okay, I can't take it anymore. Can you please put on some pants? Niji suddenly spoke up with a dismayed expression in play. His exclamation quickly had everyone return to the fact that the blonde was still in his underwear. Honestly, don't you have any shame? What? Naruto asked, looking down at his lower half before glancing back up with a shrug. What's wrong with the way I'm dressed? I'm perfectly fine the way I am. Plus it's comfortable. That's not the point. Naruto, what's going on out here? Who are you talking to? A tired voice suddenly reverberated from inside the house, shortly after which the Jinchuriki was joined by his roommate at the door. The redhead propped herself against the frame and looked out at the trio standing on their welcome mat. From the immediate blushes that came to Niji and Lee's faces, the girl was also dressed in nothing but a tight white singlet and a pair of underwear. Oh? It's you guys. Tenten was, by this point, gawking as she gestured between the half-naked Naruto and the half-naked Tayuya. What? What, huh? Naruto grinned across at his girlfriend. I've been invited to an early morning party, apparently. Sounds fun, the girl replied, running her hand through her bedmade, wild hair while sizing up the fully dressed team of older kids still gawking at them. What's the occasion? Something about reinvigorating my flames of youth, the Jinchuriki replied word for word. I don't know what's involved, but I bet it's going to be a blast. Well, let me know how it goes, Tayuya exclaimed, thumping him in the shoulder. Be back before lunch so we can go get something good to eat. It's my day off as well and I want to get some more sleep in before eating. K. Have fun OW. Naruto replied, only to be interrupted in his turning around when he felt something sharp chomp at his shoulder and looked back to see the kunoichi bouncing away with a cheeky grin on her face. Tayuya. What did I say about biting me? When he saw her stick her tongue out at him, he smirked back at her before looking around at the squad still standing by and watching the show. Sorry about that. I'll meet you guys down on the third training ground in a bit. Before any of the shocked members of Team Guy could say anything, Naruto had already closed the door on them. Niji pointed at the shut entrance, his mind quickly processing what he'd just seen before lowering his arm back to his side. Recomposing himself, seeing as how he must have looked quite unbecoming with his jaw open, the teen cleared his throat. That was unorthodox. Tenten was about to say something more about that and follow up on the topic in question before Naruto's loud voice from inside interrupted her. You're going to be punished for that, Tayuya-chan. The blush that grew on her face following that outburst went up to the roots of her hair like mercury in a thermometer that had just been dunked in boiling water. While his exclamations implicated otherwise, what Naruto really meant by what he said was to give his kunoichi flatmate a beat down with one of their room's pillows. They didn't know that though, and it was feeding the group standing outside with all sorts of perverted images. Oh. Later that morning. Elsewhere? The third Hokage had every jonin with a genin squad from his village gathered before him in his office to discuss a very important matter that needed to be addressed. The information and communication channels had been in uproar for the past month, as the leader of the Hidden Leaf had been in contact with every other neutral and standing shinobi village surrounding theirs regarding the upcoming special event intended to envelop the entire continent. If the stars were all aligned correctly and everyone's affairs had been put in order, then this big thing they had going for was predicted to be a whopping success. However, if the winds didn't favor them and the universe was just screwing around with the people tasked with organizing it, then the 5 great shinobi nations were looking at one major tragedy just waiting to happen. Hiruzen had his hopes up though. If anything, he was more than looking forward to this one. There hadn't been a Chunin exam involving all 5 of the great nations in, well, ever. This would be the first one in their world's history. So, do all of you understand what I have just explained to you and what's at stake? The village's old leader asked as he looked around sagely at the gathering of Jonin captains and Chunin arranged before him. He saw all of them nod and give him looks that conveyed their acknowledgement to his words, which had the third smile. Good. Since we all know what's going on and all of the big names participating, I believe it's time we hear from the ones who wish to enter their teams into the exams. He watched the men and women all tense up, turning his gaze serious. Let me remind you all that the trials your teams are likely to face will be some of the toughest they will probably see in their young lives. While I advise you to think things over before jumping to a decision, if you believe that your teams are more than ready, then come forward. I'll start with the rookie teams. At that, the third watched as Asuma, Kurenai and Kakashi nudged their way to the front of the crowd, where the three then stood before the village leader's gaze. Upon having the man's eyes fix on them, the instructors readied themselves for the submission process. Well? Do any of you three have genin you would like to enter into this coming Chunin selection exams? A frown appeared on the third's face as he laced his fingers together. While I don't have to tell you this, but, for the sake of being informed, after a genin has properly completed 8 missions on their record, they are automatically allowed to take the exams if nominated by their sensei. As I understand it, because so much time has passed in preparation for this event, all of your teams have had more than enough time to complete the required 8 and even a few C-ranked missions, therefore they are free to enter at your behest. So, what are your decisions? Kakashi stepped forward and formed a single-handed hand seal as he addressed the third properly. Under the name of Hatake Kakashi, I nominate my team to take the Chunin selection exams. Kurenai and Asuma also stepped forward, and formed the same sign as their compatriot. Under the name Yuhi Kurenai, I too nominate my team to take the Chunin selections exams. Sarutobi Asuma, same as to my left. Hiruzen nodded, very well then. His eyes then glanced off to his side, where he could see Irika standing in amongst the crowd with an intense expression in play. The aura he was giving off alone was enough to have the eyes of all those elites with experience worth mentioning glance in his general direction to see what had his shirt on so tight. You have something you wish to say, Irika? The man, seeing the eyes of all those present fall on him, smirked. Nope. Not at all. No, concerns or worries? The third asked, raising an eyebrow. The children on these teams were your students at one point, yes? Do you have anything you wish to add before I process their names and make their enlistments official? Irika chuckled and slipped his hands into his pockets. No. I'm absolutely confident that the children I've passed on to these three are more than ready to take part in this prestigious event. It's been 6 months, and the sheer scale of this exam is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It would be unfair of me to dispute the Jonin captains their decisions. His smile grew even wider when his eyes then landed on Kakashi. In fact, I'm willing to bet that one of mine will be able to breeze through it all the way to the very end, straight through the tournament segment right to the top. Hiruzen blinked. Oh? What makes you so confident, Irika? Another voice suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's collective attention to the man in the green spandex uniform and bowl-cut, black hairstyle. Guy smiled when his gaze fell on the Chunin. My team passed up on last year's exam to get all of the training and missions they needed to make it into the next one and pass with flying colors. Why do you say that one of the rookie 9 will be able to make it? Irika smiled, exchanging glances with Kakashi to see him share a nod of his own before looking back at the grinning Guy-sensei. Because there is a boy on one of the rookie teams whom I've acknowledged as one of my most excellent students. Oh. Sometime later? Training Field 3. The sound of heavy thuds rang out across the field as 2 very fast-moving blurs, one orange and one green, engaged each other across the wide open space provided for them on the fields of the third training ground. Dashing left and right, crisscrossing and circling continuously, kicking up dust and blades of grass in their wake, the out-of-focus forms of Lee and Naruto traded even blows with one another in an unbelievable display of speed and raw strength. If you were to look closely, you could also trace the telltale signs of sweat filling the air in the form of clouds that could be seen bursting and dispelling one after the other, at the same time as the 2 lightning-fast bodies traveled through them. Sitting safely on the sidelines, Niji and Tenten watched in awe and interest respectively as the most unlikely genin in the whole of Konohagakure went toe-to-toe with one of the best taijutsu practitioners their age. From an ordinary person's point of view, their battle was taking place in a whole different time and space. But from the genin's point of view, they could see the fight taking place in all its high-octane glory, and it was spectacular. The 2 blurs dashed past one another again, trading hits before converging on the center once again, a loud bang ringing out when the 2, invisibly fast genin materialized out of thin air before being blasted backwards from where their attacks collided. Both skidding to a stop, they glared at one another. While Lee had his left arm behind him and right held forward in his typical taijutsu stance, complete with smile and blood trickling down from the corner of his lip and bruised cheek, Naruto's stance was wide and hunched over, his arms hanging down at his sides and a grin spread across his own face. The blonde also had blood running down from the corner of his mouth with the exact same bruising, the pair having traded their first clean shots in that last engagement. Excitement growing, Naruto lifted a hand and brushed the blood away from his face. You're amazing, bushy brow. You're the first person outside of Niji able to trade hits with me evenly. The teen in green smirked and also wiped the blood away from his chin. You too, Naruto-kun. As I expected of my eternal rival, you are an incredible shinobi with amazing sense, timing, strength and speed. You must have worked yourself to the bone to get as good as you are, the Jinchuriki said as he straightened up a little, with his arms still at his sides. I can tell. Your form is spot on and your movements are so smooth and precise. The power in your hits is also really amazing. He rubbed his jaw to emphasize his point. Damn, even though it was a duel exchange, your punch really packed a wallop. I expressed the same amazement in kind, Lee replied, massaging his stern chin and rolling his lower jaw around to test to see if there was any serious damage. Thankfully only his mouth got cut up. Your swings are sharp and your blows cut like blades. For your form to possess such power. The two removed their hands and reset their stances. Amazing, they both thought at the same time. At this point, Tenten was gawking in bewilderment. I had no idea there was someone our age in this village capable of trading blows with Lee. Except for you, I doubt there would be anyone out there who can fight Lee on his turf. Their power and speed are evenly matched, but their styles are completely different. Though I suspected they would be, Niji added, bringing his hand up to his jawline and rubbing it thoughtfully. Lee's form possesses the grace and ferocity of our instructor right down to the movement of his toes. Naruto's stance on the other hand lacks refinement and balance, yet he fights with perfectly rounded technique, base and power in spite of his glaring faults. The kunoichi blinked and looked across at the Hyuga, whom she could see was giving the two boys his complete and utter attention. Though it was strange, since she'd never seen the team's genius ever take any interest in Lee's training or practices, now that she thought about it a bit more, she could understand why. Naruto had been the first boy ever their age or younger to have landed a clean blow on the genius, whom he was also able to slip right out from under him when he was standing right in front of him. It was an incredible feat even for someone older and more experienced, so you could say that one punch Niji took from the kid had been a real eye-opener for him. Since then he was done ignoring the people he once thought were inferior to him and started to invest more attention in both his teammates and others. He had also lightened up a bit, spoke more kindly towards his teammates and not at them, offered helpful advice when they needed it, and spent more time with them outside of missions and training. He had also expressed more interest in Lee's challenges and encouraged him to do better next time, rather than shooting him down like he used to. This was all probably due to Naruto's impact. If he was able to get someone like Niji to break open his walls from a single blow to the face and a flash of his childish grin, well, there was no telling what the blonde was capable of doing. His presence also spiked further interest from the shuriken user, who addressed Niji with an inquiry she hoped the sharp-eyed genius would be able to answer for her. Naruto is a year younger than us yet he fights on our level. How is he so strong? The Hyuga frowned. I don't know. However, I can guess that in taijutsu alone he has been fighting like this his entire life. It certainly explains why he's so physically prevailing. Is he? I don't know, some kind of genius or something? At first glance, probably. He certainly is well versed in misdirection and operating unconventionally. But now that I look closer, his fighting style is a miscellany of several different forms, ranging from textbook to unorthodox. Every move he executes is different from the last and he never repeats the same motions, making his line of attack impossible to read. He also fights with a staggered pattern, both defensively and misleadingly rather than directly, Niji replied before looking over at the girl. It takes a special kind of body to fight that way, just like Lee. If you ask me, I think that his fighting style is inherited from years of watching, learning, and training every single day rather than naturally born. It's almost like his fighting style is a part of his everyday life. It says everything about him. A personality-based style, huh? Tenten murmured before looking back at the two boys now circling one another. Yeah. I think you're right. He said so himself, he trained for days on end to get as good as he is, so it only makes sense fighting has become second nature to him. Just like all shinobi practices, the skills you develop stick with you even in old age, Niji replied, allowing his own eyes to settle back on the pair. When he looked at Naruto and the way he was swaying and at Lee to see him switch the positions of his hands, the genius smirked. Both of them are unbelievable. They're enjoying themselves way too much, and they're not even serious yet. Damn, Tenten exclaimed, looking back at the boys to see them stop and hold their positions, having now switched sides. The brown-haired girl looked over them, before her eyes settled on the Jinchuriki. I can see why Naruto was so willing to fight Lee today. He's not only got guts, he's also got the strength to back up his words. Incredible. A warm smile came across her gaze, one that did not go unnoticed by Niji. He chose to dismiss this though, as he felt it was not the time or place to openly infer anything to his kunoichi teammate. When Naruto and Lee stood each other down in yet another face-off, the pair contemplated taking their spar up to the next level. So far, the pair had been fighting with their most basic and used forms, Rock Lee sticking to the hard fist style he'd practiced with his sensei while his weights were still on, and Naruto with his trick move defensive style. They had managed to trade even blows, even a duel exchange in the last clash. But if either one of them wanted to break the stalemate, they needed to up their game and get serious. At that moment, Lee dropped to his knees and grabbed his leg warmers, whereas Naruto prepared to shift up a gear, bringing his right fist to his cheek and dropping his left to swing out in front of him. It may be overdoing it, but if I am to defeat Naruto-kun here and now, I'll need to go all out, Lee thought. Hopefully the need to use the gates wouldn't come, but losing the weights should be sufficient enough for the task. If he's planning to get serious, I guess I should too, Naruto thought, his left beginning to swing from side to side like a pendulum as he prepared to take on a skipping rhythm with his footwork. This is a taijutsu fight, so I'll use my tracer and take him at top speed. If this went well, then he probably wouldn't need to use his new, secret technique. However, just as it seemed like the pair were going to take it up a notch, they then realized where exactly this friendly spar was going and smiled at one another. Naruto stopped hopping on the spot and relaxed, while his adversary got back to his feet, with both of them standing straight up and grinning at one another brightly. "Good fight," Naruto exclaimed. Lee nodded in agreement, a most youthful battle indeed. By this point in time, the amount of tension that had filled the air from both opponents pouring all of their focus into their confrontation had left Neji and Tenten standing and sweating. When the pair finally stood down and calmed, the two onlookers nearly collapsed back onto the log they had been seated on and simply took in a deep breath to settle their nerves. That's it?" Tenten asked. Obviously, she had been expecting Lee to dish out the big moves like he normally did. Why did he stop? "You're not going to keep fighting?" Naruto smiled at the kunoichi, causing her shoulders to jerk suddenly. "We could have continued, but if we were to go all out on each other, one or both of us would have wound up in hospital. Personally, that's not how I want to spend the rest of my day." Lee too grinned. This spar was more than enough. The girl then shrugged and gave a half-nervous smile. "Okay. If that makes you guys happy." She then scratched her head and placed her hands on her hips. "Man, you two are something else, you know that? Sure, it was just a spar, but the two of you were battering at each other like you were going all out." Appearing sheepish, both Naruto and Lee rubbed the back of their heads. "Really? Sorry. Why are you apologizing?" Neji asked, folding his arms. "If you can fight like that and not even break a sweat, you should be proud." He then narrowed his eyes. "But don't slack off because of that. I still expect a challenge from both of you when the time comes, especially from you, Naruto." He directed his gaze towards the Jinchuriki and formed a smile. "I'm still waiting for my rematch." The blonde waved at him. "No problem. Maybe next time. It's still morning and I haven't had breakfast yet." He patted his stomach and gave a chuckle when it growled. "The tank is empty and I need ramen. Who's with me?" All he got for that question were blank stares from his fellow shinobi, all of whom immediately appeared baffled by his proposal. "You eat ramen for breakfast?" Neji asked. Naruto made a bit of a dipping sign with his hand. "I dabble from ramen to pancakes to oats. It all depends on the day and how I'm feeling. I've got a killer metabolism." "How unfortunate," the Hyuga murmured. "Well, it certainly explains why he's so energetic. His sugar level must be through the roof." Upon basking in the momentary silence and looking around at the various, deadpan faces of her teammates, Tenten then smiled at the blonde still waiting eagerly for an answer and raised her hand. "I'm in." This response received odd looks from both Neji and Lee, while the Jinchuriki quickly brightened up and took the kunoichi's hand in his without question or hesitation. "Come on. I know the best joint in town." Ignoring Tenten's blushing face, Naruto then began leading her out of the field, waving back at the two boys who saw them off in silence until they were gone from sight. Upon seeing their silhouettes vanish over the rise, Neji looked across at his teammate. "You okay?" The teen wearing green rubbed the side of his face. It was a passionate blow, one burning brightly with the flames of youth. "This is nothing that 500 push-ups cannot fix." He then gave the trademark Rock Lee salute and surprised his companion with a loud holler. "Yosh! And if I cannot do 500 push-ups to help mend my bruised face, then I will do 1,000 kicks to reinvigorate my own flames of youth." Before Neji could say anything about how physical exercise didn't really help heal injuries, he saw his teammate drop to the floor and start doing full push-ups in a blur. The Hyuga sighed and shook his head as Lee threw himself back into the game, the same one he figured he would have gotten accustomed to by now. Maybe they should have kept going. At least then Lee would be too tired to move on to this. Though the image of an exhausted Lee throwing in the towel because of a little fatigue just didn't seem like a possibility. Oh, sometime later? You really are a strange one. Pardon, Naruto replied after slurping up the noodles he was currently feasting on. Wiping his mouth on his sleeve, he looked across at the girl who had willingly accompanied him to the Ichiraku stand, where he saw the kunoichi stirring her serving of ramen and looking in his direction with a curious glint on her face. A strange one. Yeah, Tenten exclaimed with a smile, and not the kind that makes Lee the way he is. No, you're a completely different kind of strange. The Jinchuriki blinked at her elaboration of her statement before pressing his fingers together shamefully. I don't mean to be. Hey. I didn't say it was a bad thing, the kunoichi said, leaning towards him while still beaming. Your character is what makes you who you are as both a ninja and a person. In my opinion, if you didn't act the way you did and your personality was something else altogether, then you probably wouldn't be able to do half the stuff you already know how to do, like your taijutsu, your impulsiveness, your speed, everything. If you didn't have the mind to twist and turn your body the way you wanted it to, you wouldn't be able to fight as effectively as you do now. Hearing this follow-through had Naruto glance at her with a curious gaze before a smile appeared. You mean that? Sure. Every word. A chuckle escaped him as he acknowledged the kunoichi's compliments with a nod. I would really like to see how you fight too, Tenten-chan. You're so cool looking. I bet you have an awesome fighting style. Since you're so pretty, I bet your form is also beautiful. His completely sincere exclamation had Tenten turn away to hide her blush. She covered the half of her face still visible with her hand to keep him from sneaking a peek. What? Beautiful? No way. Don't even joke like that. Well, how do you know if you're awesome if you don't show and tell once in a while? Naruto asked, leaning over to try and look her in the eye, only to see her turn some more, which had him grin. Even if you're not fighting you're still gorgeous. Stop saying that. Tenten mumbled, trying to cover her face but failing miserably. Don't lie. But it's true. No, it's not, the kunoichi replied quickly, her face glowing at this point. Why am I acting like this? This is embarrassing. Damn it. I've never been teased by a boy before. Is this what being complimented like that feels like? Tenten-chan has a really cute reaction, Naruto thought mischievously before chuckling to himself. Boy, he really loved messing with people, and with someone like Tenten, it was even more fun. Even though he meant what he said with every word, he could still find enjoyment from a person's fluster. I could get used to this. He then leaned closer to the girl, who visibly edged away some more. Even if you don't want to show me, I know you can throw knives really well. I still remember when you almost tried to kill me and Taiyuya-chan back in the woods that one time. Remember? The girl perked at this and turned to him in shock. Hey. That was an accident. I had no idea there were people in the area. Naruto grinned when he saw her flustered look and nodded. It was still one hell of a throw. Judging from how you could hit a mark from 60 meters away with just a couple of kunai, I bet you're a weapons specialist. He opened his eyes to see the kunoichi looking at him in confusion. Now I definitely want to see how you fight. When I think about it a little more, I might actually want to challenge you to a spar myself, if you're up for one that is. Upon meeting his gaze and hearing his words, the girl looked away and laced her fingers together restlessly. After seeing the way you fought Lee, I doubt I'd really stand much of a chance. You guys are fast. That doesn't mean you can't win, Naruto continued without missing a beat. He saw her glance at him again, her expression still carrying uncertainty. Whether you're strong or weak, fast or slow, anyone who is anyone can win a fight. It just takes the right amount of stuff and the right moves to do it. He held up his fist to her in a show of confidence. The most important thing though is to know you can win and to fight like you mean it, Databeo. Blinking at his speech, the girl smirked. So, you're saying someone like me can beat someone as tough as you, someone who was able to give Niji, the rookie of the year from our group and probably the strongest genin in this village, a run for his money? Yep. You do realize my teammate has never lost a single fight or taken any damage from either me or Lee in all our time spent together as a squad. Do you honestly believe someone who has lost to someone that strong countless times would be able to beat someone as good as you, a person who was able to get in one good punch after running dozens of circles around him? Like I said, Naruto grinned, drinking up the broth in his bowl before sitting it down and smiling. Anyone who is anyone can win. Tenten giggled at his expression and the fact that he had some green stuck to the corner of his mouth. She poked the corner of her lip to show him, which he quickly picked up on and peeled the piece of vegetable away. Whatever you say, Naruto. Coming from a guy like you, that means a lot. Thanks. She then gave him a warm smile with a small tint of red in her cheeks. Perhaps I will take you up on that offer for a fight after all. Do you know how to use a blade? Naruto beamed excitedly. I dabble from fist fighting to kenjutsu on occasion, yeah. Then I'll come by your place on my next day off and ask you for a spar, face to face, Tenten stated with a nod. Deal? She extended a hand to him. Deal, Naruto said happily, shaking hands with her. I'll be looking forward to it, Tenten-chan. When they pulled away and the girl drew her limb to her chest to grasp it in the other, the boy turned back to the bar and its owner cooking broth on the other side. Aji-san. Another round please. Sure thing, kid. One more serving coming up. As Naruto waited patiently for his next bowl with a beat to his tapping, he failed to notice Tenten rubbing the hand he'd shook and was looking across at him with an incredibly fond gaze. While for the most part she ignored the expression she was currently making as she was too caught up in appreciating his bright visage and dashing grin, the kunoichi wouldn't have been able to do anything to dispute her actions as she was also too wrapped up in her own thoughts, most of which were focused solely on the blonde sitting squarely in her sights. Her eyes wavered in admiration as warmth filled her cheeks. He's not only strong, he's also really nice. Normally someone of his strength and skill would be acting all cold and emotionless like Niji, but he wasn't. Now that was something worth considering. Unknown to her, Ayam and Tucci noticed her staring at their best customer warm-heartedly, with the two shop owners smiling at one another in knowing amusement. Not wanting to embarrass her, they decided to keep this little observation to themselves for the time being. Some hours later, up in the hospital, Tayuya stood waiting outside one of the many office doors leaning against the wall with her arms folded. After several minutes of tapping her finger against her bicep and tracing the lines along the corridor with her eyes, she then saw the entrance to the room open up and Isaribi come strolling out, tightening up the bandages on her arm. Turning and bowing to the woman sitting inside and earning a gentle wave in return, the purple-haired girl then closed the door and turned to the red head standing beside her. The musician stood off of the barrier and looked towards the tense-looking girl expectantly. So, how did it go? They'd had a close look at my x-rays and the results of the other tests they'd performed on me, Isaribi murmured uneasily, beginning the long walk down the hall towards the hospital's exit. Apparently the Kaima form is so well integrated into my system that it's going to be a little bit difficult making the necessary changes to make me look normal again. It's going to take a really experienced medical nin to perform the operations. That's it? Isaribi nodded. Fixing me is possible, it just requires more practiced hands. Well then, problem solved, Tayuya exclaimed, with a smile on her face. Who've they got lined up for you? From the expression on the girl's face that the musician got in return had the kunoichi clamp her mouth shut. Oh? Isaribi nodded glumly. They said that they would need someone like Tsunade or someone comparable in skill to her to help fix me up. Wait, Tsunade? One of the 3 legendary Sannin? When she got a nod of yes as her answer, Tayuya cursed. Shit. She hasn't been seen in the village in years. They're going to try to find someone else to do the operations, but it's going to take a little bit of time, Isaribi murmured. Tayuya looked across at her in concern as they walked on. And you're okay with that? With waiting, I mean. A small smile appeared on Isaribi's face as her eyes fixated on Tayuya's again. Yes. I've waited this long for my chance to be normal again. I can wait a little bit longer. The redhead visibly brightened when she heard that her new roommate was willing to hold out and straightened up. That's good. The pair walked, exiting the hospital side by side some minutes later. When they reached the front gate, Tayuya decided they should go get some lunch to eat, which her friend quickly agreed to and followed after her. Craving something soaking in broth, the pair began making their way towards one of the many restaurants that sold soup-style dishes. While ramen was indeed a tempting option for the day, there were many other choices out there that they could pick from and add to their repertoire. While they were strolling along, Tayuya couldn't help but shoot some glances towards the purple-haired diver, who moved along at a comfortable stride alongside her until she felt the kunoichi's eyes boring into her temple. She turned to look at the redhead curiously. What? What is it? Looking the other girl in the eyes, Tayuya smirked deviously. You like Naruto-kun, don't you? At that, Isaribi's face flashed bright red. What? The kunoichi pointed at her fellow roommate triumphantly. Yes. You like him. What? No I don't, Isaribi sputtered, turning away, interlocking her fingers and rubbing her thumbs nervously. Why, how, why would you think that? Simple. It's the way you look at him, Tayuya answered, getting the shocked girl to turn to her again. The purple-haired teen's stunned appearance encouraged the kunoichi to carry on and continue counting points. The way you talk to him, smile at him, cling to him whenever you're near him and listen to him. Even if he can't see it, I can. You really like him. I don't. Isaribi gulped, seeing Tayuya lean forward with a mischievous look reflected in her gaze and getting the young diver to turn away a second time. Swallowing anxiously, Isaribi attempted to think of a suitable rebuttal, a dispute to help push away any further claims, but after a few minutes of hard thinking she was unable to. Naruto-kun is such a kind person. Tayuya beamed and pulled back, slipping a hand into her pocket. Damn right he is. No one has ever been so nice to me, Isaribi exclaimed, a small smile coming to her glowing face as she pressed her fingers together anxiously. He's friendly, down to earth, sweet, and he's done so much for me. I've only known him for a few weeks, but ever since I met him, I just can't stop thinking about him. Expression conveying concern some seconds later, she then looked across at the redhead to see her attention fixed on her. But, even though I like him, I know Naruto-kun likes you. He cares about you and is already with you, so even though I have feelings for him and I want to be with him, I'll never. Who says you don't have to be with him? Tayuya asked with a shrug, getting a surprised blink out of the purple-haired teen. The redhead smirked. Shithead isn't the type of guy to favor one person over another. Besides, a roguish grin crossed her face as she considered the teen beside her. It would be pretty boring if there weren't any other girls chasing after him. Isaribi was baffled at first by the kunoichi's daring response, but then after processing it some, gave a weak smile in return, which only strengthened when Tayuya jabbed her in the arm. If you like that knucklehead, you'd better get your ass in gear and throw your name in for consideration, Tayuya added with assurance. Was it weird that she was encouraging another girl to go after Naruto just because she wanted to have a little bit of competition? Maybe she'd been hanging around with Enko for so long it had inadvertently twisted her perspective on the world a little. It sure made things way more interesting and exciting for the musician, that was for certain. Meanwhile, many miles away, thrown up against a gray stone wall in a grimy back alleyway, a man wearing dark battle attire with bandages wrapped around his neck with red makeup painted on his face and chin, could be seen lying in a disenchanted state between the two-story buildings. Along with his war umbrella lying uselessly on the ground beside him and held weakly in his grip, the exhausted mercenary could do nothing or say anything as he watched his latest opponent saunter on over to him from the end of the lane. Though a person in his position would normally be acting desperately at this point, there was a good reason why he was unable to mount an effective response. Not only was his entire front gashed up with enormous holes punctured into him, but the entire back wall behind him had been painted in his own blood and the stone floor beneath him had started to pool with it. In addition to this, the entire alleyway he was lying in was scarred up and battle-worn, indicating a very brief but fierce engagement had been fought here. It had only lasted a few long seconds too, as the man had been more intent on getting away from his foe as opposed to fighting her, and had paid the price with attempting to hold his ground. In fact, his entire gang of missing ninja had copped it big time against the woman. He'd witnessed the slaughter for himself. It didn't take a man with a degree in mathematics to figure out that of the entire squad, he was the last one remaining. Panting heavily as he gazed up at his enemy eclipsing the sky behind her, the man could only marvel at the slender form of the woman as she stopped before him with her weight shifted to one side, and the element she had used to do battle with hovering in the background. When the wounded mercenary's exhausted vision cleared up, he was able to get a good view of a gorgeous, well-endowed kunoichi around her 20s, with long, dark brown hair tied into a ponytail, and a very well-developed body figure. Her attire consisted of pure white silk, which covered only the most necessary parts of her, if only barely. This included her chest area, which looked a little breezy both underneath and over her bust, and her hips, where she wore a battle skirt. Even though he got a better than decent view of her figure, the dying man couldn't get a good shot of her face, as both her head and eyes was shrouded, and her entire body was framed by an enormous veil. The sheets of white silk and fabric fanned out around her like a flower, flowing like the wind and giving her a completely intimidating appearance. She also wore her veil like a hood, which hid her gaze under a shadow if her bangs weren't enough to do that, but from what the man could make out she had a very fair face. Gulping down blood welling up in his mouth, the wounded missing nin grinned through bloody teeth as his attacker towered over his useless form. Considering my current condition, begging for my life now would be kind of pointless, wouldn't it? Looking up her long legs that seemed to go on forever, he fixed his attention on the shade under her hood. The woman lowered her head in an immediate response. Yes, it would be. Raising a delicate hand covered by a silk glove, the kunoichi willed the sheet of fabric wrapped around it to converge around her fingers. The cloth she summoned quickly snapped into the shape and form of a large drill, which she then reared back. You and your friends gave me quite a chase across Mori no Kuni, land of forests. But with all of you now dead and you being the last one left alive, Shinabazu is done. Her glare darkened. It's time for me to collect on your heads. Shura chuckled, looking the woman over one last time, dying at the hands of the veiled Kunoichi? I couldn't have asked for a better send-off. The masked assassin nodded, before driving the silk spear encasing her limb straight into the man's chest, nailing him to the wall with a single blow. Shoru Ransu. Shal Lance. Expression conveying sudden shock and pain, the leader of Shinabazu Shura slowly relaxed under the weapon as the last of his life force dissipated. Grip releasing his umbrella, the man's eyes slowly shut closed, never to be opened again as his assailant ripped her drill out of his chest and unfurled it, clearing it of the blood. Stepping back, the woman smirked triumphantly at her kill and held her other hand forward, sending one of the sheets hovering behind her to wrap around the body. Once the corpse was bound, she disconnected the fabric from the rest of her veil before bringing the other 3 cocoons she'd wrapped the other members of the gang into the front. It had been an invigorating 3-day chase, but after a long pursuit through forests, canyons, valleys and towns, finally, success. She'd managed to corner the entire gang inside of the village and slew them all in just half an hour, a quick job for an easy 50 million for all of the bodies. It brought a sense of satisfaction to her soul. You do good work, veiled Kunoichi. Looking up, the woman turned on the spot to face the entrance to the alley she was still standing in. When she did, she saw 4 figures lined up there at a reasonable distance apart from each other, which immediately had the assassin furrow her brow and subconsciously raise the sheets behind her defensively. Checking out the newcomers, the Kunoichi made out a young man with jet black hair forming bangs on either side of a handsome face, a tall man carrying a large sword with blue skin and very shark-like features, a half-black, half-white man with what looked like a carnivorous plant growing around him, and a dark-skinned man with red and green eyes and wearing a gray face mask. All of them were adorned in the same black cloaks with red cloud symbols on them, and almost all of them were wearing forehead protectors that had a slash mark across the village emblems. The one that had spoken up was the shark-looking man with the enormous blade on his back, which the Kunoichi's eyes quickly glued onto and saw the smug expression he was shooting towards her. Or would you prefer to be called Ms. Ora Amaya? Taking in each member of the group carefully, the assassin in white turned to them more completely, Kisame Hashigaki, and Itachi Uchiha? Wow! That was an impressive amount of firepower. Either one of those two could drop her in, like, 20 minutes if push came to shove here. A small smile formed across her lips at the prospects of a possible battle. Well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? What business does Akatsuki have with me today? The boy with the dark hair identified as Itachi Uchiha stepped forward, his Sharingan eyes looking across at the scandalously dressed killer intently. We're here on the orders of our leader. Due to certain, extenuating circumstances, a couple of spots have opened up within our ranks and we were just wondering if you're still interested in joining the organization. Expression conveying a small sense of surprise, the girl reached up with a delicate finger and gently pushed the edge of her veil to the side. When she did, she revealed one of her 2 sapphire blue eyes sitting underneath her locks of hair, which pierced the shadows of her hood. Looking at the 4 men blocking her way carefully, the beautiful young woman grinned. I'm listening. Naruto. Drifting. En route for glory. The very next day. Morning. For Kami's sake. Sakura cried out in dismay, why the hell does that person always make us wait when he's the one that called us up? Hell if I know, Naruto grumbled in response, scrubbing the back of his irritably before folding his arms again. Damn it. I need to find out where Kakashi-sensei lives because if he's doing this to us on purpose and is still asleep, I'm going to prank him awake. The pink-haired Kunoichi beside him nodded in agreement before holding up a fist in a threatening manner. Yesterday their teacher had told them to meet up with him on the bridge across from the training fields for a team meeting to discuss their next mission. Though he didn't mention anything about the mission, he simply stressed that they had to be there bright and early. The problem that surfaced from this of course was that while the team had arrived at the rendezvous point on the dot of the supposed gathering time, their instructor was nowhere in sight. From the amount of hours that passed since the 3 of them arrived and with the sun nearing the apex of its climb with every minute that ticked by, it was beginning to seem highly unlikely that the man would be showing up at all. This put Sakura in a bit of a mood if she wasn't already in one, which quickly gave birth to a string of complaints and misguided yelling. The girl at this point desperately needed a confidence booster, which is why she then chose to direct all her anger and aggression toward their still absent teacher. How is he going to compensate a girl who woke up late and had to give up blow-drying her hair? Look at me. The girl tugged at her short bangs and released them, with Naruto watching curiously as they curled back up when she forcefully tried to straighten them. I've got split ends and everything. I look awful. Have you tried hair gel? I heard that usually helps smooth it out. Girls don't use gel, Naruto, Sakura shot back quickly. At least I don't. It's oily and unpleasant. Still, it couldn't hurt to try, Naruto shrugged, before smiling amiably at the girl. Your hair is great either way. I love that look, it's so. He waved his hands above his head, wild and cool. Sakura smiled warmly at his compliment and she unconsciously pushed some bangs behind her ear. Thanks. Anytime, Naruto said, leaning back against the railing of the bridge and breathing a sigh. Man, what a pain. Now I know why Shikamaru finds a lot of things troublesome. Sasuke sighed exhaustedly at the banter between the pair, their exclamations and continued dialogue disturbing the silence of their surroundings. He looked away when he saw the pair confront each other over their tardy instructor problem, and shook his head. Why does everything have to be so intense with them every morning? It was more confounding than it was a bother. Their body clocks must be getting used to the hours. After several minutes of more silence, their eyes suddenly trailed upwards when the presence of another arrived on the scene. In a puff of smoke, Kakashi appeared on top of one of the bridge's support arches, hand raised in a casual greeting. Yo! Sorry I'm late. I got a little bit held up helping these two kids get their cat out of a tree, then the tree collapsed and we ended up chasing the poor thing all over the place until it wound up on some old lady's back porch, who really needed help hanging her washing. Yeah right. Liar, both Naruto and Sakura shouted while pointing up at the man. The timely arrival of the Jonin got mixed reviews from all of them, with the Kunoichi demanding an apology, the Jinchuriki reacting in a typical flustered manner before quickly retiring to his usual cheerful self, and Sasuke simply pushing himself off of the railing and back to his feet with a sense of relief washing over him. Once everybody had calmed down and Kakashi had returned to ground level to meet his disgruntled team, the adult quickly moved on to business, addressing them all with an expression conveying complete seriousness. Alright, this is sudden, but I've nominated you three to participate in this year's Chunin selection exams. Sasuke blinked in surprise. What? Seriously? Naruto jumped, eyes nearly bugging out. And here they'd been expecting a mission, at least that's what Kakashi's tone entailed. But no, it was better than that. Why you signed us up for the exams, sensei? No joke? Of course, Kakashi exclaimed with a smile, I've watched the three of you train, and I've seen how much you've progressed since the academy and how much your teamwork has improved. As far as I'm concerned, you guys are more than qualified to participate in the exams. Considering the minimum number of missions required for you to be eligible for nomination is 8, you three are more than ready to face the trials they will have waiting for you. It won't only be a test of your growth, but a test of your bonds as a group. Sakura gulped nervously. I've heard the Chunin exams are super tough. Do you really think we can get through it, Kakashi-sensei? Oh yes, the man exclaimed, reaching into his pouch and pulling out 3 application forms, which he then proceeded to hand out to them. In fact, I have the utmost confidence in your abilities to handle it. While it is without a doubt an intimidating process, you don't need to be afraid of it. Just think of it as another mission you need to complete and work through it as a squad, and you'll be fine. Looking down at their forms, the 3 genin then glanced at each other momentarily as if looking to see if there were any objections or further concerns from their teammates, before smiling all at once and glancing back at their teacher. The fire that appeared in their eyes caught Kakashi a little bit off guard, but he was quick to recover and looked at the 3 youngsters with pride. It seems I don't have to try and coax you out of it, the silver-haired Jonin chuckled and nodded to them affirmatively. Your expressions say more than words ever will. That's why I like you guys so much. He then pointed towards their application forms still visible in their grips. Since you're all up for it, meet me at the West Gate tomorrow at 10, and bring everything you need for an extended outing from the village. This is going to be a long haul. Naruto stared at the man curiously. How come? Kakashi's expression darkened slightly, sending a series of chills down their spines. This year's exam is going to be unlike any other exam we've held in the past. For the first time in history, all 5 of the great shinobi nations will be participating in this event, along with every other nation interested in partaking in the festivities. Sakura's eyes widened. All 5 of them? Then, that means. Yes, Kakashi nodded, Konoha, Suna, Kumo, Iwa and Kiri are all in it. With such a high number of participants, you guys are bound to encounter swaths of competitors wielding unimaginable amounts of skill and ability. This is the perfect opportunity to see how far you guys have come and to see where exactly you stack up in the world of shinobi. I'm so jealous. The Jonin chuckled when he got a dumbfounded look from Sakura. I wish I was able to participate in a prestigious event like this when I was your age. Although, there were wars going on back then, so I guess they sort of count. The Kunoichi's hair bristled, and oh, they don't. It was settled, Her teacher was just as insane and idiotic as both Sasuke and Naruto combined. In fact, it was almost like he was some kind of weird, perverted, super ninja abomination created from the two of them being mashed together in a blender. Either that or Sakura was finally starting to reach the limits of her sanity. Laughing off the angry waves bouncing off of him from his one and only female apprentice, Kakashi glanced back down at his young group with a beaming smile clearly visible from his one eye. Make sure you guys get as much rest as you can. Our destination tomorrow is Kuni, land of hot water, and its capital Yugakure. He then pulled out his familiar orange book, which had the eyes of all three of his students twitch at once. That's all. You're dismissed. Alright, this is killing me. What is that book, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked in an annoyed tone. We almost always see you holding that thing. You're constantly reading it. What is it exactly? Oh, this, the Jonin chuckled sheepishly and pointed down at the pages when he saw all their glares locked onto him. Well, this is a book from my favorite series of literature called Ika Ika. It's for adults' eyes only, so you may not find this to be very interesting. Getting strange looks from his children, the man waved before forming a hand seal. Well, I've gotta go. Ciao. He then up and vanished in a puff of smoke. Coughing on the fumes and waving it away, the blonde glared. Stupid Shunshin. I've got to learn how to do that. He received nods of agreement from his teammates, all of whom then passed on the best of luck to each other before splitting. It was apparently excursion day tomorrow, so the boys and girls were going to use every last second they had available to them getting ready. Oh. Later that day, Naruto hummed to himself as he carried a bag of groceries with him back to his place. He only got enough for one night's dinner and several days out of the village, as he had also accounted for the trip he, and many other of his fellow genin, were going to be taking tomorrow. The free period he had following the meeting with his sensei gave him plenty of time to think about the coming exams, the trials he was expected to face, and the mixed bag of people he was likely to encounter outside of the comfort of his own home. The idea of meeting new and interesting faces had the boy inwardly jumping with excitement. He just loved wanting to get to know people he'd never met before, as expected of someone of his background and penchant for befriending forest creatures. It was in his nature to get jumpy about these things. While he was indeed set on the concept of making nice with some of the kids outside of the proverbial ring known as the entire village hidden in the leaves, he expressed a bit less concern regarding the obstacles he was likely to run into. The Chunin selection exams were, as he believed the name entailed, a bunch of tests mashed together to form an impossible road designed to bring out the best and worst in its participants. For some strange reason, Naruto had no problems with that. In fact, he was absolutely psyched for it. Anything with the potential or promise to push him to his limits and make him work up a sweat he welcomed with open arms. Tayuya was pretty much the same, having picked up some of his own unique quirks. They were gutsy, mischievous, adventurous, always looking for new thrills, and they both loved action. Still, since these were exams created with the express purpose of seeing who had the right stuff to become Chunin, Naruto knew there was going to be more things involved than fighting. No. There was bound to be stuff shoved in there meant to test his mentality as well as his nerves. If he was going to do this, he was going to do this right, and get through this calmly and with a clear head. That didn't mean he couldn't have fun though. This is going to totally rock, the blonde exclaimed in his head. I can't wait to show everyone my awesome new skills. Try not to show them off too much, the distinct voice of the Kyuubi in the back of his mind spoke. You might attract some unwanted attention if you do. I know. I have to keep my showboating to a minimum, Naruto stated with a serious expression coming into play. No more than 5 pelvic thrusts and/or 1 moonwalk lap around the field. That's it. How do you do that anyway? What? Moonwalk. How do you do that? I've seen you use it several times, it freaks me out. Oh? Do you want to learn how? He heard the fox scoff from inside and could swear he also heard the demon's eyes shifting around awkwardly. No. Of course not. What kind of clown do you take me for? A big, scary one. Naruto chuckled, keeping his eyes trained ahead until they fell upon a familiar facility on the side of the road. He stopped when he saw the lines of books up for sale outside the store and considered the material momentarily. There were several unrecognizable titles on for grabs that were going for second-hand prices, obviously books people didn't read that often or weren't mainstream enough to be purchased in large quantities. After looking the expendables over, he then peered inside the store, becoming a little bit more curious as to what else they had in there. He heard a scratching inside, followed shortly by his house guest's murmur. What's wrong? Oh nothing, Naruto chuckled, turning and strolling on in, just thought maybe I could check this place out. I'll be away from the village for quite a while, so maybe I can grab something interesting to read for the trip. Wait, since when were you interested in reading? You don't read, the fox murmured before frowning deeply. I never thought that you could read. Naruto stopped and scowled at his stomach. Of course I can read. Why do people assume that I can't read? Geez. He stopped at the entrance and looked about. I'll show you. Man, this place is quiet. As he said this, he lowered his voice just as he would in any other library. Since he had entered a vicinity specializing in the material, he figured he could use this moment to try and catch up on some of his brain work. Now, where can I find some cool stuff about being a shinobi? It was a bookstore in a shinobi village. Shinobi village. There was bound to be some articles in a store selling reading material focused on the genre and practices of a ninja. However, before the youngster could invest time in trying to find said items of value, he quickly spotted a table set up not too far and in plain sight of the entrance, with stacks of books and a large man sitting inside the constructed cubicle looking incredibly bored. The books surrounding him were all copies of the same title, which Naruto figured this guy was trying to sell and, judging from the amount still there and the fact people weren't paying it any attention, wasn't doing too well. The banners around him said Tales of a Gutsy Ninja book signing. You didn't need a degree in literature to figure out what this was. He must be the author, Naruto thought. He quickly felt bad too because the guy looked like he'd put a lot of work into it and nobody was really showing any interest. It was a story about what he gathered to be shinobi too, so while the Jinchuriki was quickly hooked, other people weren't, which puzzled him greatly. He shrugged and sauntered over. May as well see what all the fuss is about. Naruto stopped in front of the desk and glanced across at the man on the other side. He was a big guy, very outlandish looking. He was large with a head of long, incredibly spiky white hair, had a strange headband with a kanji symbol on it, a green outfit with fishnet underneath, a red vest on top, hand plates, and red lines coming down from sharp eyes. Thanks to a lack of customers and audiences of interest, the guy didn't really look like he was incredibly focused right now. He was still looking away while pushing pens across his table absently, with his head resting on his hand and elbow propped on the table. He seemed nice. Hello, mister. Naruto exclaimed brightly with a smile. Whatcha doing? The man with white hair blew some bangs out of his eyes while continuing to tap his finger. What does it look like, kid? I'm making an appearance. I can see that, Naruto grinned. But for what? For my book, of course. I figured the Tales of a Gutsy Ninja would be a hit seller once I made it mainstream like my other series, but, as you can see, the person groaned as he waved through the empty spaces in front of him, it's not turning out how I expected. I guess people don't like a good action tale these days. They prefer their romantic comedies, horror, and stuff that took only 2 ryo to write up and even less to produce, stuff that shouldn't even see the light of day. Man, this is awful. Blinking, Naruto looked down at one of the books sitting on his table and picked it up. He took a look at the cover and considered it for a moment. It didn't seem that interesting on first glance. It didn't even have a picture on the front cover, just a title and blurb. No wonder it wasn't as attention-grabbing as it should have been. Still, the blonde couldn't help but read the story description. While he was doing so, the old man behind the table eventually recognized the presence of the boy officially and turned to him. When he did, he got quite the shock to see who the boy was and nearly fell out of his chair as a flash of profiles and faces flew past his eyes. However, he managed to hold it together for sake of self-preservation of dignity, plus he didn't want to alarm the kid with extreme visual responses. Instead, he gave the boy a more thoughtful look as he watched him look over the novel. After a long, hard moment of contemplation, Naruto then smiled and held the book out to the man. I'll take one if that's okay. Surprised, the once bored author grinned brightly and took the book along with the note he used to pay for it, and scribbled his John Hancock right on the front. After which he then slid it back to him. I hope you enjoy it. I will, Naruto exclaimed, looking at the signature. It was then he finally noticed the author's name inscribed right underneath the title of the book, and his eyes widened somewhat. Wait a second. Jiraiya? He looked up in bewilderment, stepping back a little so that he could get a better look at the man. Big and flamboyant, long spiky white hair, and wearing wooden sandals. Yep, there was no doubt about it. Is that your name? Jiraiya? Of course, kid, the old man chuckled heartily with a grin. Who else do you think you're talking to? Forming a seal, he then slapped his hand down on top of the table and, in a burst of white smoke that pretty much destroyed the desk and completely filled the entire store in fumes, Naruto suddenly found himself staring up at a massive toad wearing armor, with the old codger himself atop of it, striking a pose of raging awesomeness. Behold! You my boy are standing in the presence of pure, unadulterated, and eternal magnificence. Enemies quake in fear under the veil of my shadow and women swoon when they hear my name. My form radiates with cool and splendor across all of the shinobi nations. Who am I, you ask? Who am I? I am the one and only great toad sage of Mount Myaboku. I am the powerful, the pleasurable, the indestructible Jiraiya. And with that, everything went dead silent. Everyone who had previously been browsing the store at the time of the sudden and unexpected performance could now be seen gaping in awe, all with eyes wide and some with sweat drops on their heads. Naruto, of course, was a combination of both, with his entire form slumped forward as he stared up at the still grinning old-timer. He really is flamboyant. The Jinchuriki groaned in his head. When he looked down at the toad and then back up at the man riding it, he nodded his head in confirmation. Yeah, this is definitely the guy I'm looking for. Why the third told him to look for him in the first place though, he had no idea. Hey! An old woman's shout rang out, with both Naruto and Jiraiya cringing suddenly and turning to see the store owner glaring heatedly up at them, hands on her hips and foot tapping on the ground impatiently. She then pointed down at the ruined table. Look what you've done. You've destroyed my table. This mess is coming out of your pocket, Jiraiya-sama. The old man quickly fell out of his pose and grinned sheepishly at the manager. Sorry miss. I got a little carried away. Well, get carried away someplace else, she said sternly, crossing her arms at him. Now keep it down or I'll have you thrown out of here. I don't care if you're one of the legendary Sannin, if you cause any more trouble around here you can forget about your book signing day right now. Why yes, ma'am, the ninja murmured affirmatively, dispelling his toad partner and dropping back to the ground. He then stepped off of the ruined desk and picked it up, noting that the legs had snapped. Don't worry, it's salvageable. You're still going to be paying for it, the store owner barked, turning heel and heading back to the front counter, leaving the old man to his devices. After managing to do a quick patch job on the table and picking up all of the books he'd knocked down, Jiraiya then took a seat again and faced the boy still standing in the same spot he had been since he arrived. After folding his arms and looking the youngster over once more, the old Sannin smiled. Well? You wanted to know exactly who I am, there you go. Yeah. Naruto murmured before shaking his head. Recovering quickly from the sudden display of egocentricity, the blonde smirked and stepped forward. Anyway, I have some stuff I want to talk to you about. Stuff? Jiraiya repeated before smirking. You were looking for me to ask me some stuff? Yep. Naruto set his book down on the ruined table to grin with his full attention focused across at the Sannin. Once more, his excitement started to brim. Hokage Gigi told me to be on the lookout for a man fitting your description, a big guy with white hair who could summon toads. He said that you would be able to help me out, Databeo. Oh? Jiraiya responded with a look of his own as he leaned over and propped his chin on his hand. So the old goat told you to look for me? Why'd he tell you to do that, exactly? He said that you'd be able to answer some questions for me, ones that he couldn't answer himself for some reason, Naruto exclaimed, stepping back and pulling up his jacket and top. When he did, he consciously pumped chakra into his seal and flashed it towards the person he was addressing, getting Jiraiya to blink in surprise. Stuff about this. I think you know what he's talking about. Quickly realizing what the kid was on about, the white-haired man looked around for a moment before swiftly leaning forward and pulling the kid's jacket back down. At that exact moment a woman that had just bought a book from the store strolled right on past them, paying the two boys little to no concern while they watched her vacate the premises. Once she was gone from sight, Jiraiya turned to give the blonde-haired youngster his full and undivided attention, throwing him another once-over out of interest and smiling. So that's the case, huh? Jiraiya murmured. Receiving an odd look from the boy, the Sannin stood up and turned towards the old lady standing behind the serving desk. Watch the table for me. I'm taking a short break. Whatever. It's not like anyone's going to be touching your work anytime soon, the manager replied, going back to slapping price tags over the collection of reading material she had in front of her. Shaking his head, Jiraiya stepped out from behind the table, grabbing the massive scroll he had propped beside it and slinging it over his shoulder. Naruto looked up at him curiously. All right, Squirt, you wanted to ask me some questions? He saw the blonde nod. Then let's take this someplace else. I don't think it would be a good idea to talk around this area, given the circumstances. Smiling, Naruto nodded in understanding. Don't worry. I know the perfect place. Oh. Jiraiya laughed a little when he stopped on the edge of the familiar clearing of Training Field 3, the most well-known and used training area used by Jonin to get their teams into shape. It had been used for that express purpose for years. Strolling out across the grass, he watched Naruto run out a little further and dive into a particularly tall patch, rolling around a bit before sitting up to look back at the old man following him. The Sannin couldn't help but shake his head at his antics. He certainly has a lot of energy. This is one of my favorite places in the village, Naruto said happily, pushing aside the grocery bag next to him before quickly being joined by a familiar bird landing on his shoulder. The blonde glanced across at the swallow that chirped in greeting before nuzzling his cheek. We could have gone to Ichiraku's or my apartment, but I wanted to be outside to talk today and somewhere close by where there weren't any people. I see, Jiraiya replied before marching over to him and sitting down as well. The pair sat across from one another and relaxed in the sun. Well then, now that we're here, I believe you had some questions you wanted to ask me. Yes, Naruto stated, placing a hand over his stomach thoughtfully before his expression became serious. Sensing the atmosphere change, even the bird perched on the boy's shoulder sat down and listened intently. After massaging the area where he knew the seal was, the Jinchuriki took in a deep breath before continuing. Here's the deal. A couple of years ago I found out that I had this weird tattoo thing on my stomach. I didn't know what it was for at first and Hokage Gigi told me not to play around with it, since I accidentally tried to use a summoning jutsu on it. He told me it was dangerous to mess around with things I didn't know much about. And he's right, Jiraiya stated with a firm look. That's Fuinjutsu you're talking about, kid, very complicated material. You're better off staying well away from the stuff unless you know exactly how to perform techniques with them, and even if you've mastered them to some degree they can still cause you some serious problems. Alright, Naruto nodded in understanding, before moving on. Anyway, after he said he would tell me about it later I left it alone after that. It was then a couple years further on I found out that it was actually a seal keeping something locked away inside of me. I'm sure you can guess what that is. Yeah, the Kyuubi, Jiraiya murmured, giving him a more intent gaze. So how did you find out about it? I found out by myself, the blonde stated, earning a surprised blink from the man. I was asleep and I just happened to wander into my subconscious where the fox was being kept. Hokage Gigi told me he was being kept in some pocket dimension in my stomach created by the seal, so I can't exactly tell you how I got there. The seals created for Jinchuriki are designed so that the hosts are able to communicate with the demon sealed inside of them to a certain degree, Jiraiya stated, giving the boy the information he needed to know in that area. It's possible for you to speak with the demons both consciously and unconsciously, since it's sort of the job of the Jinchuriki to keep a close eye on their Biju. And that's really one of the things I wanted to ask you about, Naruto interjected, giving the man a very businesslike look as he steeled himself for his next series of inquiries. Why are people given the Biju and transformed into Jinchuriki in the first place? Why do I have the 9 tails sealed inside of me? Jiraiya folded his arms and smiled at the youngster. You probably know this already, but I'll tell you anyway. The Kyuubi isn't the only Biju in the world. There are 9 of them. 9? Naruto murmured. Yeah. There are 9-tailed beasts in total, and all of them are sealed inside of a select group of individuals, making a total of 9 Jinchuriki at any given time, Jiraiya stated informatively. It's also common knowledge that each of the 5 great shinobi nations has a Jinchuriki, with some having more than one. This is to ensure that there's an equal balance of power between the countries and that peace can be properly maintained between them. How come? Well, Jiraiya sighed and rubbed the back of his head. This is just one of the ways the villagers look at it, but the people with tailed beasts sealed inside of them, the Jinchuriki, they're viewed by them as a kind of weapon meant to serve their respective homelands. Weapons? Naruto recoiled, giving a very appalled expression. He didn't like the idea of being a weapon, or anyone else being referred to as one. It reminded him of Haku's situation, but while the teenager openly called himself a tool to be used by her master, the blonde didn't exactly like the idea of the title officially being recognized on a human being. In fact, he hated it. Jiraiya nodded to the youngster with a grim look on his visage. Jinchuriki are powerhouses, trump cards, soldiers that can level the playing field should push come to shove. But that's not always the case. He saw Naruto look at him more inquisitively. Balance of power aside, any Jinchuriki who manages to gain control over their tailed beast can also become a guardian of their village. They take on the role of protector and observer, at least that's the case involving the Jinchuriki of Kumogakure. Well, at least it's better than being called a weapon, Naruto muttered distastefully. Who made it to be like that? The village leaders and the people for starters, Jiraiya shrugged. All of this really began with the first Hokage dividing up all 9 of the tailed beasts between the villages, so that there wouldn't be any squabbling over power between them. It's kind of a long story. Right, Naruto sighed, giving it a bit more thought. I guess that explains why they're sealed inside of people, but... He looked up again with even more curiosity reflected in his gaze. This was becoming a really vexing discussion and the blonde didn't like vexing that much. Why me though? What was so special about me that I had the Kyuubi sealed inside of me? Why you? Jiraiya repeated, rubbing his head a bit nervously. As far as I know, I've had the 9-tailed fox inside of me my entire life, ever since I was born. I don't even remember being taken away somewhere to have the Biju sealed inside of me or was told anything about it, Naruto elaborated, wanting to get the best answer possible for his predicament. Seeing as that it had had a major impact on his life and made him the boy he was today, he wanted to know everything he had to about his situation. Hell, there was so much about his past he didn't know, so he was going to take full advantage of this interrogation as the third Hokage had been the one to instruct him to ask this man for everything he needed, and get as many facts about himself as he could. This whole thing is confusing the hell out of me. I just want to know why I was picked, why it had to be me. Well, Jiraiya hesitated, trying to think up the best way to explain this. Man, he didn't think it would be this hard to explain the situation to the kid. Damn Minato for making this so complicated. If only the kid was told earlier. It would have made this so much easier to get out. Anyway, after thinking on it for a while longer, the Sannin turned back and faced the teen fully. The fourth Hokage believed that you would be able to gain control of the Nine Tails chakra one day. He had absolute faith in you and knew he could count on you to do what nobody else had been able to do until now, and tame the demon. But how did he know he could count on me? Naruto frowned, feeling a little bit frustrated at this point. The guy was circling for some reason. That was not going to fly with him, not today. Why did he believe in me so much that he'd just stick the Nine Tails inside of my stomach and lock it up? That's what I don't understand. Why me and only me? Because, Jiraiya began to answer under the child's glare, clearing his throat in an effort to buy himself whatever time he could. Well, there was no other way out of this one. He'd explored the avenue where he simply tried to convince him that the fourth Hokage picked Naruto because he was special. Normally that would have flown with anyone else, but to a boy who had no idea where he came from, who he was or who his parents were, and for a fact that Naruto was more than just special in the eyes of the fourth, Jiraiya had no clue as to how to ease into this gently. All he could rely on was the long, silent pause and the endurance of Naruto's glare until it eased up somewhat. When he believed the appropriate amount of time had passed, Jiraiya turned to the youngster and smiled pleasantly. The fourth Hokage placed the burden of guarding the Nine Tails on you because it's a father's job to believe in their son. Naruto was about to put up some kind of fight should the man attempt to dodge the question or answer him using the strategy where he would just repeat the same thing but dress it up to make it sound like something else. However, much to the boy's complete and utter shock, the Sannin had done neither of those things. Instead, he gave him an answer that hit him like someone just picked up a massive sledgehammer and slammed it across his face. The impact was just monumental. Deep inside his subconscious, the Kyuubi chuckled, "Wow, he's taking it even better than I thought he would." Wanting to say something, Naruto opened and closed his mouth several times, but nothing came out for the next minute or so. Jiraiya actually worried for the child and waved a hand in front of his unblinking gaze, but got nothing. "Hey, kid. Are you okay?" The Sannin shook his head and leaned closer, taking his shoulders and shaking the child slightly. "Shit. I hope I didn't break him." Eventually, after a couple more shakes, life blinked back into Naruto's face and he looked up at the man sitting in front of him. "The fourth Hokage is my father." Pulling back, Jiraiya smiled a bit and nodded, "Yeah, the fourth Hokage is your old man." He then gestured over his shoulder towards the Hokage monument. "He's practically been staring you in the face for the past 12 years. Haven't you seen any pictures of the guy in your history books? I thought it would have clicked with you earlier that he was related to you in some way from that trademark blonde hair of his." Overwhelmed, Naruto looked back and forth between the Sannin and the stone faces he could see in the distance several times. After which, he pointed at himself, "So I'm the son of the fourth Hokage?" Jiraiya chuckled and rolled his eyes. "Are we really going to do this? Go round in circles until we both grow beards? I was under the impression that you had more questions you wanted to ask me." Shaking his head fiercely to rid himself of whatever shock he had hanging in his cranium, Naruto folded both his arms and legs, and scrunched his face up tightly in thought. "Heh, isn't that a fucking kicker? And here I thought I was just some random orphan picked out from a lineup to be the Fox's host, but no, it turns out my dad had other plans. Normally children who are related to the Kage in some way are selected to be the hosts for the Biju," Jiraiya informed, trying to console the boy. "But just because you were Minato's son doesn't mean you were selected by default to be its new container. On the night that you were born, the Nine Tails somehow managed to break free from its original host and ran amok, destroying everything in sight. To avoid it falling into the wrong hands, to preserve the balance of tailed beasts between the 5 great shinobi nations and to make sure that you had a world to grow up in after the battle was over, Minato sealed the fox inside of you. It was an incredibly difficult decision he had to make, not just as a Kage but as a father as well. I wasn't there when the sealing happened, but from what I heard both your father and mother sacrificed their lives to protect you and the village, and at the same time defeated the Kyuubi. Naruto looked up in awe when he heard that. Wait, so? He rubbed his neck and looked at the Sannin inquisitively. Both my mum and dad, they did that? The shinobi nodded. Yeah. I knew the two of them well. Of all the decisions that they could have made on that night, of all the things they could have done, I think they made the right call. Because of their sacrifice, both your father and mother are celebrated as heroes of the village, but all they ever really wanted was to be there by your side and to raise you. However, due to events that were beyond their control, the best they could do was make sure you survived and could grow up happily. Jiraiya rubbed the back of his neck with a half-smile, half-frown appearing. But I bet you must have had it tough, kid, not having them there for you when you needed them most. The blonde looked down sadly. Thankfully the fox decided to keep quiet, showing that even a demon of pure malice and the possessor of a supposedly wicked tongue could keep his lid shut in these moments. Yeah, it hit Naruto hard learning that both of his parents were dead, but they had died fighting, doing the best that they could for both him and the village. It was their responsibilities as adults, he figured, and because he wasn't consciously there to see what had happened, he had no idea what it was like for them to do what they had to. He'd heard the fox had gone on a rampage back on the day that he was born. October 10th. The lives of the villagers were all in danger then, so probably his parents' lives were being threatened too. Fuck, he hated being kept out of the loop like this. So they died protecting me, and the village? Naruto asked, looking up. Jiraiya nodded, yes. The boy chuckled, well, at least I know they loved me, right? Yes, of course, Jiraiya said immediately, smiling. I have no doubt about that. They loved you more than you can believe. Naruto sighed and looked up, rocking back and forth on the grass while grinning somewhat. Okay then, if my dad was Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, who was my mother? He kept swinging on his hinge while staring at his lecturer excitedly. I know the fourth Hokage was awesome, but I don't know anything about my mother. What was she like? Jiraiya let out a laugh and slapped his leg, looking back at the kid who seemed like he was getting his fire back after the shock. Yeah, he was upset just moments ago, but damn, he sure knew how to bounce back. Kid, your mother was something else. The toad hermit chuckled as he continued on, using the best of his memories as a reference. Now I knew your father well. I do because I was his teacher. He saw the blonde's mouth drop, but the silence gave him time enough to continue. He was a brilliant student, the best I had. He was super talented, smart, and powerful. If I was to summarize his overall abilities, I'd say he had the potential to become the strongest shinobi to have ever lived, and maybe he did. Every village knew who he was, and there were even Kage-level ninja out there who refused to face him in battle. Really? Naruto exclaimed, looking on in shock. Wow. Yeah. He was a cool character, for sure, Jiraiya said with a wide grin. Aside from being strong though, he was incredibly kind, just like your mother. In fact, both your father and mother were wonderful people. Your mother had a big heart and cared about her family dearly. She was so happy to find out she was pregnant with you she couldn't wait to bring you into this world. She was also very excitable and energetic, always on the move and always full of life. Though not as smart as your father, she was strong and used the techniques she knew exceedingly well. He then chuckled nervously when he revealed another interesting fact. But then, there was her fierce side. Man. I don't know what it is about women from Konohagakure, but she was very scary when she was angry. She was a tough girl when she was young, but as an adult, geez, when she was pissed I watched her turn elite jonin into pudding with her fists. Naruto had a bit of a nervous laugh at this and scratched his cheek anxiously. Heh, maybe that's why Kiba and Shikamaru are so scared of their mothers. Yeah. It was funny too. Aside from beating up people who annoyed her, she had this personality tic that she used to end a lot of her sentences with. Oh? What kind of personality tic, Databeo? Naruto asked excitedly. The Sannin snapped his fingers and pointed at him. That's the one. She said Tebane, but that's close enough. The old man grinned. Wow, you really do take after them. Naruto grinned sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. Seeing his face, how it mirrored both Minato and Kushina's, had Jiraiya smile and pull himself to his feet. I wonder though, are your ninja skills on the same level as theirs? Once he was up to full height, the man folded his arms and grinned down at the boy on the grass. He saw the head of the bird sitting on his shoulder perk up and, feeling a change in the atmosphere, took flight. You have personality, kid, but what about toughness and technique? Since I'm here I may as well take a second to see what my student son has got up his sleeve. Confused at first, Naruto then grinned before quickly unfolding his legs and jumping to his feet right off of the floor without use of his hands. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at his flexibility and fleetness. Careful, Jiraiya-sensei. I hit hard. Sensei, huh? The old man laughed, that remains to be seen. Hearing this had the Jinchuriki leap back quite a distance, landing with his feet planted in a firm stance while his upper body started swaying from side to side. When the Sannin saw him start to move oddly, much to his bewilderment and curiosity, Naruto began reveling at the prospects of battling with the man who trained his dad, the fourth Hokage. If this was really the case, then he was in for one hell of a fight if all his stories and titles meant anything in the long run. The thought of it had his blood pumping. This is gonna be fun. Don't get cocky, brat, the voice of the Kyuubi boomed inside his head, getting Naruto to frown. This man may not look it, but he's fucking dangerous. If there is any human alive out there that can fight a Biju one-on-one, it's this guy right here. Potential-wise, yes, but there was still a small measure of distance between the 2 points of rumor and actually being able to pull it off. Really? He's that strong? You're talking to one of Konoha's 3 legendary Sannin. Even your slacker teacher Kakashi wouldn't last 10 minutes against this guy. Well then? I'd better start this off at top gear right from the get-go, huh? Naruto grinned before beginning to pace and skip on the spot. His change of movement alerted Jiraiya to his intentions, which had the Sannin uncross his arms in preparation when he saw dust starting to kick up at his feet. Alright, let's do this. Jiraiya grinned. Are you serious, kid? You know who I am, and you want to butt heads with me? You really are just like your mother. However, before he could make any other smartass comment on the scenario, he saw the blonde start to stomp from foot to foot like a sumo wrestler, shifting weight from side to side in an odd stepping motion before his right foot slammed into the ground and he vanished. The Sannin blinked when he saw the kid disappear right before his eyes and looked to his side. Heh, that's interesting. In the blink of an eye his left arm shot up to guard his face, repelling a heavy blow that suddenly plowed into him. The instant the hit landed, causing a dull thump to ring out, Naruto rematerialized out of thin air skidding back across the grass. When he stopped several meters away, he looked up in astonishment to see the Sannin staring at him firmly, as if glaring down an enemy. The blonde shook his fist out, feeling his knuckles throb. Man, this old guy is tough. What did I just hit, a brick wall? Jiraiya grinned at the shocked look on the blonde's face. Damn kid, you're fast. He lowered his arm and turned to face him with his hands on his hips. I should keep a better eye on you. You'd definitely give your father a run for his money, no doubt, and he was already promoted to Chunin at your age, going on to become a Jonin in the next week. Naruto gritted his teeth and rubbed his hand. Okay, message received. I don't stand a chance in hell against him. He guessed he'd only last about a minute before he was officially grounded, if he was lucky. But this only gave the Jinchuriki extra incentive to fight even harder as a grin formed on his face. He started to skip in place again, forming his familiar cross-fingered hand seal. I'm not done yet. Not by a long shot. The Sannin across from him chuckled when he saw the blonde create several shadow clones that formed a tight formation before him. When they prepared to launch themselves, Jiraiya smiled. I can see that you and I are going to have a lot of fun together, squirt. Naruto grinned brightly. Yeah. Same here. Without even a word needing to be spoken, his clones all charged at once. Oh. That night? A sharp thump rang out in Naruto's comfortable apartment when a kunai lodged itself in the back wall of his living room, the blonde-haired boy smirking as he looked across at the person who threw it. His kunoichi roommate Tayuya, sitting in front of him, was also smiling with her hand outstretched as she had seemingly thrown the blade over his shoulder. The thing was though, it was embedded directly behind where his head was positioned, so how in the world did she miss? That answer, however, was only known between the 3 people living in the apartment, as Isaribi was also there, watching with a slightly stunned expression from her end of the couch. Looks like you've finally managed to make good use of your Ayu no Kaze, Hero's Wind, technique, Tayuya exclaimed with a grin. As far as I can tell, you're more than ready to take the exams. Yeah, Naruto said before bringing his right hand up, flashing his palm and flexing his fingers. This new move will really turn a few heads out there. If push comes to shove, my opponents won't even know what hit them. Good luck with that, Tayuya chuckled before resting her head on her hand. You've got some killer techniques in your ninja handbook now. What are you going to call this one? I think I'll call it Tsubame no Mai, Dance of the Swallow. That's a pretty awesome name. He looked up at the girl sitting before him with an inquisitive stare in play. What do you think? Dance of the Swallow? Isaribi murmured, testing the name out a few times. It was an odd one, but in contrast to a lot of other names she'd heard, it didn't seem at all far-fetched. Tayuya repeated the name herself several times before another smirk crossed her face. You got the idea from Swift-chan again, didn't you? What can I say? Naruto replied while shrugging, I like birds. More like you like chasing them to test your speed. Along with many other animals, Isaribi giggled, thinking of some of the other grand escapades the Jinchuriki had told her about. Can you blame me? I'm always up for a good workout, Naruto replied, flashing Isaribi his most dashing smile and coaxing a blush out of her before leaning forward to grin at his other roommate. What about you, Tayuya-chan? How are your techniques now? Sharp? Oh yeah, the redhead responded while bringing her flute forward and twirling it between her fingers like a staff. My taijutsu is up to scratch and I've got myself even more long-range techniques. I'm gonna knock a few bodies around at these exams, I know it. Naruto chuckled, so your marionette is done, eh? Did you dress it up? It? Ha! Tayuya laughed and spun her flute again, before catching it and pointing it at him. I've got a couple of individual models and a team of 3. 2 guys and a girl, all of them dressed in armor and modeled after this village's biggest trio. And what trio would that be? Naruto asked curiously. Tayuya beamed wickedly, the legendary Sannin of course. I've got Orochimaru, Tsunade and Jiraiya, all their images spot on and looking fantastic, if I do say so myself. That was a surprise. So she named 3 of her Doki marionettes she'd been making after those faces? Since meeting Jiraiya, Naruto had gotten to know each of the Sannin's names and had also received a brief rundown on each of their capabilities, particularly the Toad Sages. It intrigued the blonde somewhat as he remembered on his first mission outside of Konohagakure that he'd heard the name Tsunade before. It was at that time he met the pretty young lady named Shizune, who was apparently running a small errand for that person. Naruto brought that up in his time talking with Jiraiya, who explained to him who these 2 people were and what the master's usual habit was, which made Naruto wonder whether there were any sane, powerful ninja out there in the world. Of course, this didn't detract at all from Tayuya's choices regarding her marionette designs. However, while Naruto could understand the last 2, he didn't quite get the first one she mentioned. After the stories he'd heard and the experiences he'd had involving that individual in some way, it just seemed kind of weird she'd used that particular person's face as a template. Apparently even Isaribi was a little bit baffled by Tayuya's choice of design, seeing as how Orochimaru wasn't exactly the kind of person you would want to associate with directly, even in puppet form. However, since all 3 of them were essentially Konohagakure legends at one point or another, both she and Naruto decided to go along with it. The boy chuckled as he looked at his excited companion. Speaking of the Sannin, I met one of them today. The musician blinked in surprise. You did? Which one? The Toad Sannin Jiraiya. Get out of here. What was he like? The redhead asked with interest. Oh, just like what Hokage Gigi said he was, big, flamboyant, an idiot. Naruto then scrubbed his head before looking at the girl with a firm gaze, and a massive pervert too. Did you know he was the one that wrote that stupid book series that Kakashi-sensei reads all the time? He was curious and stopped by the bookshop again on the way home to find out what that was all about. It was in the adult section. Needless to say, he was not impressed. No, I didn't. Tayuya blinked before frowning. Wait, he's the author of the Ika Ika series? Apparently the musician knew about it too. Yeah. Surprised? More like I want to beat the shit out of him when I see him myself, Tayuya grumbled, looking over at Isaribi to see the girl staring back at her curiously. She was about to ask for her opinion on this until she was interrupted by a pained hiss from the boy, getting her to look at him again. So, what happened between you 2? Well, I took the old geezer out to the training fields to talk. Hokage Gigi said that I had to see him if I wanted the questions I had answered, since everything I wanted to ask was all about the Kyuubi and the seal. So you can guess it must have been pretty deep stuff? He saw the girl's expression change from one of curiosity to one of understanding. Ah, I see, Tayuya nodded affirmatively. Yeah, she knew about the Kyuubi. Everyone in this village knew. It was one of the most important things Enko told her about when she was her student, and she'd found out that Naruto was its Jinchuriki. It didn't concern her though. For as long as she knew him, Tayuya trusted the blonde above everyone else and knew she had nothing to fear from him. He seemed pretty cool about the whole thing himself when he found out about it, so what reason did she have to fly off the handle? Isaribi wasn't worried either, since she sensed no ill intent whatsoever from the boy and hadn't seen anything of him that would get her to distrust him. So you talked? What did you find out? Well, I found out about why I had the Kyuubi sealed inside of me, I found out who my parents were, all that stuff. Your parents? Isaribi exclaimed, tilting her head. What else did you do? Let's see. We talked, we fought, I talked with him some more afterwards. He asked me if I would like to become his student and to meet up with him for a few lessons during the Chunin exams if I wasn't busy. We went to the springs. Wait. Back up a tad, Tayuya quickly intervened before giving him a suspicious look. You fought him? Him? The legendary Jiraiya of the Sannin? Why did you fight him? Wasn't Jiraiya supposed to be some awesomely powerful shinobi with the strength of 20 jonin? From all the stuff she'd heard about him, the guy was about as strong as the Hokage, maybe even stronger. Why exactly did Naruto butt heads with one of the strongest men in the world and was still alive? From the looks on their faces, both Tayuya and Isaribi really wanted to know. Naruto grinned and waved at them. Oh, it was just a spar to see if I had what it took to become his apprentice. Nothing big. He shrugged casually as he looked away and scratched his head. It was fun though. At that, Isaribi quickly scrambled across the couch and stared hard at the boy's face. She was also joined by Tayuya, who crawled over the table sitting between them and glared at him, getting the boy to lean back in surprise at the sudden attention. Looking hard at his face, the girls quickly spotted the telltale signs of damage fading away from the light, indicating that his ridiculously fast healing powers were kicking in. While Isaribi expressed concern when she saw this, Tayuya frowned and quickly flicked him in the nose. You got the shit kicked out of you, didn't you? Sticking his tongue out, Naruto laughed nervously. Yeah. How bad was it? Isaribi asked. She had to, seeing as how it had been several hours since Naruto had met up with the old geezer. Anything could have happened in that time and she was just looking at him from the outside. Naruto chuckled. So your marionette is done, eh? Did you dress it up? It? Ha! Tayuya laughed and spun her flute again, before catching it and pointing it at him. I've got a couple of individual models and a team of 3. 2 guys and a girl, all of them dressed in armor and modeled after this village's biggest trio. And what trio would that be? Naruto asked curiously. Tayuya beamed wickedly. The legendary Sannin, of course. I've got Orochimaru, Tsunade and Jiraiya, all their images spot on and looking fantastic, if I do say so myself. That was a surprise. So she named 3 of her Doki marionettes she'd been making after those faces? Since meeting Jiraiya, Naruto had gotten to know each of the Sannin's names and had also received a brief rundown on each of their capabilities, particularly the Toad Sages. It intrigued the blonde somewhat as he remembered on his first mission outside of Konohagakure that he'd heard the name Tsunade before. It was at that time he met the pretty young lady named Shizune, who was apparently running a small errand for that person. Naruto brought that up in his time talking with Jiraiya, who explained to him who these 2 people were and what the master's usual habit was, which made Naruto wonder whether there were any sane, powerful ninja out there in the world. Of course, this didn't detract at all from Tayuya's choices regarding her marionette designs. However, while Naruto could understand the last 2, he didn't quite get the first one she mentioned. After the stories he'd heard and the experiences he'd had involving that individual in some way, it just seemed kind of weird she'd used that particular person's face as a template. Apparently even Isaribi was a little bit baffled by Tayuya's choice of design, seeing as how Orochimaru wasn't exactly the kind of person you would want to associate with directly, even in puppet form. However, since all 3 of them were essentially Konohagakure legends at one point or another, both she and Naruto decided to go along with it. The boy chuckled as he looked at his excited companion. Speaking of the Sannin, I met one of them today. The musician blinked in surprise. You did? Which one? The Toad Sannin Jiraiya. Get out of here. What was he like? The redhead asked with interest. Oh, just like what Hokage Gigi said he was, big, flamboyant, an idiot. Naruto then scrubbed his head before looking at the girl with a firm gaze, and a massive pervert too. Did you know he was the one that wrote that stupid book series that Kakashi-sensei reads all the time? He was curious and stopped by the bookshop again on the way home to find out what that was all about. It was in the adult section. Needless to say, he was not impressed. No, I didn't. Tayuya blinked before frowning. Wait, he's the author of the Ika Ika series? Apparently the musician knew about it too. Yeah. Surprised? More like I want to beat the shit out of him when I see him myself, Tayuya grumbled, looking over at Isaribi to see the girl staring back at her curiously. She was about to ask for her opinion on this until she was interrupted by a pained hiss from the boy, getting her to look at him again. So, what happened between you 2? Well, I took the old geezer out to the training fields to talk. Hokage Gigi said that I had to see him if I wanted the questions I had answered, since everything I wanted to ask was all about the Kyuubi and the seal. So you can guess it must have been pretty deep stuff? He saw the girl's expression change from one of curiosity to one of understanding. Ah, I see. Tayuya nodded affirmatively. Yeah, she knew about the Kyuubi. Everyone in this village knew. It was one of the most important things Enko told her about when she was her student, and she'd found out that Naruto was its Jinchuriki. It didn't concern her though. For as long as she knew him, Tayuya trusted the blonde above everyone else and knew she had nothing to fear from him. He seemed pretty cool about the whole thing himself when he found out about it, so what reason did she have to fly off the handle? Isaribi wasn't worried either, since she sensed no ill intent whatsoever from the boy and hadn't seen anything of him that would get her to distrust him. So you talked? What did you find out? Well, I found out about why I had the QB sealed inside of me. I found out who my parents were, all that stuff. Your parents? Isaribi exclaimed, tilting her head. What else did you do? Let's see. We talked, we fought, I talked with him some more afterwards. He asked me if I would like to become his student and to meet up with him for a few lessons during the Chunin exams if I wasn't busy. We went to the springs. Wait. Back up a tad, Tayuya quickly intervened before giving him a suspicious look. You fought him? Him? The legendary Jiraiya of the Sannin? Why did you fight him? Wasn't Jiraiya supposed to be some awesomely powerful shinobi with the strength of 20 jonin? From all the stuff she'd heard about him, the guy was about as strong as the Hokage, maybe even stronger. Why exactly did Naruto butt heads with one of the strongest men in the world and was still alive? From the looks on their faces, both Tayuya and Isaribi really wanted to know. Naruto grinned and waved at them. Oh, it was just a spar to see if I had what it took to become his apprentice. Nothing big. He shrugged casually as he looked away and scratched his head. It was fun though. At that, Isaribi quickly scrambled across the couch and stared hard at the boy's face. She was also joined by Tayuya, who crawled over the table sitting between them and glared at him, getting the boy to lean back in surprise at the sudden attention. Looking hard at his face, the girls quickly spotted the telltale signs of damage fading away from the light, indicating that his ridiculously fast healing powers were kicking in. While Isaribi expressed concern when she saw this, Tayuya frowned and quickly flicked him in the nose. You got the shit kicked out of you, didn't you? Sticking his tongue out, Naruto laughed nervously. Yeah. How bad was it? Isaribi asked. She had to, seeing as how it had been several hours since Naruto had met up with the old geezer. Anything could have happened in that time and she was just looking at him from the outside. Naruto cringed a little and turned away for this part. It started off well. I managed to get one good hit in, which he blocked, but then it all went to hell from there. I threw everything I had at him and he put me down in like 5 minutes. He kicked the crap out of my clones, blocked my best hits, dodged my jet hand, and smacked me around when I tried pulling the basics. He pinned me in the last few seconds and I was already bleeding badly. Needless to say, the kunoichi and the diver were worried. Are you okay, though? Tayuya asked. Isaribi leaned forward and placed her hands on his arm, a gesture that did not go unnoticed. Do you need to go to the hospital, Naruto-kun? Nah, I'll be perfectly fine by tomorrow morning. It was just a few bruises and flesh wounds, nothing to get worked up about, the blonde exclaimed, shrugging off their worries and standing up off of the couch. Hands in his pockets, he grinned at his 2 roommates crowding around him and gazing at him intently. It was a good test. Now I know I'm more than ready for the exams. If I can hold my own against one of the Sannin for more than 5 minutes, then I know I've got what it takes to be a Chunin. He saw the girls blink before smiling at him, which he returned double. Now if you will excuse me, I'm going to go to the bathroom and scream in pain for a little while. He then turned and walked. Tayuya and Isaribi noticed as he left for the corridor that he limped with each step, and that every step was accompanied by an audible, ow. When he disappeared, the red-haired musician sighed and shook her head with an amused smile. Naruto-kun, you're an idiot. XXX. The next morning? The weather forecast for that morning was, as the traveling convoy of Konohagakure shinobi could only describe as, perfect. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and there was barely a cloud in the sky. Because the distance between the village hidden in the leaves and the land of hot water was quite the lengthy journey, this gave the groups of genin teams plenty of time to relax, mingle, and mentally prepare themselves for the challenges ahead. Those who have yet to participate in the exams and those who had in the past were filled with a mixture of concern and worry, even going so far as to try and make themselves look big in comparison to the other squads. Everyone in the convoy had one reason or another to fuss about the trials of what was to be the biggest Chunin selections exams in history. Not only did they have other teams they were going to face, they also had people from their own village that they were going to be in contest with. Before they had even set off from the village, a head count was taken of all the genin that were there in the convoy, all done 3 at a time. This was done so in order to get the numbers of teams who would be going, because if not all 3 members of a team was present, then the squad with the team members who were absent would get an immediate fail and not be allowed to participate in the exams. This was exactly how the third wanted it to be played, to test the nominated team's nerves to see which ones were willing and which were unwilling to go along with their group, in order to weed out the ones not mentally ready enough to take on the responsibilities of a tune-in. In a way, this role check would be considered the very first test the teams had to go through. After the count was made, it was revealed that a total of 24 teams would be participating in the exams, including all 4 of the rookie teams that had graduated earlier that year. Understandably enough, the presence of the rookies in amongst the more experienced and older teams resulted in a lot of glares and heat being thrown their way. While this definitely got to the newcomers who were not used to being subjected to such attention, there were a certain other few who thought it would be fun to hit back. These guys included Sasuke, Kiba and Shino, all 3 of whom returned the glares being thrown at them full force. However, there was an exception to this little game. All those teams present who had previously been enjoying the silence and content of their surrounding environments passing them by in the forms of dense woodlands and wide open expanses of grasslands, were unfortunately forced to endure the background noise being generated by 2 particular members of the convoy. This pretty much decimated any and all attempts to intimidate the other teams, due to the off-putting tones filling their ears. While a majority of them had first appreciated the flute music being played by the redhead Tayuya, the same majority were unable to stomach the vocals of the boy accompanying her that came with it. Due to the amount of excitement filling them and unable to keep it contained any longer, the 2 flatmates fell into a plethora of hit singles and duets they had been working on in their off times and sang out with all their hearts. This pretty much involved the 2 hanging around the center of the convoy and, in an effort to loosen the tension plaguing the squads, sang along with the music the redhead had written up and was also playing on her flute. If this doesn't stop in the next few minutes, Sasuke hissed through gritted teeth, hands in his pockets and a vein pulsating on his forehead as he listened to Naruto's voice flood the valley, "I'm going to have to kill myself," very slowly. His feelings were shared with Neji, Ino, Shikamaru and Sakura, all of whom were failing miserably in blocking out the voices echoing all around them. Naruto was currently doing his own up-tempo version of Closer, and though he was a fantastic singer, something which startled his team when they learned about this ability earlier in the year, it just didn't fit the mood everyone was trying to establish. Not at all. This just showed that Naruto could take any situation presented to him, and twist and contort it to fit his own liking however he wanted, whenever he wanted. Tayuya sure loved it and had no problems going along with him as she played her flute. You could reminisce, you could recall, the very last time you felt joy. Or maybe you walk so blessed to a point that you can't remember anything. Naruto sang into the kunai he was holding, pretending the ring end was a microphone. He then waited as Tayuya's flute music set him up for the next bit. It's a harmony or miracle, being able to breathe and live at all, so here is your one and only chance, life is an opportunity. The pair then took a deep breath and, shoulder to shoulder, Naruto and Tayuya sang the chorus together. All that is near us we must know, could disappear any day, be careful. The main key to finding happiness lies nowhere else but in my soul. Deep inside Naruto's subconscious, even the Kyuubi was tapping his finger to the beat and singing. You know, the closer you get to something, the tougher it is to see it, and I'll never take it for granted. While Sakura and Sasuke looked on absolutely mortified and about to pass out, the Jonin sensei on the other hand were looking on in complete and utter amusement as the duo continued to sing and dance in step. Well, somebody's in good spirits, Asuma chuckled through his cigarette when he saw the blonde take Tayuya by the hand and give her a twirl, while the girl played the flute one-handed. Kurenai shook her head as well, finding their display both amazing and peculiar at the same time. It's only ever him though. Kakashi gave a small laugh and smiled towards his companions. I wouldn't exactly say that. He then pointed towards the other Rookie 9 and Team Guy, who were also accompanying the groups as they traversed the roads en masse. Kiba was grinning from ear to ear along with his companion Akamaru as he listened to Naruto bellow into his mic and raised a fist in exhilaration. He's got chops. Hinata, standing and walking alongside them with Shino, also had her fingers wrapped together with a timid smile and an adoring gaze directed towards the blonde. Additionally, joining the Inuzuka in his hollers and cheers, Lee gave the singing Uzumaki a wide V sign and a massive smile. Go for the win, Naruto-kun. That's right, Lee. Cheer for your comrades. Urge them to shoot for the stars, no matter the practice or circumstances. Guy laughed out boisterously while Tenten shook her head in dismay. This has been going on for the past few miles. They've got to stop eventually, the kunoichi with buns in her hair groaned. It was then when she looked up to watch on a second time she saw both Lee and Kiba rush over to accompany the singing pair, and ultimately made their duet a group song. Oh, hell! One more time! Kiba shouted, drawing a kunai, spinning it, and taking it up like a mic before joining the three in chorus. Everybody tells you from time to time, to never give up like a phrase from a movie. They tell you to stand up for yourself, as if it was always that easy. Gather a handful of courage in my heart, to go on and survive another day, and I'll never take it for granted. Let's go! And so the singing continued, moving from the four of them singing group songs to doing singles with the other three providing backup for the lead or Naruto pulling the mini radio he had from his backpack and playing a continuous four-chord track of a guitar and piano they could follow. Lee started off the next collaboration of hits with a spirited yet tone-deaf rendition of Let It Be, with Kiba making a speedy recovery with Wanted Dead or Alive. Tayuya then sang Carnival Phantasm, which had everyone's spirits lift in time for Naruto's versions of Stand Out and New Song with his own little flares added to them. This really got the ball rolling for the group and more than a few applauses in the wake of their solos. As they walked on and Tayuya continued to play a heavenly melody on her flute, Kiba tapped Naruto on the shoulder and pointed between them. Dude, I just got the most brilliant idea. Yeah? What is it? What is it? The Jinchuriki asked eagerly. The Inuzuka pointed towards the grinning and clapping crowds of genin around them before taking the other boy's shoulder. We should start a band. This statement definitely got the blonde's smirk to widen considerably, who also took his fellow teen's shoulder and gripped it tightly. Of course. We should start a band. We should totally start a band. Kiba repeated, before holding his hand out in front of them to illustrate the banner headline. I can see it now. Me on the drums, Naruto on the guitar, the guy with the massive eyebrows on the bass and Tayuya on vocals, stars, millionaires. Akamaru barked approvingly, wagging his tail under his partner's hood where he was resting under. It's official. We're gonna be big someday. And the name of our band? Get this. Kiba exclaimed, keeping his arm wrapped around his friend and making another headline. A pause for effect moment occurred before he bounced off of it like a diving board, the Konoha foursome. Naruto grinned, I like it. It's terrible. Sasuke, Neji, Sakura, Shikamaru, Ino and pretty much every other person within earshot except for the less mean ones thought upon hearing it. There were just so many things wrong with that name that they couldn't even begin listing them. Too bad the two boys and their other group members didn't get it, and probably never would over the course of the next few weeks should their excitement remain at a ridiculous high. Why are you guys acting like this? Ino asked with an incredulous look. Aren't you worried at all about the exams or the tests we're likely to face? Everyone else here is. Sure, everyone else is worried. It doesn't mean we have to be. Being nervous isn't really a good thing for some of us. It just throws us off our game, Tayuya replied with a smirk, twirling her flute between her fingers. If we worried about all the things in the world all the time, then we wouldn't be able to get any sleep or be able to focus properly. Whenever something big like this comes up, it's always good to just relax and not think about it too much. Shikamaru smiled from where he was walking along. Amen to that. But Sakura was about to reply for her blonde rival until she was interrupted by Naruto. For stuff like this, it's better to just go in with an upbeat attitude and a spring in your step, the Jinchuriki stated proudly with a smile, otherwise you won't be able to fight at your best. This had the Kunoichi look at him thoughtfully for a moment, before she turned back to the path ahead, rubbing the top of her head. Well, I don't want to let my team down not doing the best that I can, Sakura murmured exclusively to herself. The convoy moved on from there with Tayuya's occasional on and off flute playing, as well as Sakura and Ino's almost frequent arguing over Sasuke, which had the Uchiha try to make himself as scarce as possible amongst the rookies. For some strange reason, probably that magnetic attraction known as familiarity, squads 7, 8, 9 and 10 all stuck together in the one area in the procession, whereas every other genin team accompanying them were spread out. Even with every mile covered, the formation didn't even shift or slide. Everyone managed to keep the spaces and spots they'd secured. It was worth noting that Naruto and Tayuya remained awfully close throughout the duration of the trip, with Tenten shimmying up on the blonde's other free side to spend some extra time with him too. The brown-haired girls' team sat to her left along with their sensei guy, whom the Jinchuriki and company couldn't help but notice the incredible similarities between him and his mini-me student Lee marching alongside. Naruto's squad sat behind him, Kakashi strolling with hands in his pockets as usual and Sakura swooning over a bored-looking Sasuke. Shikamaru and Choji stuck together in the background with Asuma on their 6, while their more hot-headed compatriot Ino danced between them and the Uchiha, at the same time zipping through Kid, Shiho, and Gunma's circle. The man with the sunban in his mouth chuckled. Things sure are livelier this year. There's no doubt about that. He said this while watching Ino try to jump on Sasuke's back, but was effectively dodged. I can already see that these guys are going to be the stars of this little show. Provided they make it through the first tests, Kurenai spoke up, walking a little bit closer to the bandana-wearing Genma to see him look in her direction curiously. If they're going to be competing in the finals in front of a live audience and the rest of the world, then they're going to have to get through the first 2 lots and the preliminaries, won't they? That would most likely be the case, yes, Genma agreed. The proctors start by weeding out the small fry and bumping up the challenges little by little the deeper the teams go. Because this is such a grand event being held between all 5 of the big nations, I think the officials will forego the preliminary rounds after the second and go straight to the third. There's a lot of money riding on this one, not to mention the copious amounts of tension hanging between some of the hidden villages participating, Asuma cut in, walking closer to Kurenai to smile at the woman when she turned to him. This may be peacetime, but anything can happen while the big heads are present in the region. It'll make much more sense for the officials to move things along in order to avoid catastrophe. They wouldn't have held this exam in the first place if they weren't sure that the leaders would be able to suck in their prides and work together for its entire duration. Kakashi spoke up, drawing the adults' attention to him next. Think of it as teamwork on a grand scale. All 5 of the big heads wish to make good on the peace agreements currently being maintained between them and want to make an appearance, to show the other villages that their words mean something more than a piece of paper. It may be a tiny step forward, yes, but it definitely brings us a little bit closer to that peace we all wish to see one day. Does it all have to be so ideological though? Kurenai asked, finding the talk of peace and appearances a little nerve-rattling. Wars had been started between countries from the smallest act imaginable. What if something went wrong here? She just couldn't stomach the thought. Not all the time, Asuma exclaimed, giving them a smirk while grabbing the cigarette wedged between his lips. This whole thing could be nothing more than some healthy competition. You know, sport. Perhaps this is just another way of the villages showing how better the quality of their generation's youths is compared to the others. 5 big nations, all with genin on the line? Yeah, there was no way you couldn't make that into some sports match with all the eyes of the world focused on the main event. Eventually, after another hour of traversing the wide open fields of the outskirts making up the land of hot water, the group finally came upon Yugakure. The big village, just like any other hidden village, sat down in the lowland fields, surrounded by hills and steeps that made it look like it was sitting inside of a large bowl, mixed in with forestation and strange mountainous formations across the way that could be seen from up on the ridge the convoy had arrived at. The surroundings changed so drastically and so suddenly that Kiba was unable to ignore the unexpected change in their environment, becoming more humid and heated, compared to the warm embrace of the level landscapes prior to their arrival. Even Akamaru felt the change and let everyone in the vicinity know with a timid bark. With the smell of limestone, herbs and minerals hanging in the air, it was almost like they were coming close to an active volcano. Would you mind repeating that for us, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked, looking up at the man with wide eyes as the convoy made the final approach on the entrance of the village. The silver-haired Jonin, marching along with the rest of the teams, returned his student's question with his deceptively warm smile, one that everyone behind him knew held a true and mean underline. Though he didn't want to be thought ill because of it, he was of course an instructor, and as Team 7's much-adored instructor it was pretty much his job to tease his little apprentices every once in a while. Too bad that every word that was to follow after Sakura's inquisition was the absolute truth. It is a well-known fact that the hidden village of Unokuni is situated right on top of an active volcanic area, a land where the lava underneath the Earth's crust brushes close to the surface at various points across the valley and acts as the source of its many hot springs' heat, which is what Unokuni is most famous for. So, what you're basically saying is, Shikamaru said, looking down at his feet apprehensively, that we're basically stepping onto a frying pan? You could say that, Kakashi replied before pointing towards the mountains on the other side of the village, right up the hill where the buildings in that direction could be seen climbing towards its ridge. Over that horizon line sits the geyser fields, also known as the Boiling Lands. My guess is that it is in that general area where you guys will be taking the second part of your exam, if you manage to get that far. Right, Shikamaru said, making an immediate about-face before trying to head back the way they'd come, only to have his arms hooked on either side by Naruto and Sasuke walking past him. With the odds stacked against him and 2 of the strongest boys from his former class dragging him on against his own will, he barely put up any sort of fight whatsoever and merely scowled disapprovingly. Damn it. You're not backing out now, Sasuke said firmly, leading the boy ahead of the rookie 12. Sorry, Shikamaru. But if we're doing this together, Naruto added, ignoring the fact that the boy was digging his heels into the road and trying to stop himself, but was failing miserably. Is there any way out of this? Shikamaru asked. No, both Naruto and Sasuke said at the same time. If they were going to suffer, they were going to suffer equally as a group. Everyone pretty much expected Shikamaru to try and make a run for it in the most obvious and casual way possible, which was why the pair had stationed themselves at the back when they finally arrived in sight of the village's gates. Anyway, after making sure that the teams were arranged back into their previous formations and that all were present and accounted for, the convoy finally stopped at the entrance to Yonokuni. There, the Jonin captains were met with the border guards, fellow shinobi assigned to the duties of overseers, who greeted them with bows before asking each of them to present their teams and paperwork. Each squad was required to step forward with every member asked to show their passes, the process of which only took a few minutes until all companies were through and all 116 of them had been cited. The collective was then escorted to the hotel that the entire Konoha contingent would be staying at, a large estate on the north side of the village away from the lodges where the other village teams would be staying. Due to the delicate nature of the situation, Konoha, Iwa, Kiri and Kumo were kept separated while the Hidden Leaf shared the same district as the Suna team, as they were allies. By extension, the Yugakure shinobi in charge of escorting them warned them that they were not to interact with the foreign groups out on the streets and were to only mingle around their assigned estates at this stage. I assume that all of you are ready for the exams taking place at 9 tomorrow, the Yugakure Jonin officer asked as he looked back at the Konoha shinobi following him. Seeing the affirmative nods of some and the tight expressions of the other genin had him smile. Well then, I wish you all the best of luck. While I am aware that the previous exams have had their share of difficulties, this exam is without a doubt going to be the toughest one you'll ever face. It's not every year the Big Five get together to hold a prestigious event such as this, so consider yourselves lucky to be participating. Tenten, hearing this, frowned uncomfortably. Yeah, you don't have to tell us that. The exams are tough enough with only a handful of villages involved, plus two of the big ones, Niji stated, hands in his pockets and an emotionless expression in play. I have a feeling that the competition here should be most interesting. Choji rubbed his chin thoughtfully while looking across at his teammates. Let's see if I've got this straight. If the other four nations are anything like the Hidden Leaf, then the number of people participating in this international exam will be this. He pointed around the convoy, times 5, plus more, right? Who knows, Shikamaru shrugged, looking bored as usual. Could be less, could be even more. Shiho, also walking close to the groups, smiled over at the members of Team 10 while pushing up her glasses. The number of genin participating in each exam varies from country to country and year to year, depending on the number of entrants. Just because the other four of the larger nations are participating, doesn't mean they'll all have the same numbers as us. They could have double the number of genin that we have or even less, maybe even only 3 teams out of 100. The resulting dish isn't always created through following the exact recipe spoon for spoon or cup for cup. Keed spoke up with a sagely look on his face. Sometimes the greatest servings are made on the fly with varying measurements, an assortment of spices and a variety of ingredients. Ino looked over at Team 9 with a raised eyebrow. But why in the world would you only want to have 3 of your village's teams participating? For an event that happens only once or twice a year, wouldn't you want to have as many genin participating as possible to boost your ranks? It all depends on whether or not genin are ready to take part in them, Tenten spoke up, looking across at the blonde-haired girl seriously. Unlike you rookies, my team didn't take part in the very first exam to come up after we graduated. We were held back a year to prepare and gain the experience needed leading up to the next one. Gai-sensei didn't want us participating until we were ready, so we all agreed to postpone until the following. Gai nodded in affirmation. It was a decision that had to be made. In order to get the best out of your students, the flower that is their youth must be properly taken care of and nurtured until the right moment, on the day when it would finally bloom. Okay, Sakura spoke, looking at the widely grinning man with massive eyebrows oddly before turning to Sasuke and Naruto strolling alongside her. She leaned in to whisper to them, do you think we should have waited until next year's exams? Sasuke immediately shook his head, whereas Naruto smirked, nope. What? Did you think I would want to miss out on this? The blonde then gestured around the village that they were walking through and to the people they were passing, taking quick note that none of them were paying them any mind. This was also a shinobi village, so it was basically a given that the villagers were pretty used to seeing ninja walking through on a daily basis. Even the guards of Yugakure they could see stationed here and there were pretty chill. The biggest Chunin exam in history? No way. Sakura smiled nervously and looked back down the road. I knew you were going to say that. Curious as to her current expression, Naruto leaned towards her with a smile. Are you feeling up for this, Sakura-chan? He had to be sure. After all, it wasn't just he and Sasuke that were participating, everyone needed to be confident if they were going to play in this game. The pink-haired Kunoichi raised a fist and clenched it tightly, responding with her typical, tomboyish attitude with a big grin on her face. Hell yeah. Triple X. The next day? Event hall? The night before had seen the teams from Konohagakure spread out throughout the various rooms provided by their hotel, a massive two-story structure surrounding a large garden and koi pond. The accommodations were certainly lavish in this place, with washrooms and other facilities provided, all of which was to be expected as Yugakure was famous for being a hot spring and bath village. The ideal tourist resort. It made sense that every single institute within its walls was up to date and high class. Even the day before, while the teams from the Hidden Leaf were walking through the districts, they'd all noticed how clean and well kept the place was. Every building was exquisitely detailed and gave off that super rich vibe you would only get from a 5-star exotic location. A lot of the team leaders made a note to hang back a little later that day to try out the springs while their genin were away. Anyway, after an eventless night passed, in which the teams either spent relaxing in their rooms, wandering the halls and garden, or putting in some last-minute preparations for whatever they were likely to face in the coming exams, the morning eventually came where all participants were then required to make their way to the main event hall. It was a multi-purpose building somewhere on the edge of the village, which was accessible via an incredibly long, winding staircase up a steep cliff. The teams had to make their way to it via that single access point in order to take part in the exams. It wasn't easy though. Team 7 actually passed 2 other squads on their way up there, who had to stop due to how damn long the climb was. "Come on you two!" Naruto called up from the top of the mountain down towards Sasuke and Sakura, whom he could see were attempting to catch up to him but had stopped at a small juncture about halfway from the last level point. While they were trying to catch their breaths, the blonde folded his arms and tapped his foot with an expression that easily said he hadn't felt anything after literally sprinting up the murderous climb in under 5 minutes. "What's taking you guys so long? Don't stop now. You're nearly there." Panting, Sakura looked up in shock towards her still energetic teammate. "You've got to be kidding me. How much stamina does he have exactly?" Sasuke also breathed heavily, sweat visible on his face. "These steps have almost the exact same elevation as a ladder propped up against a wall. How the hell did he run up this thing?" Normally a shinobi wouldn't have a problem with something like this, since they were used to running and jumping off of walls, but this path didn't require anything like chakra or anything. This was just a steep hill meant to be negotiated with muscle and fitness. It was just a constant climb up a mountain. The Jinchuriki waited patiently for the pair, not wanting to rush them too much since he didn't want them suffering from simultaneous heart attacks. The 3 eventually reunited under the main archway before they turned their sights toward the hall just up the road. There was another, smaller staircase at the foot of the entrance, which had Sakura roll her eyes at when they eventually ascended the final flight and passed through the open gates, into the hall. As if the other 500 steps weren't enough, the Kunoichi groaned, noticing the wide expanse of wooden floor and the massive statue hanging over another set of doors at the other end of the room. It was a large chamber that looked like it functioned like a dojo for miscellaneous organizations, with a roof that stretched high into a 3rd story, held up by huge support pillars and railings stretching the ceiling up above. While it was expansive and could definitely hold over hundreds of people, it was actually the hundreds of people that really caught Team 7's attention when they eventually stopped to survey the area. The sight of heads turning toward them had Sakura's jaw drop. "Wo." Sasuke's own scowl tightened at the sight of the high number of bodies laid out before him. Naruto on the other hand flew off the handle, grinning widely with stars of excitement and awe in his eyes. "Oh, wow." He was then sprung on by Sakura, dropping a fist straight down on top of his head, a combination of words and actions that attracted the attention of pretty much all the genin in the room. "Shut up you idiot," the Kunoichi hissed before watching her teammate straighten back up and turn to her with tears in his eyes. "Do you want to get us into trouble?" "And no," Naruto sniffed before grinning, as if the hit never took place and adjusting the goggles around his neck. "I just like meeting new and interesting people. And there are so many here." "Yeah, well, all the new and interesting people in here are shinobi from other villages, many of them still carrying grudges and alike against Konohagakure," Sakura whispered before glaring even harder. "I figured even someone like you would be aware of that, Naruto." The Jinchuriki gave her a blank stare. "So," he shrugged. "So? If you start something with someone here, you'll either get yourself hurt, killed, or start a world war that nobody in any of the other villages wants to fight," the Kunoichi said, poking him in the chest for every point made. "Don't act recklessly here and don't draw attention to yourself." Sasuke smirked while folding his arms. "As far as the Chunin selection exams go, when one of the tests starts, those peace agreements standing between us and keeping shinobi from killing each other are put on the back burner. It's basically free for all in this event. He looked at the girl to see her pan towards him with an astonished look on her face. Didn't you know that? It was on the registration document. Flabbergasted, the Kunoichi member of Squad 7 tried to say something, but effectively went quiet and chose to look bashful underneath the Uchiha's gaze. This pretty much saved Naruto from further scolding, allowing the boy to step forward and go back to checking out the rest of the competition, teleporting left and right as he enthusiastically went about this task. Smiling from ear to ear, he cut from one intimidating face to the next from his position silhouetted against the main entrance, shortly before being joined by his teammates. While Sasuke looked off towards the far end of the large crowd of over 100 genin, Sakura inspected the headbands for herself in order to get a bead on the odds they were facing. Let's see, we have Kumo, Iwa, Suna, Kusa, Aim. I think, the girl exclaimed, lacing her fingers together tightly and looking worried. Wow, there are so many, and they all look so strong. She could see the other Konoha shinobi they'd traveled here with, but most of the headbands she could see were of Iwa and Kumo. One thing was for sure, these guys sure came here in numbers. They looked like the prevailing forces here. Sasuke also noticed the opposing competition and smiled to himself while closing his eyes. Numbers don't matter in this space. Though on the battlefield they are a contributing factor to victory, what really matters here is teamwork and the quality of technique. His body visibly tensed in excitement. While it was nowhere near the exuberance Naruto was currently emitting with his hopping around from spot to spot, Sakura sure noticed it from the corner of her eye. I'm at the top of my game today. Well, isn't this a fine turnout? A familiar voice spoke up from behind that had Sasuke crane his head to look towards one of the support pillars. There he spotted Kiba walk out from behind it, accompanied by both Shino and a meek-looking Hinata. The entire Team 8 approached the Uchiha's position and stopped before him, Akamaru's head popping out from the Inuzuka's jacket in greeting. We've got a fantastic range of dog food from all over the world. And look, we even have some home-cooked meals. The feral grin that appeared on Kiba's face had Sasuke smirk. This is going to be fun. The feeling is mutual, the raven-haired boy chuckled before giving his fellow former classmate a nod. Are you sure you're up for it? The Inuzuka gestured to the two behind him, with Shino pushing up his glasses and Hinata tensing. We've been training our asses off for the past month. There's no way we're going to lose. Sakura also took note of Team 8, but before she could say anything in greeting to them, she spotted Team 10 sneaking up from behind. As she predicted, the familiar shine of bright, golden hair from one Ino Yamanaka pounced on the Uchiha from behind, the girl hiking up onto his back and giving him an affectionate greeting. Sasuke-kun? I just knew I'd find you here bright and early. How did you sleep? The girl then gave him a more seductive look, while he just glared up at her in annoyance. Did you have dreams about your beloved Ino-chan? Hey! Sakura barked, pointing at the girl hanging off of her teammate's shoulders. Hands off, Ino-pig. A farm animal like you shouldn't even be interested in boys. Go play around in the mud or something. Oh, well if it isn't Billboard Brow, the Kunoichi of Team 10 fired back while sticking out her tongue, advertising her presence wide and clear, as usual. Just because you've got Sasuke-kun on your team doesn't mean you've won the battle, Sakura-chan. I'm still the #1 prospect on his list, you know. While Ino and Sakura started yapping at each other in a heated confrontation, Shikamaru and Choji stood silently in the background, as if they were fixed to the scenery. While the more rotund of the two gorged on an open packet of chips and kept well out of reach of the verbal shootout, the Nara, in spite of his best efforts, was unfortunately unable to block out the various exclamations and insults flying through the air, and merely settled for just staring uselessly. The boy with the ponytail rubbed the back of his head exhaustedly as he watched his squad mate and her rival literally and figuratively butt heads at the same time as their bickering grew. Come on. We just got here and you're already so fired up. The exams haven't even started yet. Hinata, concern falling over the two feuding girls, approached them with a nervous tremor in her steps. Please don't fight. You're going to get your teams into trouble, Sakura-san. Ino-san. Throwing one last growl at each other, the two girls then fell back into a glaring match, hands on their hips and foreheads grinding against one another. When this failed to shake the other, they both then straightened up and looked away with a huff, putting the rest of their companions at ease. It was then when the heated display of rivalry ended that Team 9 decided to rock up, with Tayuya heading the pack and stopping in sight of the other rookies. Oh, if it isn't you guys, the redhead chirped, catching the lot's collective stares. From all the screaming I could hear outside, I thought that everyone in here was already killing each other. Guess I was wrong. While Sakura and Ino looked away in embarrassment, Shikamaru tilted his head at the girl. It looks like you're the last of our graduating group to arrive. Sleep in? Sort of, Tayuya replied before thumbing over to the girl standing behind her. The glasses-wearing Shiho hid her face from view, blushing slightly when the Nara's eyes switched to her. I had to carry my less athletic friend up that last run. By the way, how fucking ridiculous was that staircase? It was a pain, Kiba groaned, looking across at the flute player with an irate face. I just don't see how anyone can hike up that thing every day of the week. I nearly threw up on the 10th flight. We know. You wouldn't stop complaining all the way to the top, Shino spoke up in his monotone voice, glasses flashing as he met Tayuya's amused grin. Shinobi must maintain a serious and composed outlook, even in the most stressful of situations. As you can see, it works like a charm. The tick mark that appeared on the Inuzuka's forehead was only matched by his grinding teeth. You know what, dude, I like you better when you don't say a lot. That's funny. I seem to have that effect on a lot of people, Shino replied, his mouth hidden behind his high collar. Tayuya, Ino, and Shiho snickered, while Kid, Sasuke and Sakura just smiled and conveyed their amusement with either dull headshakes or shuddering shoulders. Though the noise the collective squads were making had toned down quite a bit, they were still making quite a racket that was not going on unnoticed by the other hostile-looking groups in the area. It was a fact that could not go on ignored, with the rookies quickly noticing the number of glares they were drawing towards them thanks to their little performances. The sight forced them to settle down quickly and regain their composures in order to meet the opposition. The tension in the air couldn't have been any higher even if they tried to make it so. When the teams eventually settled and gained a little more equanimity, Hinata then noticed something off about their current group number and looked around. Wait. Where's Naruto-kun? It was a good question, one that had all members of the entourage quickly look around in search for the boy in question. Moments later, following the trail of clues left behind in his wake and knowing the kind of person that he was, the entire group then turned back to the crowd to see the most amazing scene. Naruto seemingly teleporting from one team to the next like he was off his rocker and making introductions with them. Seeing him openly interacting not only with the other teams from their village but with shinobi from the other hidden villages as well had jaws drop all around. To actually see the faces of Sasuke and Kiba at that moment was priceless. What? Ino choked, is Naruto doing? Shikamaru also gawked in shock, saying hello? I think. Watching Naruto bound over to the next team caused Sakura to face palm, whereas Tayuya held back a snort before falling into a fit of giggles. Why did I see this coming? That's Naruto-kun to AT. Oh. Hello. I'm Naruto. What's your name? The Jinchuriki greeted cheerfully when he appeared beneath a group of very tall and very intimidating-looking Amigakure shinobi, all of whom glanced down at him in surprise. It was obvious they weren't expecting some brightly dressed Konoha shinobi with blonde hair and whiskers on his face to appear before them like a genie from a bottle, so the shock lasted a little bit longer than expected. Eventually, the normally cool yet highly irritable bunch eventually convened silently on the matter of the child, before rounding onto him with serious looks on their scarred faces. All of them were wearing dark ponchos as well as straw hats and were carrying umbrellas on their backs, giving them very menacing appearances. Naruto, however, wasn't at all fazed by them. In fact, their get-ups as well as their headbands made them appear even more interesting to the curious child, who tilted his head at them when he met their cold glares. I'm Nanashur, brat, the leader of the team spoke, before reaching up to grab the handle of his umbrella, and I advise you not to get too close to me. Naruto blinked before smiling again. It's nice to meet you, Nanashur. He then noticed his fingers curl around the bamboo shaft of his umbrella and pointed at it. Hey. What's that? A tick mark appeared above the taller, older boy's brow. It's the weapon I use to kill annoying little rats like you. Now if you don't shove off in the next 5 seconds, I'm going to use it to cleave you in two. He pulled on the handle, the flash of a blade catching the Jinchuriki's attention and getting Naruto to stare in awe. Oh, wow. That is totally cool, Naruto exclaimed, pointing at it. Can I have a look? The AIM ninja grinned menacingly. Sure. Hold still. He then made a quick draw to bring down on the boy. He wasn't going to kill him, just cut him and scare him off. However, just as he felt the entire sword come out from the sheath and took the swing, the teenager stopped in mid-motion when he realized two things. 1. He was no longer looking at the kid. 2. He was no longer holding a sword. Startled, Nanashur and his teammates looked around wildly for the next few seconds before turning to look behind them, where they found the ball of energy Naruto standing behind them and admiring the sword in two hands. Those who had been watching the entire scenario unfold now appeared stunned and were staring at the blonde like he'd just sprouted a second head. Several of the groups pointed between him and the Amigakure group he had been speaking with, before finally settling on his person to see him swing the long blade around a couple of times before holding it up again, inspecting the weapon. Wow, so this is an Amigakure umbrella blade? Naruto exclaimed before grinning up at the now startled-looking team. It's awesome. But isn't it a little bit rusty? Still staring at the genin with wide eyes, Nanashur then blinked out of his stupor and scowled. What? Rusty? What do you mean? Rusty. As in, there is rust on it. Look, Naruto said, walking over and pointing at the handle guard where the blade met the base. The trio also leaned forward inquisitively, where they saw the telltale gold and brow flecks of degrading steel. The sight had Nanashur point and the blonde look at him worryingly. See. But, how can? Nanashur took the blade from him carefully before growling, damn it. I knew there was something wrong with this thing when I bought it. It's a cheap piece of shit. Steel like this isn't supposed to rust so easily. His female teammate walked up to him and patted the seething boy on the shoulder. You should have a word with the guy when you get back home. Naruto grinned at them. You don't want to get into a fight with something like that. It can be a real problem if it breaks and can put your teammates' lives in danger. Nanashur looked down at the blonde oddly. Damn kid, and here I was just trying to get you to piss off. Why are you so cheerful today? Simple, the Jinchuriki said, before slipping his hands behind his head and smiling pleasantly. Because I am. Being tense really isn't my thing. It's kind of a downer. While Naruto made nice with the still stunned AIM trio, who started to treat him with a little more caution as well as recognition, hiding in amongst the rest of the astonished crowd in the area and looking across at the small clearing made in the wake of the blonde's little sideshow, another band had suddenly taken an interest in his activities. Dressed in beige and gray camouflage, the small team wearing headbands with a sound note as their village's insignia stood quietly in the shadows of some of the taller competitors and was watching the blonde laugh and chat animatedly with the other groups. Understandably, they'd shown little interest in his actions and running around, initially pegging him as a weirdo with a death wish. For all intents and purposes, they had been investing more time in some of the more notable figures in the room, particularly the Uchiha who had just entered their midst with said nuisance. However, after watching the blonde kid nearly get held at the point of the sword literally snatch it out of the boy's grip in mid-swing while making no effort to prepare himself to move whatsoever, the sight definitely had their immediate and utmost attention. To say that his almost instantaneous movements had them hooked was an understatement. To accompany their threatening glares, they also had beads of sweat on the sides of their faces as they took stock of the new information. And here they thought that one team from Suna looked intimidating. Did you guys see that? A hunched-over boy with bandages wrapped completely around his head leaving one eye exposed, wearing a long khaki uniform with snake-patterned scarf, pants and straw raincoat asked, narrowing his gaze. The girl next to him, wearing similar camouflage garb, with a pale green vest and long, black hair that reached down to her knees and tied in a bow nodded affirmatively. Yeah. What was up with that? That speed and agility. I've never seen anyone besides Kimimaro move that fast before. The third member of the team, a boy with a thick khaki tunic, snake-patterned pants, scarf, and head guard to accompany his black, spiky hair, replied seriously. In spite of their tough look as a squad, they couldn't help but appear surprised at the scene that had just taken place. He managed to get behind them without anyone noticing. Even I lost sight of him for a few seconds. Taijutsu prowess of that level could be a big problem for us further down the line, the slouched teen exclaimed, lowering his head in contemplation. We should keep an eye on him and get rid of him should the opportunity present itself. Is that a wise move? The sound Kunoichi asked, sounding worried. With reflexes like that, I'm pretty sure that kid could pick up a sneak attack from a mile off. If we want a clear shot at the Uchiha, we're going to have to take out the extra baggage first. Even the helpers pose a significant problem, the mummified genin replied firmly, looking from the rookie Konoha troop closer to the main entrance side of the room before looking back at the rogue that had broken off from them to mingle. We'll bide our time for now, then hey. Where'd that kid go? Hello. Naruto's grinning face popped up in front of him. What the fuck? The mummified ninja jumped back, accidentally crashing into his partner and knocking them into another group behind them. When both half of the sound team and half of the Konoha team behind them were bowled over, the stunned kid wrapped in gauze looked back up at the squatting blonde that had appeared in front of him in shock. Hey. Where the hell did you come from? The Jinchuriki saluted pleasantly with a smile directed down at the startled Dosu and Zaku. From back there. I saw you guys crouching all the way over here away from everybody else, so I thought to myself, hey, they seem nice. So here I am. He then beamed at the two teenagers on the floor and pointed at them. Why are you wrapped in bandages? Blinking, the boy named Dosu glowered. I got into a training accident recently that prevents me from being exposed to the sun for too long. These bandages protect my skin from the rays. Naruto murmured while nodding sagely. It sounded like a good story, but he didn't buy it. Couldn't you just wear, Tons of sunblock or something? That outfit doesn't look very comfortable. Dosu growled, it's not. Chuckling at their now disheveled appearances, Naruto then turned to the still-standing Kin who was looking at him rather cautiously. It was clear that she, along with every other genin in the area, had gotten quite a start when the boy just appeared out of nowhere. How he was doing that was a good question, but all he was doing was just moving speedily between groups to meet with people. Though this was just an everyday thing for Naruto, to the others who were unable to keep up with his ridiculous speed and energy, it came as a bit of a shock. Not really noticing the effect he'd had on the kunoichi, the blonde then blinked when he got a good look at her and circled. Kin followed him suspiciously when he crawled around her like a cat, looking her up and down before suddenly standing upright. When his face popped up in front of her, she gave a startled yelp and hopped back defensively. Seeing her expression, Naruto leaned forward and grinned. You have very pretty hair. Blinking, it took a moment for the girl to process his words before she blushed a little and looked back at him a little more strangely. Thank you? She didn't know whether to feel flattered or terrified. Oh. Over by another group of ninja, who also had their attention set on the wandering Naruto, a dark-skinned girl with red hair, wearing a dark battle dress with her headband worn in her mane like a bandana and a large katana sheathed on her back, watched the blonde move about with annoyance. Tapping her finger against the bicep of her crossed arms, she shook her head when she saw the genin in orange continue to chat up the sound kunoichi with dark hair, which resulted in the girl stammering in a flustered manner as if she were being harassed or interrogated. When her teammates eventually pulled themselves back to their feet, the boy waved them goodbye before disappearing into the crowd again. It looks like Konoha decided to send its craziest ninja for this year's exams, the red-haired Kumo girl exclaimed before glancing at her teammates. One of them was a boy with the same dark skin color, short light hair, and was also wearing a white headband around his head, with a hooded green jumper and black shorts, and also had a large katana sheathed on his back. He had a lollipop in his mouth and was moving the stick between his lips absently. The other was a blonde-haired girl in an oversized gray jumper with a wide collar that slid down her shoulder and arm, which covered a pair of short, black, figure-hugging spandex shorts. Can you believe this? It's like they're making a game out of this thing. What a joke. Don't judge a book by its cover, Karui, the boy spoke up with a considerate look on his face when he saw the Konoha kid in orange pop up again in front of a shocked IWA team. Perhaps mingling with the crowds is that kid's way of putting himself at ease. Maybe he's honestly just trying to get to know other people and make acquaintances with the other villages. He then took on a more thoughtful pose, or maybe he's a spy? Shit. A spy sent by Konoha to find out about other villages' weak spots through its genin. An underhanded play in the Chunin exams, taking advantage of the neutral zone too. God damn it. Don't start that here, you ass, the girl named Karui shouted back before clocking him over the head. You always get carried away. It's obviously just some foolhardy kid looking to start some trouble. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't, the blonde-haired girl beside them spoke while massaging the back of her neck irritably as she observed the spiky-haired Konoha wonder duck over to another team to say hi. Try not to make such a big deal out of it. Honestly, you guys can be so loud. While the three stood by and watched the blonde kid dart between groups, he inevitably came upon their team. The Kumo shinobi blinked when they managed to get a close-up view of him, his blonde, spiky hair, whisker marks on his cheeks, orange jacket with blue trim, short blue sleeves, and arrow marks and a pair of goggles hanging around his neck. From the look on his face, he definitely seemed like a cheerful bloke, way more pleasant-looking than Karui was coming off when she looked the boy over and cringed at his appearance. The boy looked between them enthusiastically, before turning to the boy and waving. Hello. Omoy blinked, rolling the sucker around in his mouth before waving back, hey. You guys look pretty cool, Naruto grinned while glancing around at them, his eyes landing on Samui who returned his grin with a small smile. That's because we act cool, the blonde kunoichi stated, resting her hands on her hips and propping herself into a comfortable stance before the teen. You seem to be in good spirits this morning. Mind telling us what your secret is? Naruto let out a little laugh and rubbed his head sheepishly, upright again and also taking on a cool posture, just a lot of fresh air and exercise. I like going out and moving around. It keeps my senses sharp. So this is just an everyday thing for you? Samui asked for additional info. Sure is, the Jinchuriki nodded, looking back at the girl and panning over her from head to toe. After taking in her stature and presence, Naruto then gave another warm smile and stepped closer, leaning forward to look her in the eyes while the girl barely even moved. Apparently she was one of the only ninja in the entire room who didn't shrink away from him when he approached them. This told him she had good character. Wow, you're really cool. Samui smiled pleasantly, thanks. You're not so bad yourself. Mind if I ask what your name is? Not at all, the girl nodded, bringing a hand up and running it back through her short hair. I'm Samui from Kumogakure. I'm Naruto, resident delinquent from Konohagakure, the boy replied while straightening up, taking note of how she waved her hair out of her face. Wow, you're not only cool, you're also really cute. A chuckle escaped Samui's lips. Even though she felt the urge to respond accordingly, she attempted to contain the blushing results of his guided flattery as much as possible. Aren't you the charmer? Hey. I'm just being honest, the blonde replied with a shrug and a gaze. I don't lie about these sorts of things. I call things how I see them, and you are definitely a cool beauty. This compliment seemed to crack the safe that was Samui's composure and managed to bring a bit of red to the kunoichi's face, who tucked some more bangs behind her ear in a clearly bashful gesture. Normally when I say anything out of term or out loud I get clocked over the head for it. He massaged the cranium in question while looking at said teen apprehensively. I'm not going to get clocked for it here, am I? Samui shook her head. No. Not at all. That would be unreasonable of me. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. Oh good. As straightforward as your words were, I'm deeply flattered and moved by your compliments. Thank you, Samui exclaimed with a pleasant smile directed towards him. You're most welcome. After another friendly exchange, Naruto then took note of Omoi and the sword he had on his back, which prompted the Jinchuriki to turn towards him next. Excitement once again overtaking him, the boy gazed at the sheathed weapon in awe. That's an awesome katana. Can I have a look at it? Responding to the immediate question, Omoi reached behind him and drew the sword, holding it out in front of him firmly so that the youngster could have a quick glance. You may look, but don't touch. Seeing the kid nod, he then watched as Naruto scanned the weapon from the superb blade work to the white handle. The shine of its cold, hard steel had the Jinchuriki's eyes twinkling. I assume you like weapons then? Yeah. You could say that. Naruto then tilted up to him with an excited grin. What moves can you make with this? I bet you've got a ton of awesome techniques up your sleeve. Omoi smirked at him. That information is kind of secret. It'd be bad if people knew about the attacks I can use, so. Oh, the blonde hummed before waving his previous inquiry off. In that case never mind. I don't have a sword to use anyway, so it would be kind of pointless. Though I think it's useful to know some kenjutsu moves than none at all, right? Depends on whether you want to use a sword or not, Omoi responded suggestively. Meh, I dabble in it from time to time, Naruto replied, making some pointed hand gestures before slipping his hands into his pockets. My preferred weapon would have to be a kunai or a short blade. They're fast, small and sharp, but any good sword user worth their salt could pick a whole barrage of them out of the air without any difficulty. You got that right, Omoi said while sheathing his large cutting blade back into its scabbard. Judging from your tone of voice and the way you expressed that last part, I assume you've faced a swordsman before who could do that. Oh yeah, Naruto laughed nervously while massaging his shoulder from the memory pains. He was mean as hell. I nearly got cut in half by him more than once. I can assume there's some interesting little backstory behind that as well, am I right? Karui rolled her eyes when she saw Omoi start to have a pleasant conversation with a boy whom she quickly viewed as an enemy of their village. However, seeing Samui also nudge into their midst and start speaking lightheartedly with the kid made any kind of protest she wanted to mount mute. This was because the redhead knew that when her friends got started on something they were enthusiastic about, it was close to impossible to get them to stop. Omoi for the most part, but she never figured her group's most level-headed ninja Samui to be quite as talkative. From the way she was smiling and making small talk about shinobi combat with a fellow blonde was proof of that. Heh, for some reason this brat is making everyone lighten up, Karui chuckled to herself while shaking her head. She could feel the changes in the atmosphere wherever this kid went, and she was pretty sure Samui and Omoi could feel it too. No wonder they were smiling now. Things were so tense before he arrived. What a strange kid, he's almost like B-sensei. Kind of annoying. Oh. Sakura had her face in her hands as she just finished watching Naruto make yet another spectacle of himself with the team of Sound Ninja before moving on to the next lot, and was now currently chatting with some Kumogakure genin carrying swords. The chaos that he was causing was definitely drawing a lot of attention towards his person, so much so that the pink-haired kunoichi could bet that every single set of eyes in the room was now following him wherever he was going. The fact that she wanted their team to keep a low profile as rookies made the situation even more stressful for her, and all she could do was sulk. There was no way she was running that gauntlet like her more sociable coworker. Why is this happening to me? Sakura cried as she saw Naruto, Omoi and Samui laughing from the clearing the group had made when the Jinchuriki made some sort of joke at his expense. Even Karui, the steely kunoichi standing close by, could be seen smirking. Damn you Naruto? Now everyone in the room is going to be gunning for us. I wouldn't say that, Shiho spoke up with a bright smile when she heard the grievances from her fellow villager. Naruto-kun actually seems to be making quite an impression on all of them. I think he also scared a lot of the competition straight when he grabbed that Amigakure boy's sword from earlier when he tried to threaten him. She pointed at the crowds who had turned away from their group towards the blonde light bulb in the center. It was worth noting that a lot of them were smiling and looking towards the kid with both curiosity and wariness. See? Sasuke looked across at Tayuya to see the girl smiling at ease as she watched Naruto move through the mobs of genin. The Uchiha raised an eyebrow. You don't seem too worried about the dobe. Care to enlighten us? The musician giggled as she focused on her roommate, finding good humor in his laughs and exclamations going out across the room. It's Shithead's nature to involve himself as much as he can with other people. He doesn't care where they come from or who they're allied with, he just wants to meet and make friends. She crossed her arms and looked over at the other teams next to her. I think it's because he's been alone for so long that he's not afraid to talk to others. Unless they're terrible human beings out to kill people, he'll use any chance given to him to chat. Shikamaru smirked as he looked down at the floor. Considering the situation, I think he has the right idea making nice with other villages. Did it have something to do with making connections? Was that his motive? Probably not, since it was Naruto they were talking about. Boy, he seems very friendly, a new voice suddenly cut in that had the rookie 12 look in the direction of the crowd. An older boy with short gray hair wrapped in a ponytail, wearing purple garb with the Konoha headband and a pair of round glasses walked up to them, while at the same time looking towards the scene enveloping the youngster in orange. Is he with you guys? Unfortunately, yes, Ino replied, shaking her head. She then looked at the newcomer suspiciously. Wait, who are you? Oh. My apologies. I'm Kabuto Yakushi, a senior genin from your village, the young man exclaimed brightly, at the same time pushing his glasses up his nose. It's nice to meet you all. Likewise, Kiba replied before giving him an odd look. Wait, why are you coming over to talk with us? What about your team? They're somewhere back there, Kabuto replied, thumbing over his shoulder towards the masses of Konohagakure shinobi. It's no big deal. I just came over because I thought you guys looked new and could use a little help. You wouldn't happen to be the rookie squads from our village participating in this year's exam, would you? We are, Choji replied while munching on a bag of chips. Shikamaru gave the guy a bit more of a look over. For some reason, this guy struck him as something off, but he just couldn't figure out why. What's it to you? I just thought I would give you youngsters some words of advice, since you're all still probably green to how things work around here, Kabuto exclaimed while placing his hands on his hips before turning to the crowds of genin in the room. Since the chamber was so huge and was nearly completely full of participants, this gave them plenty of faces to individually scope out. There are over a dozen villages participating in this exam and most of the contestants originate from the Big Five. I think it would do you guys some good to warn you to stay away from some of them. As you could see from your friend walking up to those rain ninja from earlier, some of them have a really short temper. Oh, you don't have to worry about that idiot, Kiba chuckled, earning a couple of yips from the puppy nesting in his jacket. He's always like that. I bet he could survive an attacking mob if he wanted to and get all of them to like him in the end, both in the same afternoon. Really? Kabuto asked in amusement. Yes, Sakura and Sasuke said at the same time, with dull expressions on their faces, it's true. We've seen it. Their last C-ranked mission when they were protecting that supply cart. There was no way they were going to forget about that final fight anytime soon. While technically Naruto was the one that had started it and beat half to death nearly all of those mercenaries by himself, it was no stretch to think the Jinchuriki could also get all of them to have a change of heart, given time. It has something to do with his personality, Sakura stated with a small smile. A lot of people seem to be attracted to it. He's like a warm fire in the middle of a cold, winter countryside. Well, if you say he's fine then I believe you, Kabuto exclaimed, looking back at the group. As for the rest of you, I'm not sure if you'll be able to cope in this environment or not, but try to keep a cool head. There are a lot of experienced teams here from many villages, so you can bet the tension is quite high at the moment. Keeping a low profile was the original plan, Sasuke said before frowning a little, Since you're a senior here, do you have any tips for us on how to stay out of trouble or anything on the other contestants? Shikamaru asked, still feeling a little bit suspicious about the young man. Even Shino, Kid and Tayuya were staring at the newcomer with caution, finding his good nature in this big contest involving hundreds of teams of genin like them a little bit bothersome. Unless he was blonde and ate ramen every day of the week then they didn't need to worry so much, but, in this case, yes. I think I may be able to help you in that area, Kabuto chuckled while looking around at the group with a friendly smile. Is there anything in particular you would like to know? When he asked this, he reached into his pouch and pulled out a stack of cards, which had all of the rookies standing around look at him curiously. Sasuke nodded to him. How many competitors are there exactly, and who should we be watching out for? Ah, Kabuto smiled, pulling up a card while shoving the rest back into his pocket. He then flashed the card, flipping through hand seals before tapping the front of it. After he did, he then showed the group the map that appeared across the blank sheet, with both numbers and details accompanying each country. That's easy. He then looked at it carefully. There are 16 villages participating, including the Big Five, a total of 498 participants, equaling to 166 teams. There are 29 from Konoha, 24 from Suna, 32 from Iwa and 28 from Kumo. There are a varying number of groups from the other villages, and many of the teams had already taken the Chunin exam several times in the past. It's safe to say their knowledge and experience is quite immense regarding the trials you are likely to face. He looked up at the Konoha shinobi he was speaking with. As it turns out, you guys are the first rookies to participate in the exams in about 5 years. Are really? Hinata murmured, biting her bottom lip as she brought her hands to her chin worryingly. Is that bad? There are a lot of strong people here, maybe we shouldn't have come. I wouldn't say you shouldn't take it, but there are strong people here, yes, Kabuto nodded. It was then Shikamaru and Sakura perked at a particular note. The young man had hurtled in his explanations and looked towards him in surprise. Wait a second, what about Kirigakure? The Kunoichi asked. You didn't say how many genin from that village were taking part, the Nara stated, furrowing his brow again. Why'd you skip them? Oh, because out of the Big Five there are only 3 genin from Kirigakure participating, Kabuto said while looking down at his card. He too seemed a little bit put off by the number and looked over the details again. Just like the village hidden in the sound, the Hidden Mist only has 1 team. This information had everyone's jaws almost hit the ground. 1 team? Seriously? Kiba choked before shaking his head. That's kind of messed up, isn't it? Even a lot of the smaller villages look like they have over a dozen teams. Why only 1 team? Keed asked curiously, finding the idea as equally perplexing as everybody else. It appears that the team Kirigakure selected to take part in this exam is the best genin squad they currently have at their disposal. The cream of the crop if you would, Kabuto informed, reading into the information a little more before blinking in surprise. Whoa, now that's interesting. Choji stepped forward. What is it? Yeah, you may want to keep your distance from these guys, the young man informed before looking towards the crowds in search of the squad in question. Some of the rookies joined him in his search, each and every one of them still puzzled by his reaction. Why would we want to stay away from them? Ino asked, looking around at Keed and Hinata questioningly before panning back to the glasses-wearing shinobi. They're like every other genin team here, right? Not exactly. Unlike you band of misfits, the Kiri team stats are pretty far out, Kabuto stated, pulling out another card and tapping it like he did the previous one. When the information appeared upon it, he showed it to the kids, all of whom leaned in to get a better look. 3 members on the team, all of them possessing ridiculously high specs on their personnel charts. Their experience all around are 15 D rank missions, 9 C rank, 5 B rank, and 7 A rank. What? A and B rank missions? Kiba exclaimed while stepping forward. Are you kidding me? How were they able to get such high-level missions? Shiho asked worryingly. I thought only Jonin-level shinobi were allowed to take those. No idea, Kabuto replied before frowning down at the card. I don't have any information beyond that. However, I do know one other thing about their situation. Because this team was officially confirmed by their village to be participating in this year's exams, every other Kiri team who also wanted to take part in it immediately backed off. Out of the 20 potential candidate groups, only one of them showed up. That's kind of creepy, Ino murmured. Her companions shared the same sentiment. Who the hell were these guys and where were they right now? If they were able to scare off the other teams from their village and keep them from participating in this year's Chunin exams, then each and every one of them must be something else. Oh, Karen, knock it off. Why are you shaking so much? Akuzugakure Genin hissed towards the red-haired girl standing behind him. Their team was sitting somewhere in the middle of the crowd, pretty much blending in with the other squads and trying not to draw any attention to themselves. Their team consisted of 2 boys and 1 girl, all of them wearing regular tunics and unremarkable-looking uniforms, which meant they matched the rest of the beige-wearing shinobi perfectly. However, one of the members of the team stuck out quite a bit from the other 2, and that was mostly because of her bright red hair, which acted like a beacon in the room of brown and black hair colors. Even so, none of the other contestants were really paying her any mind as they were currently focused on the blonde kid running around them. But this didn't have their focus fixed, as the kunoichi of the team named Karen was unable to stop herself from shivering like a leaf and putting her teammates off. Gripping her friend's shoulder, the girl looked around with sweat on her brow and a terrified look in her eyes. I can't help it, she stammered, her grip tightening and causing her male teammate to wince at the pressure. There are so many powerful people in here, especially 4 of them. Really? Which ones? The boy asked. Karen then pointed towards the blonde talking to the team from Kumo. That one. He has a warm blue chakra that radiates off of him like the sun. I shouldn't be too worried about him, but he has so much of it it's staggering, not to mention a massive amount of dark chakra deep inside of him that I can't even begin to describe. Then there was that boy from Suna we saw earlier. She shivered at the memory when the kid and his squad came in close proximity of her group. His chakra was cold and he reeked of blood. There is also 2 more standing on the other side of the room against the wall, both of them powerful. Wait, do you mean those guys from the Kiri team? Her other teammate asked, looking up and through the mobs of genin searchingly. They didn't seem like much. Trust me. The boy in the long robes didn't look like anything special, but he had a powerful chakra. The girl next to him on the other hand? I haven't felt such an individually potent and strong signature in my life, Karen shook in fear. It's exactly the same as that blonde-haired boy's aura, but hers, it wasn't warm or cold, it was dangerous. It was like I was standing next to a raging storm. Oh. Over towards the right from the entrance, 3 genin around a year older than the Konoha rookies wearing Kirigakure headbands and firm expressions on their faces, stood or sat up against the wall with their eyes locked onto the crowds in front of them. While it was true they were a part of the 5 great shinobi nation circle, a country that was pretty much a force to be reckoned with out in the world, in here where numbers apparently ruled supreme, there were only 3 of them and hundreds of other shinobi from IWA, Kumo and Suna glaring them down. While the latter 2 the team had little problem with, it was the flocking former that gave them something to grind over. The history between Kirigakure and Iwagakure was known all around to be an incredibly rough one, filled with underhanded plays, hardships, wars, and betrayals. While Iwagakure pretty much had beef with everyone there, it was the hidden mist village that they held the hardest grudge against, which became glaringly apparent by how teams of stone ninja started to converge on the lone Kiri trio. Any other team outside of the equation could only stand by and watch uselessly as the fast-approaching slaughter of the 3 teenagers slowly came into view. For some strange reason though, the group didn't seem to be worrying about the amount of killer attention they were receiving at all. In fact, all 3 of the Kirigakure ninja were pretty calm. There were 2 girls and 1 boy on the team. The first and most notable one was a girl around Naruto's height, with fair skin, a killer figure with a sizable chest for her youth, and was wearing a bright yellow, figure-hugging spandex uniform. The top had long sleeves with a cut midriff showing off her taut belly and a pair of short shorts, both pieces with the same black stripe going down the sides. She had a cute face, bright blue eyes, and a huge head of hair. Seriously, that was a lot of hair. Think of the end of one of the Nine Tails tails. It grew all the way down to the back of her knees, was wild and slightly curly, was tied into a ponytail, and get this, it was blonde. She had so much blonde hair she could shave it all off and share it between an army of Narutos. She was currently standing there checking her nails. The boy on the team was a young man wearing a light blue, loose-fitted kimono with long sleeves, wrapped around his waist in an orange sash, and was wearing ninja mesh under it. He had short brown hair barely reaching his shoulders, with a large portion of his bangs covering the left side of his face, revealing pale golden eyes. Around his waist he had a pouch on the back, a kunai holster strapped to his pants leg, and a box carrying some miscellaneous equipment slipped into the front of his sash. He also had a golden pipe in his hand and was randomly blowing bubbles from it, sitting cross-legged in between his teammates. The third and final female member of the team was a teenage girl around Sasuke's height, with a curvy athletic figure, a blue pair of tight jeans that rode down a little, complete with pouch on the rear and kunai leg holster, and gauze sheets wrapped around her chest being her only top, revealing a lot of her frame. She also had on a large, white samurai robe which she had draped over her shoulders and hooked like a cape with light blue trim. Not only did she have a gorgeous face with sharp eyes, she also had long orange hair that grew down to her lower back that was curly, wild and free-flowing. Like her fellow kunoichi, she was also on her feet, but she was leaning against the wall with her eyes shut. They didn't seem like much, but they were definitely a diverse team that currently had a lot of people's collective attention. While they stood quietly on their own, the IWA shinobi advanced. Within moments, about 9 of them had come to surround the group on all sides, cutting them off from any assistance and getting all 3 of them to look up at them. Two of the teams were young adults, while another was a young team who looked like they just wanted to flex their muscles to intimidate the rival village. "You guys from Kiri sure seem lonely over here," the boss of one of the groups, a large young man carrying a war hammer on his back, exclaimed with a menacing grin. "By our estimation, there are only 3 of you from your village participating in these tests, am I right?" "Seriously, only 3?" his teammate barked out in amusement. "What a joke. Isn't Kirigakure supposed to be representing one of the 5 great shinobi nations, one of the most powerful villages in the world?" another of the IWA genin asked, looking around at his smirking companions before approaching the mist ninja to leer at the shorter, blonde-haired Kunoichi. "If that's the case, then why are there only 3 of you? Don't tell me your village is running low on shinobi. That would just be, terrible." He leaned into such proximity that his head nearly butted the girl's forehead protector, but she didn't budge an inch. The trio said nothing, and chose just to stare silently at the antagonistic mob. "You 3 do realize where you are now, right?" the big boss asked again, folding his arms and marching forward a tad more. "You're in the Chunin selection exams, the biggest one to be held and probably the only one that will ever be held between every single hidden village. All of the nations here have sent in their best of the best to participate in this event, including Iwagakure. We've got close to 100 genin taking part, all ready to become Chunin, but you guys..." He grinned and shook his head at them. "Only 3? This is a huge insult to the other teams participating," another boy said while punching his knuckles together. "Did Kirigakure seriously believe that only 3 of you would be able to take on 100 of our best on your own? Huh? Is that true? Or were they too cowardly to send in any more and just put you guys up for the slaughter?" The Kirigakure squad remained silent. In spite of all the insults and threatening vibes being sent their way, they chose not to say anything. Whether this was some way to come off cool or an attempt to avoid a confrontation no one knew, but in the end all their silence resulted in was the big boss getting more pissed and drawing the huge hammer from his back. The stone mallet slammed into the floorboards, cracking them with a massive bang that had all eyes in the room look in their direction. Even Naruto disengaged from his conversation with Samui to see what was going on. The boss IWA genin stepped up to the one blonde-haired girl standing ahead of her group and glared right into her eyes. "Well? Say something, why don't you, Kirigakure scum?" He held up a fist up and cracked his knuckles right next to her cheek. "Your shinobi killed my father during a trade with one of the islands years ago. He was jumped immediately after the exchange was made with the villagers and your people cut him down without warning or provocation. I think it's high time you bastards got what was coming to you." The girl wearing spandex blinked as she gazed into the man's furious eyes. After several moments of silence, in which the crowd stepped further forward to either listen or intervene, the girl then smiled pleasantly before her lips turned into a full-blown grin. She then pointed up at the larger boy and giggled, "You're funny." At that, every single jaw in the circle dropped, minus the Kiri genin who continued to face down their opposition without a care in the world. What? The IWA teen choked. The blonde Kunoichi then turned to look over at her companion up against the wall. "Hey Tsubaki-chan, this man is pretty mad at me? Did I do something to upset him?" The orange-haired one named Tsubaki shrugged while smiling coolly. "It's probably because of your yellow outfit, Kyoko. Honestly, your clothes are an eyesore of a color. Why don't you swap them out for something more distinguished?" Frowning, the girl in the bright tights glared back at her teammate with a miserable twitch in her eye. "Hey. Yellow is awesome. Why is everyone beating on the yellow?" The boy sitting between them sighed as he tapped against his bubble blower irritably. "I don't believe that is the main problem here, you two." He looked up at his ditzy companion with a frown. "The problem here is that these Iwagakure shinobi are here to try and intimidate us, as well as to settle some unresolved grievances from their pasts that we, as individuals, were in no way responsible for." "Oh, is that it?" Kyoko exclaimed before smiling back at the stunned Iwagakure shinobi gawking at her. "If that's the case, then everything should be fine here." She then held up a hand in a playful wave and tilted her head cutely. "I'm Kyoko, by the way, Kyoko Yorozu. Nice to meet you." Unable to comprehend the complete brushing off of the subject that he had been addressing moments earlier, the large IWA ninja looked back at his friends for help. When all he got were 6 lifeless shrugs and head shakes, he gritted his teeth before cutting back towards the Kiri group to glare aggressively at them. The sound of grinding teeth and heavy weight being moved as he dragged his hammer across the floor echoed throughout the chamber. "Didn't you hear me, bitch?" the young man growled while lifting his weapon up to hold in his 2 hands. "I said that your shinobi killed my father, and countless other men and women from our village, all for the benefit of your own." He pointed at the 3 teens and paced back and forth, before stopping in front of the still-seated, lone boy member of the squad. I've been waiting to get back at the sons of bitches responsible for my father's murder, but since those guys are nowhere in sight, I guess you three will have to suffice. Stand up and face me." Feeling the shadow cast over him and the irate breath of the infuriated genin wash over his form, the boy seated on the ground sighed and stood up. When he did, he looked the man in the eyes, despite the fact he stood 2 heads higher than him. "I do not wish to fight you," the teen said calmly. "And why not? Your village is famed for raising born killers, shinobi who pursue their targets relentlessly and don't ever give up until either the deed is done or they're killed in the conflict. Where are those bloodthirsty demons now?" the IWA brute shouted, his friends coming to stand on either side of him, all of them looking ready for a fight. "Certainly not here from what I can see." "That's because you're confusing me with someone else," the teenager replied with a firm gaze and level voice. "Your hatred at your father's killers has instilled the belief in you that all of my fellow Kirigakure brethren are cold-hearted murderers who butcher families and stab fellow shinobi they are allied with in the backs. While it may be true that shinobi from my village did kill your father, it may not have been out of spite or loathing. In this world, the main profession of a shinobi is the completion of the mission that they are assigned and nothing more. Because we are shinobi, it is a prerequisite that as soon as the orders are given to you, the individuals assigned to the mission must be prepared to sacrifice everything to see that it is completed, even their lives." His eyes narrowed dangerously. "Do not confuse business with personal pleasure. I hold no grudge against you or your people, nor should you to me, as I have done nothing in my life to warrant such aggression." The man growled and stepped towards him. "Does it look like I give a fuck who you are?" He brought his fist back and slammed it across the boy's face, sending him into the wall behind him. When he crashed against it, the staggered boy managed to hold his ground, yet was unable to hide the trickle of blood that came down from his lip or the bruise on his cheek. From the point of view of the stunned crowd, they saw the IWA genin crack his knuckles and fume at his target. "You wear the headband of a Kirigakure shinobi and perform missions on behalf of your trash hole of a village. It doesn't matter if you're my father's killer or not. To me all you Kiri ninja are the same." He lifted his hammer and advanced on the genin. "I don't care if I get disqualified for this. I'm killing you 3 right now. Boys!" The other IWA ninja pulled out their weapons and prepared to lunge at the 3 teenagers. However, as the male member of the Kirigakure team was pushing himself up again to confront his attacker, a swish of a white kimono coat suddenly blocked his view of his enemy when, without warning, his orange-haired comrade stepped in between him and the enraged IWA genin. While the act surprised the bubble-blowing genin, Tsubaki's appearance did nothing to stop the head of the IWA group, who brought his hammer up and prepared to drop it down upon her, intent on taking her out in one hit. However, just as the boy was swinging his weapon in a glorified arc, the bored-looking Kiri Kunoichi standing clear in his sight simply raised her right hand and stretched out her index finger, before ever so lightly poking him in the chest. While at first the Iwagakure shinobi surrounding her thought her move to be a pathetic attempt to stop their hulking leader, what happened next not only stunned them but everyone else in the room. A loud bang like a shockwave rang out, the force of which rattling the very foundations of the facility when, all of a sudden, the attacking Iwagakure genin was blasted off his feet and sent rocketing across the floor like he was fired out of a cannon. Hit by what could only be described as the force of a horse's kick slamming into his chest, like a projectile the gang leader smashed into his fellow shinobi gathered up behind him before plowing straight through them, and the dozens of other genin standing in his way. He literally bounced across the chamber's solid floor several times before slamming into the wall on the other side of the room, which was a descent 60 meters away. What he left behind in the wake of his flight was a line of fallen, groaning genin in a crowd of speechless onlookers and a stunned audience. When everyone saw the big IWA boy collapse to the floor after being embedded in the back wall, where he then lay and did not move for the next several minutes, the teams of scattered ninja turned back to look at the one responsible for the sudden human body ball. The IWA squads previously moving to attack the Kiri genin gawked at the orange-haired girl, who simply stared across the room with her fingers still outstretched. The sight of her clothes blowing on a light breeze had audience members not part of the scuffle gaze in admiration. "Holy hell," Kiba muttered. "What the fuck just happened?" Tayuya asked, looking around at the other bewildered rookies. The members of Team Guy hidden within the crowd had also caught a good view of the events, and now had their attention fixed squarely on the girl. While Tenten looked on in concern and bewilderment, Lee and Niji were glaring seriously at the orange-haired Kunoichi, as they could now sense a dangerous aura wafting off of her person. This one, Lee thought with a tightening glare, is strong, Niji finished unintentionally. Noticing the shocked stares from their other attackers, the cool Tsubaki then turned her attention to the rest of the Iwagakure band and raised the same hand she was still holding out a little higher and extended all of her fingers. She then rotated her hand slightly and hardened her glare. On your knees. In a split second, the IWA shinobi suddenly felt a prickly sensation overcome their bodies and, shouting in pain, felt their bodies drop as if thousands of tons of weight had overcome them. The 8 of them then began twitching and writhing on the floor, the agonizing sensations they were feeling increasing tenfold as the orange-haired girl lowered her hand even more and focused her glare harder. Under the cries of agony, the Kiri Kunoichi frowned. You attacked my teammates. You'll pay for that, Tsubaki stated, her fingers tightening and the screams of the twitching IWA shinobi increasing in volume. The blood-curdling hollers had cold chills run down everybody's spines, all those in the vicinity quickly backing up in fear when the girl glared up at them and blasted the crowd with killing intent. Don't take our village or our shinobi lightly. Just because there are only 3 of us here, doesn't mean we will let you step all over us. If you cross us, if you make it your mission to come after us, if you dare try to attack me or my comrades out of some petty, unresolved conflicts, mark my words. I will end you. When she got terrified stares and silence as her answer, Tsubaki nodded before suddenly dropping her hand, relinquishing the IWA genin from their retribution. Though it was only for the briefest of moments, people in the audience swore they saw a flicker of wires snap through the air before vanishing. Gasps of relief filled the silence as the punishment was lifted from the 3 antagonistic teams, leaving them in states of aftershock and delirium. The orange-haired Kiri ninja then turned and looked towards her comrade, who was currently being checked over by a worried Kyoko. Are you alright, Utakata? The teen nodded, giving his companion assurance that he was okay while nursing his swollen jaw. Yeah, thanks for that. Within the masses of nervous genin now looking in the terrifying Kiri team's direction, a particular squad from Suna was giving the 3 a more considerate overlook. Amongst them, there stood a tall boy wearing a black uniform with a hood that made it look like he had cat ears, had purple war paint covering his face, and a wrapped-up bundle slung onto his back. Accompanying him was a girl wearing a purple tunic battle dress that dropped down her shoulder, revealing a fishnet uniform underneath, her headband tied around her neck, and a massive war fan folded on her back. She had golden blonde hair tied into 4 separate ponytails and a tomboyish face. The last of them was a young boy with reddish-brown short hair, a kanji symbol painted on his forehead reading love, black rings around narrow eyes, and was wearing dark robes with a sash going over his shoulder, his headband attached to his arm, and a fishnet uniform like his teammate. After seeing the performance made by the Kiri team, the feelings between them changed into a mixture of caution, curiosity, and contemplation. That one has a bit of bite to her, huh sis, the older boy with the face paint chuckled. The girl in question furrowed her brow while resting her hands on her hips. Clearly she's no ordinary ninja. Since there's only one team from Kirigakure participating, you can assume that all 3 of them are strong. I bet that boy just let that idiot from IWA slug him because he didn't want to be the one who fired the first shot. Even I could have dodged that. No doubt, the older boy chuckled again while glancing towards her. It doesn't matter though, we're still going to crush them all. Temari. Kankuro, the smaller one standing in front of them murmured, glancing up at the pair to see them freeze, be quiet. Leaning away a little, Temari raised both her hands and made an easing motion with them. Alright. Sorry. Gara. Message received by his siblings, the boy with red hair then turned back to glare at the Kiri team, his eyes fixing on the orange-haired girl whose gaze was quick to meet with his. A tense silence then fell between the Suna youngster and the Kunoichi from Kiri and, even at the distance they stood at and despite the amount of people between them, a tense standoff occurred. After a full minute of glaring, sizing the other up and trying to psych the other one out of it, Gara furrowed his brow and tapped his finger impatiently against his bicep. For some reason, the voice of his mother whispering inside of his head was telling him not to mess with the orange-haired woman he was currently looking at. It was like the entity could feel the amount of power radiating off of her. Strange. With both matters settled, Tsubaki then turned back to the crowd, intent on returning to surveying the IWA shinobi now crawling away from her until she was suddenly confronted by a bright light. Well, it wasn't so much as a bright light as it was a mop of spiky blonde hair that bobbed into her line of sight, an occurrence that was as equally glaring. Much to her surprise, Tsubaki was unexpectedly confronted by the beaming grin of one Naruto Uzumaki, who after seeing the fight that just went down, immediately dashed over to say hi. Wow! That was awesome, the Jinchuriki exclaimed, startling both Tsubaki and her teammates. You just blew that guy away and took him out with one hit. How did you do that? Stammering, the orange-haired girl looked back at the newcomer strangely. I just tapped him with my finger. Really? Naruto blinked, tilting his head in puzzlement. Man. That was one hell of a tap. He looked down at his own hand and twiddled his fingers. I wonder if I can do that. Tsubaki fell back into silence as she looked down at the odd-looking boy, who then moved his attention from her to Utakata standing at her side, and then to Kyoko. The Jinchuriki took his time surveying all three party members before stopping in front of the girl with long, blonde hair, both of them looking each other over from head to toe before meeting the other's eyes again. Once a curious silence passed in which the crowds had their attention fixed back onto the Kiri team and their visitor. Both Naruto and Kyoko smiled. Nice hair, the Jinchuriki exclaimed. Right back at you, the girl chirped. Both of them grinned in unison, before the unthinkable happened. A 1, a 2, a 3. Naruto clicked before beginning to sing, doobie doobie doo. Yeah yeah yeah. At that, both he and the girl began to sing and bust out dance moves of the ridiculous kind one after the other. You're looking mighty fine there, honey. Oh yeah, foxy la dy. Hey 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 hey. Yeah. Come on up onto the stage with me. I've got some moves that you've just gotta see. City boys may call me a country hick. They may got money but they ain't got YOW. They bounced across on one hand, did the moonwalk together, spun and did the shuffle. Papa. 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 Kyoko finished, before both she and Naruto finished with the peace sign, Blonde's rule, ya fool. Too true. The world is made of love and peace, yo. Naruto finished, before both of them turned to each other and gave each other a freeze-frame high five. Yeah. The moment the pair's performance ended, every single person in the chamber with the exception of Tayuya and Kiba, who were just laughing their asses off, and Gaara, who was impassive as usual, face-faulted with a ground-shaking crash. From her crumpled-up position on the floor alongside her other landed genin, Sakura looked up with an outrageous expression glaring and canines showing, they're both idiots. The moment her cry fell over the now silent chamber, the massive doors at the end under the guardian statue suddenly opened.